Okay, it says we're live. Let's give it a check. And before we get started, does anyone want to get off? All right, seems we're good to go as far as the dark side of the moon. And see who's in the house. Mike and Vince, Prime VA, Vince Lindsay, Dar, Soft Boy Era, Dave Tao, what's up? Champion Chuck, Shame, Blame, Educate. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Joe's, King Lexicon, Dave checking in, Cafe. Uh, says SBE is Guyanese. Okay. All right. Chairman Cat is in the house. Small but enjoyable, Craig. Okay. Oh, the Octane vids. Okay. Yeah, I haven't. I got. Yeah, man. I got to get busy on the book. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad you reminded me. Lewis, what's up? Dardar, what's up? Aquateki. Ah, yeah, man. I was hoping somebody else would take it, but next week, if nobody takes it, y'all out of luck. So no placeholder. What's up? Shannon Green, what's up? Wergens, what's up? Speckle T. SB is that bullshit. I heard that. What's up, Jaro boy? Elbow cough. Okay. I don't know. I mean, you know what people keep saying. You know, I've never got a signal flare. What's up? I never got a good explanation, but evidently they keep throwing it around, and I've never got a good explanation of it. SBE is a gynocratic acronym. Okay. Simon Anderson, Simeon Anderson? What's up? Aquateki. Okay, you guys welcome each other. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? I haven't done an octane. Oh, in fact, I'm going to do an octane video probably tomorrow about Ebony K. She's in my failed 100 octane series because she's a failed 100 octane. She's actually dual because she's a 92 climber and a failed 100 octane at the same time. You can't, with saying what it said, you can't make that shit up. Go Lakers. Yeah, you know what? I figured the Lakers are going to win this one. I figured if they won the fourth one, it was over. And I kind of figured that they're championship caliber. Do they have enough? Have they been together long enough to actually make it through? I don't know. I think if they get past Denver, I think they might. It might be enough because I think, and me, Denver is probably probably the best team in the league. So far. What's up, chemistry? I got to do your thing, chemistry. I probably will do it tomorrow, so look for it tomorrow. Separate but equal. I heard that. That is a good one. Rahid Jr., what's going on? Is the women's channel a wrap? I don't know, man. I was trying to reboot it, but the thing is, I don't know. Do you would we doing a women's channel be okay without a host, without a co-host, without a female co-host? It's hard to get a female co-host. So if you guys think it's valuable without a female co-host, let me know. No, I think it's my second. I've done it. It's like my second in a row. So I was looking for somebody. That's why I was so late because normally I would be on earlier, but nobody showed up. So hopefully people will get their schedule straight, and then we can go back to the regular. What's up, Abe? Okay, yeah, yeah, because they broke, man. Wait till they start dumping these chicks, evicting these chicks out of their homes, man. It's gonna get even worse. Forever blessed. What's up? I say, hey, Mr. Donnie Mac, what up, man? Kenneth Smith, what's up? This rich bastard. I love the name. Archer ain't shit, as always. Cafe, what's up? Mr. Me Too, what's happening? Marty McFly, what up? Keep 'em keep 'em laced, man, and always go back to the future. They're getting ready. I think they're trying to bring out the Marty McFly self-lacing shoes. So we got Shannon Green, what's up? What's your opinion on Henry Kissinger and the fact that he celebrated his 100th birthday? The old evil bastard actually made it, man. Them old evil motherfuckers do not die, do they? Oh, really? Okay. Really? Yeah, I get more interest in that, man, about the octanes. Because when I started working on octanes, 1990 or so, when I actually left my fiance, um, actually used to call her a high octane. Sandwich, sandwiches just be everything. You ain't, y'all ain't shit. Uh, Go Cavs. Hey, don't hate. Willa 3R, what's up? Jay the Aesthetic, what's up? Shame, blame, explain. Basically, faction galvanize themselves that men criticizing female nature is weak and it's better to get stronger and self-improve and take back the mating dynamics. Okay. Yeah, right. How is that working for him? Ramil should be in the street. And yeah, well, they should be. Well, they haven't. I'm just curious. Go Celtics. Uh, I don't really don't. I don't think they really care. I think the big series, the big marquee series, is actually the Lakers and the Lakers and the Warriors. That's the big series. Everybody else is secondary. I think they wanted to see LeBron James versus the defending champions. I think that was a big series. So after that, I think it's kind of downhill. I think to me, I haven't really watched it thoroughly this season, but to me, Denver's probably the best team. So we'll see. So it's in short, it's undercover guy that crashed with batteries in their back. Okay, all this self-improve shit, man. All these guys talking about self-improve and they ain't got nothing. Uh, Premier flagship team, nah, bullshit. It used to be actually the premier flagship team for the last 6 7 years has been Golden State. That's where all the money is. The brioche king. Man, it's hard to find brioche bread now, man. Been looking for brioche bread, man. Whatever happened, man, with the wheat. Also, brioche bread got in. So basically, Toya got a million of them. Short blackness excursions. Okay. From blaming Jermaine to coaching Keisha. Keisha can't be coached. Keisha cannot be coached. And we should learn that from our high octane Keisha called Ebony K. Williams. She can't be coached. The Black Strom Thurman. Yeah, yeah. Them old evil bastards live a long time, man. They do. They really do. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, Keisha can't be coached, man. She can't. We're listening to him. Even that's like Iyanla Van Zant gave up. She got tired of coaching Keisha. Keisha's hard hit. Keisha got hit the dust, man. She got hit the bricks before she changes her mind. Keisha got to see them hard knocks first because she don't believe fat meat's greasy. Hunter X Man, what's up? Grasshopper here to learn. Cool. Keisha don't want to compete. Now Keisha can compete, but she doesn't want to. Keisha coaching Jordan Poole. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a sticking point, man. You can't have two people on the same team that hate each other. And Draymond Green tried to pretend that he doesn't hate Jordan Poole, but he does. They hate each other. There's plenty of educated Keishas. There's tons of them. You saw 'em. Brazil Shelton, what's up? You guys been here this long? Ibmore, okay. Hell, I forgot. Intellectual black men of reform. That's what it. That's I do believe that's what it means. Intellectual black men of reform. Introspective black men of reform. Shout out to Adagon Forest. That's what it means. It's basically, converted black MGTOWs or IBMORs, and uh, where you're supposed to focus on yourself, focus yourself, self improvement, all that kind of stuff was IBMOR. Okay, and when we crossed over to the black side, back into what we call the black manosphere now. Okay, the thing is that it had um, the idea of IBMOR had to expand because you had pro blacks, uh, you had SYSBM, you had a whole bunch of other people that the needs of more men. So the idea of IBMOR had to expand. Jonathan Majors and Megan Good. It's actually a good branding for both of them. I doubt that they have interest in each other because Jonathan Majors been dating white women, and basically Megan Good is what, 41 now. She's over 40, so she's kind of like 100 washed up, 100 octane. So it's actually good branding for both of them. So he needs to be seen with black women, and she needs to be seen with a major star. So to get her star back in the limelight. So I have to see them on dates. Okay, actually see them out in public, interact before I actually believe. But it's good branding. Shame, blame, explain. Basically, trying to shame or talk women to giving up what she believes is her position or power. Okay, all right. And so, hey, I haven't heard from Adagon in quite a while, so I don't know what he's doing right now. Mr. Tolbert, what's up? MGTOW Universe, what's up, man? I saw you trying to break down that bullshit from the breakdown last week. And Ebony K and the bus driver shit. They don't understand, man. Actually, that's why I did the video about would you date a bus driver to explain what Iana Van Zant was trying to tell Ebony K. Okay, what was she trying to tell him? And the feminists been trying for the last, I say, 10, 12 years. They've been trying to explain this to third wave feminists. Okay, this is what we designed for you, and this is the role that you have to play, and what you guys are doing is fucking up the game, and they're fucking up the game. They're going to kill feminism. If I could live anywhere in the world, where would I go and why? First place would be Ghana, because it's probably one of the most peaceful countries on the planet. Uh, the second would be Kenya, African fast wireless. I'm not that fond of South Africa, at least not to my knowledge. Nigeria's got problems. Most places in Africa have problems. Okay, Uganda, they all have issues, safety issues. But Ghana's probably Second, I say second to Japan. Ghana's probably one of the safest places on the planet. Okay, people don't know that. That's why I would pick it. In Latin America, it would either be Brazil or really at my age, probably be Guatemala. Guatemala is very peaceful. It's very quaint. It's very down to earth. It's very easy to live there. So that would be my third place to live. In Asia, I probably would pick Thailand. If I was to live in Asia, Thailand. I'm not, I'm away from Japanese culture is fine, but that's another. It's a good place to live. It's safe. But Thailand and Asia, maybe the Philippines, but I probably pick Thailand over the Philippines. Let's see if it was Europe. If it was Europe, probably be Eastern Europe. I wouldn't live in Western Europe. But either Eastern Europe or someplace like Portugal, where it's fairly cheap and it's fairly inexpensive, and but they have issues with racism because of the Africans coming across the Mediterranean. So, but that's probably where I would live if I could live any place in the world. Those are probably my four spots that I would live. Stank Breath Ebony. Okay, SBE. Thailand would be cool. I was always curious about Thailand. And plus, the women are fine in Thailand as far as Asians. The only two kind of Asians I really like are either Filipinos or Thai women. Other than that, kind of so-so about them. If India was safe, man, I would, if it was India, I always wanted to go get me one of those black Dalits from India, man. With the chocolate skin and that long black hair, I'd give me a Dalit. But India's got problems. So, India, I'm not too cool about. Well, Portugal, how is it going to get gentrified, man? Portugal is a modern European country. How you going to gentrify Portugal? In fact, a lot of the Portuguese young folks have left Portugal to go to like Angola and Brazil because of the economy. Eastern Europe, one, fresh wireless. Two, in Eastern Europe, there's a lot less racism in Eastern Europe. Um, Lower cost of living. That's probably why I would. Short bus entertainment, enlightenment. Okay. Any questions? While we're here. So and before I open it up, our mutual friend Jay. Oh yeah, hey, he told me. Yeah, I told him to go to Guatemala. He would like it. If you, the thing is with Guatemala, it's really not a fast life. So it's not going to be as go and party, say like Colombia or DR or places like that. It's slow pace, very very how can I say it? Very traditional people. Because you're going to get real Native Americans, right? You're going to get real. If you want to see real Mayans and real Native Americans, you're going to see them, okay? Because they're there, okay, and they're out front, and you can spot them. They're all over the place, right? Especially the higher climates. You go down to like northern Guatemala, near closer to Mexico, then you see the mixture of black, Latino, and white. Okay, but in the higher realms of Guatemala, you see the natives, man. It's really you can actually see the tribes where they come from. They still wear their garb too. Cartagena's a party city, but Colombia's kind of been ruined, man, by the drug trade. So those cocaine cowboys, man, they change Colombia. Colombia is, it's a little wild unless you get away from the big cities. No Pookie truth, please. Well, well, Pookie's my boy, man. He's like our Padawan, so we got to put up with him. Southeast Asia isn't as nice as passport bros act like. As former until we're always warned about. Well, there's going to be problems with women any place you go, right? The thing is, if you experience it as in military, it's going to be different than you experience it as a civilian. Okay, if you're in the military and the troops are around, okay, the prices go up and the chicks are on some kind of some other shit. Okay, because they know y'all ain't gonna be around for very long. You're not coming there to stay or live or you marry people. Y'all coming there to fuck. Okay, y'all coming there to go out, get drunk and fuck. So those are the women that actually gonna push towards you because you know you're not gonna be there for very long. Same thing with the Philippines, right? If you go to Subic or where the Air Force Base used to be, anything surrounding any base, okay? Like you go to Bangkok, anything surrounded about any base is going to get corrupted. Like you go to Kenya, man. Um, if you go to the other cities in Kenya, you get a more traditional kind of lifestyle, right? You go to Mombasa, Mombasa's on some different shit because Mombasa is where the military base is. And military bases, military attracts hoes. It's just going to. So if you hanging out with the military, you guys go in the military, you're going to get a different experience. You are like go to Panama. Going to Panama is different from going to Guatemala or Nicaragua or El Salvador. Different experience because it's been militarized. Like just like who what other countries down there have been gringoized? There's a few others that have been gringoized. Okay, where it is where they've changed the culture. DR's been gringoized now. Okay, so inside the certain cities, you're gonna get a gringo experience, man. You go outside the city, you're gonna get a different experience. Guatemala hasn't been gringoized, and if you're gonna go to the Thailand, you got to get away from Bangkok. Okay, you're gonna got to get away from Pattaya. You got to meet the regular women, and they'll tell you there's a difference. But when was the last? But since it's so dangerous, when was the last time you heard basically a passenger, a tourist getting hurt or killed in even in Pattaya, as wild as it is? Yeah, even in Japan, man, Okinawa, where the bases are, is a different experience than the rest of Japan. I have read Gerald Massey, but Kenneth Grant, no. Yeah, it's soft white underbelly. She's a hooker. Okay, how is she any different from any other hooker any place in the world? There's hookers any place you land. Okay, I don't care where you are. Any place you land, even in the Muslim countries, there's a place where they sell sex. Okay, I don't care where you are. You can be in Russia, any country you land in. Okay, I don't care what they say. There's a place to buy sex in Ghana. There's places where you can buy sex. Okay, any place you land, there's gonna be hookers. And soft white underbelly, they deal in very extreme people, extreme personalities. Yeah, basically, Guatemala City. If you go into the city, okay, because well, there's always certain areas that you can't go, but for the most part in Guatemala, it was once you get outside the main city, man, I walked the streets and nothing ever happened to me. As an old man, I went all over Guatemala, never had a problem. Okay, never had a problem. There's places you can't go, like Venezuela. Yeah, it's not too cool to go there, right? You go to Brazil, go into the favelas, and you're gonna have issues. Okay, there's gonna be issues. There's certain places where there's gonna be issues, but there's any place. Ghana's probably the one place where I never felt. I was never. I was never felt like I was unsafe as a tourist. Black pill vids coming. Depends on what you call black pill. Depends on what you call black pill. A lot of stuff I put out is black pill. Can I recommend a book for a high school grad on the game of life? High school grad. Whew, that's a good question. Depends on what sector of life. I would say I was a high school. If I was going to give a high school a grad a book on wisdom, I would say the Four Agreements. It's fast. It's simple. There's two books, the Four Agreements and the what is it by Coelho, The Alchemist. Those two books. I would start them with those two books. But a game of life, it just depends on what sector you're talking about. Talking about women, you're talking about life, you're talking about business. What are you talking about? Because then you would kind of broaden things out. But I would start them uh, with the Four Agreements and then the Alchemist, and then you can branch out from there. If he's up there, he's up there. You know, it just depends. Yeah, Four Agreements, I would start them with. I started my daughter with that when she was like 15, 16. Four Agreements, because it's fairly easy to understand. It's quick read, easy to understand. He does it in very simple language because he's a Native American. He's Latino, and and basically the Alchemist. Even though there's a lot of esoteric wisdom in it, it's actually mostly written for, almost like a children's book for the most part. Okay, cool. What's up, Salty? Okay, here we go. Cash apps, Dar Dar, appreciate you. Ray June, appreciate you. Jay, appreciate you. Okay. Larry, appreciate you. Um, it's the UI. Okay, appreciate you. Uh, Red, appreciate you. And Salty Balls, appreciate you. Those are my cash apps. Uh, some people appreciated the talk about the difference between, say, like the hills, um, Baldwin Hills area, and the rest of black the rest of the black neighborhood. Okay, there's a difference. That's where the Fresh Prince of Bel Air type folks are. Somebody has emailed me about that, about how the black community is actually, is actually constructed. And I've been in there's some over in that area, man. There's some huge houses, man, over there, man. Remember one chick we had my ex took me to a party, and she had this huge mansion, right? And where her children live, man, she had apartments where her children live in the backyard, right? It looked like big ass apartment buildings. Okay, that's where her kids lived in the back. I almost look. You see some like Encino, like where Michael Jackson lives, another place. Architect, appreciate you. Anacetus, appreciate you. I would say 13. I was starting with the Alchemist. Depends on what you want him to read. How do you want to train him? Depends on what you want him to read. But I'll start with the Alchemist. I'll start with those two books, um, the Alchemist, and I would start him um, with the Four Agreements. They're fairly simple. The quick reads. They're written in simple language, and it's very basic. They don't really get into this high order esoteric stuff. They really it's very grounded. Both of those books. Oh yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, next week, somebody will have to take it. And when's here, Ladera? Yeah, man, I went to school with all those kids, man. All those kids. A lot of those kids, man, that I went to school with, especially from Ladera, those kind of folks. A lot of them are actually officers in the military, man. They were actually. I had one, two, three, four, five, six or seven of my friends in different ages, man. Actually went into the military academies. And I had How many white boys? I had three white boys, two white boys in my chemistry class actually went to not MIT, but Caltech. View Park, yeah, View Park, yeah, View Park's kinda, yeah. Angeles Vista, yeah, yeah, kinda. Um, it's like the poor man's. And before that, you know, actually they changed. Actually, USC has pretty much bought up all that up, and they're gentrifying it, and the black folks trying to hold on to it. Uh, so they're waiting for old folks to die so the white folks can come in and take it. Let's see. The first time U.S. defaulted on debt. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, no. Oh yeah, they've defaulted before. 71 and 1932. It's not, there's depending on 61. It just depends. Depends on what you call a default. Oh, appreciate you, Salty. Uh, you might be able to find them online. For agreements that in PDF online or there's a PDF. So they probably should both be there because they've been distributed quite a bit. They're famous books. Yeah, especially the Overlook, man. You go to the Overlook, the Baldwin Hills Overlook. Where the stairs are. You can see all of LA. All of the whole basin. You do get the best views. Uh, Harry Potter. Harry Potter's updated version of the Wizard of Oz. Okay, um, if you want to go back to the old school, go have him read the Wizard of Oz. I had my grandson reading it for a minute, so he actually started enjoying it. If you want to go a little bit more modern, Dune. Dune is actually for a teenager. Dune is actually a pretty good book for to actually understand politics and stuff like that. Dune is actually pretty good. But in fact, the Dune series is actually very good for understanding geopolitics. Hey, what's up, Marcus? Nerdy what? Yeah, because there's a whole big reason for that, man. Basically, the seat of power is changing. So um, the rest of the world's actually caught up to the West. So they're gonna struggle. They're gonna struggle. They don't have the same privilege that they used to have. It's gonna change. And plus, they're uh, what we call white Anglo-Saxon or that Nordic white uh, European white. It's going to fade because their numbers are dwindling. So they have to import and mix. So they're going to be just as mixed as everybody else in a minute. No, I don't. No, not really. You know what? The thing is that you can't stop men from running over there to their channels. Okay. And the one thing I can say about them, even though they're gynocrats, at least they try to be fair. Okay, they try to be fair. They're not on this feminist bullshit to where they're not going to listen to you, or they're not going to, they're going to give you some kind of rhetoric like Cynthia G or the rest of them, right? Okay, they one thing I do like about them is they are who they are. Okay, they are black women. They don't apologize for it. They're going to tell you exactly what they think, whether you like them or not, and that's why they're good to actually go over and talk to, so you know what you're dealing with. Okay, because they fudge sometimes, but most of the time they won't lie. Okay, they will actually react the way that they feel. Okay, what they're thinking. As we have a lot of chicks in the red pill space, that because they want to attract men, they're gonna fudge or they might pretend. Okay, the breakdown will not pretend. Okay, so if you want to go hear women talk, and a lot of guys do, go over there. As a man think it is fine, but it's for adults. I wouldn't give it to a high schooler. At least not as an entry point. Four agreements is where I would start. Because you can get into some pretty esoteric stuff, but I would start there. There's a lot of 9F high quality complementary channel. Yeah. To Dune. Yeah. But I would start with Dune because the books, not necessarily the movies, but the books, because it was actually written as a coming of age story, almost like Actually, Dune is the forerunner of Star Wars, so it's written in that vein. It's not written for it's written for young adults. Most of those girls were either private schools like Bernard, yeah, Bernard's Queen of Angels. Because I went to Westchester, Salty Balls, so Bernard's was right down the street. Or they go to St. Michael's or something like that. So yeah, your privilege does. AB, what's up? I'm gonna drop the link in like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. If I start finish answering questions. Monty Williams, Miss from Phoenix. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the price you pay when you have a championship quality team that gets bounced out of the playoffs. So yeah, your head will roll. Well, because some people do, some people don't. The thing is, the guys that want to hear, you have a lot of guys that really want to hear a woman's opinion. Okay, that really do, and you see them as soon as they open up their channel. You see guys run over there to talk to them. So you can't stop them. So at least give them some women that will actually tell them the truth. Oh yeah, Clubhouse, man. Well, because it's unknown. Yeah, black women lie, man. They lie, and they're frustrated because United States dollar slowly but surely going. Yeah, de-dollarization was it's coming. Yeah, yep, that's true. That's true. But I already knew that. It's been going through that. Uh, and this is just COVID, and what's going on now has actually accelerated that spot. In fact, the actually UK, the Brits are actually pissed about it because they're getting killed over there with that inflation. Man, they are really going through it over there. They you have British people stealing food, man. That's how bad it's getting over there. Michael by Dan Lion Jones. Okay, I don't know who that is. Oh, Michael Pearl by Dan. If you really want to get into if you really want to get into propaganda, go. There's a book called Father of Spin. That's talking about Edward Bernays. Okay, who's the originator? He actually learned it from Freud, how to control minds. It just depends on what you want to teach them. The thing is, you want a base of where to start. Okay, you got to have a base. So you don't want to get into books that are too esoteric. United Drills of America. Okay, whatever that is. Yeah, Princes of Mars. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Starship Troopers is actually a pretty good book from Heinlein. You're here for the SBE. Okay. All right. Got all that red on, man. I'm in LA, man. That red means something here. So you got all that red on. I would say really either. I would say Hondas are more dependable. They probably have the best engines, but either. If you want to save more gas, I would say a Civic, but I would say Honda Civic. I would lean toward Honda Civic. Um, Better engines. Uh oh, that's where Trevor Reeves went. Okay, man, Trevor Reeves needs to retire. Man, he should have saved his money, but I guess he got to pay child support. I have not read The Ways of the Superior Man. Okay, I have not. It doesn't even. I don't think it would even interest me unless there's some reason I should read it. And the world. But if we're gonna talk about SBE, one of the things if I when I open it up, ain't gonna be no beef, ain't gonna be no screaming. Okay. If you come over here and scream, come in and holler and clown, okay, you're gonna get dropped. I'm gonna say that right up front. And uh when I tolerated it a little bit on the Coliseum, if you guys knew each other and it was like late at night, like you like it's like 3 o'clock, like 2 o'clock in the morning, ain't nobody up, right? And you guys know each other, you guys a score to settle. I would give you like 30 minutes, but even in the Coliseum, we didn't do all that screaming and hollering. Okay, was very little of that. Was there some? Yeah, but you guys try to make it. It could. Uh, I wouldn't start it. That would be a starter for me as a young man, as a teenager. I wouldn't start it there. It would be something I would do a little later. Dark psychology. You know what? The best book I would actually get is the Lucifer Principle. Um, it's probably a better book because what's his name? He was actually into that, and he actually was into the he's actually a scientist that actually went into media, and actually he was actually helped manage Michael Jackson and a couple of others, right? So he was into rock and roll. He was into this kind of stuff. He's into this esoteric kind of stuff, right? So uh, he's actually pretty good at that kind of at this kind of esoteric stuff, especially as far as mine. And basically, Lucifer Principles is actually one of the better books um, to actually read about how things actually work. So I would actually go there first. Oh, college age. Well, that's different. College age, then it depends on what you want to teach the person. Okay, depends on what you want to teach the person. You can get into the discourses from Livy. Um, you can get into the civilization series, um, but those are thicker books. If you want to understand geopolitics, I would start with always with Quigley. With Quigley's two books, uh, s- uh, civilizations, and uh, and then tragedy and hope. If you want to get him into esoteric series as far as young men, okay, I would get into before anything. I would say the origin and evolution of religion, hands down. You want to understand all the esoteric symbols and stuff like that, and get them into that. That's the book to read. That's the first book to read. Depends on what you want to teach them. Depends on what you're trying to teach them. So when you get into college age, what are you trying to teach? Where are you trying to lead them? And what are you trying to get across to them? If it's just basic knowledge, okay, any of those books, then you can get into Stolen Legacy. You can get into uh, the African civilizations. You can get into how Europe basically wrote the Walter Rodney series. You can get a whole bunch of books after that. Depends on which path you want to take them. Once you get into college, once you get to the basics, then what path do they want to go? And that's where you decide what books you actually want to lead them down. Depends on what you want them to lead, what you want them to know, okay, and what they want to know, because it gets rather wide from there. Ah, but if you want to understand the basis of females, right? The basis of men and women. Lucifer Prince is probably the best one because I've gone through that book over and over again. If you wanted them to understand themselves sexually, two books, right? The Alchemy of Love and Lust by Teresa Crenshaw and the Multi-Orgasmic Male by Montauk Chia. Best two books about sex and hormones and male female relationships, right? As far as from the biological standpoint, best two books still to this day. Okay, you want to get into more esoteric stuff, then that's different. Okay, where do you want to go? You want to go understand women, especially for the psychologically. Okay, esoterically, probably what's her name? Uh, White people don't heal, and that is God. I'm having a brain fart right now. Uh, Carolyn Mace. Carolyn Mace, Why People Don't Heal. If you're trying to want to deal with women esoterically, psychologically, that first. If you want to deal with them from the black side, then it's also the black man's guide to the black woman. Okay. If you want to get into that, get into the ISIS papers. Okay. You There's lots of branches. It depends on where you want to lead these people. Okay. Where do you want them to go? Anyway, SB is just kind of sign language is okay. Sign language originally, and shout out to Yana Van Zant. A discussion I had with Yana Van Zant. She was actually being interviewed by a friend of mine, and I asked her about what was wrong with women, and we came to the conclusion the three things wrong with women is shame, okay, guilt, and they covered up with what they need to be right. That's what you see with Ebony Williams, right? Okay, she's ashamed of how of the predicament that her mother put in, right? She was guilty, she's covering up her mother's guilt about not marrying her father or telling her that woman who her father was, right? Okay. And basically, what did she cover it up with? The need to be right. Now, Kevin actually put the I in it, okay, because that's how women project that that feeling that they have. What about this chat? What is the chat doing? Lester Keys. There's a lot of different books you can actually read. Okay, that the richest man from Babylon. There's a lot of different books you can actually read. Okay, Think and Grow Rich. There's a lot of books you can read. Okay, it just depends on what you want. What are you trying to give them? Because once you get there, then it branches out pretty widely. Branches out very widely. Okay, if we want to understand our current predicament, right? You're gonna have to read the social contract, right? Uh, you gotta have to read Locke. You're gonna have to read Rousseau and what's the other? Forget his other guy. Okay, you got to understand that. Okay, to understand how this culture is actually built. To understand this culture, and actually understand um, the philosophy that this culture is actually built on. Okay, that's how come um, the Civilization book series is actually really good by Durant, and I haven't really read them all. I just read a couple of them: The Life of Greece and basically what is it, Caesar and Christ. If you want to understand the United States and a lot of stuff that we still go through, even down to the transsexuals, okay, if you read Caesar and Christ, you'll understand it because this stuff has been around for a very long time. But you start to understand things. Just depends what you want them to understand. Anyhow, let me go ahead and drop this link and get this show on the road because at some point the old man will have to go to bed. So, so I'm going to do this, and you guys can start to come up. Scholars, yeah, scholars, Bacon, Hobbes, Rousseau, Burke. The thing is, one thing I like uh, about the story of Civilization by uh, Durant, right? He explains the life, just not just what they wrote, but the thing is the environment that they were in, okay? How they lived, who they were, how they grew up, the environment that they're in, and why they thought how they thought, okay? Why they thought how they thought. Like this current thing about transsexuals, right? Okay, if you read Caesar and Christ, uh, Caesar Augustus, when he first took over from Julius Caesar, right? He took over. What first thing he did was cancel the practice of actually castrating little boys and making them wives. Okay, so those were the first transsexuals. They were making eunuchs out of little boys and selling them off as women for rich men. That's like all this transsexual stuff. This stuff, this underage stuff, has actually been there for a long time. It's actually the desires of very wealthy men to acquire certain taste. Okay, this stuff has been here for a very long time. Y'all can jump in anytime.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. No 8 hour.
All
No,
right.
we ain't doing 8 hours tonight, Laverius. I don't think the old brain cells can't take that anymore. Okay.
Oh boy.
No, I mean,
Oh,
I was gonna wait to see what some folks had to say about the SBE
SBE.
stuff.
Well, if they want to
Yeah.
talk about it, man, because I don't know why it keeps circulating. Because as much as they talk about it, it's not well defined about what their theory and
Well,
philosophy
there
is.
is
oh, you mean
so there. Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. You mean soy boy error or whatever they call
No,
Well,
themselves?
no, what I'm saying is, I'm gonna, I want them to actually do it seriously. In other words, what is the theory? What's your philosophy about it? What do you mean? And what goals are you trying to come up with? And why do you think this is going to work?
so I'm about to let me set the tone real quick because
Okay,
if people ain't up here, I'll at least say it. There is a the reason why it's vague, and even I don't know if Ramil came up with it or Ty City. That's it's one of them. That's where it
okay,
comes from.
all right,
And even when Marcus keep it 100 as Ty City explain it, you're
yeah.
not supposed to explain. You can't. You're not supposed to use the phrase to explain something. But the
What?
point is, he even no. He said something like SBE is when men talk to women and they engage in SBE. I've got the video. I just don't want to play it because it
Oh, oh,
makes it
oh,
look dumb. But
okay,
my point is that there's two reasons for it. There is the real reason, and there is what they try to sell it as.
okay.
So what they try
So
to sell it
what?
as,
Okay,
what they try to sell it as men is what you said before. Men, whoever the chat person said, that men are trying to explain, shame women, explain things to them to
uh
for
huh.
the idea, the goal to getting women to change so they can become wives. Kind of like turning a hoe into a housewife or turning a bad black woman into a good woman if you just talk them down off the stuff that they're on. That
Okay,
is something that some of the purple pill guys do, but not even all of them do. And it's definitely not something that the red pill guys engage in.
okay,
And it originally started coming up as to define what Kevin Samuels was doing, which is not what he was doing, by the way. But the real reason for it, and this is my opinion, and I'll stand on this, it's really just an excuse to attack people you have an issue with. Because if you look at actually where that stuff gets thrown at, it's always the same people. Apparently, I'm an SBE guy. It's thrown at you. It's thrown at
okay,
Kevin. It's always magically thrown at people that somebody has a beef with,
okay,
not necessarily the purple pill guys like the Lapeef Network or
okay,
Obie Allen or the guys that are talking. It's never that. It's
okay,
because it's a whole bunch of black YouTube, but it's
okay,
always designed to attack the black manosphere in particular. So when you
okay,
have BGS for women, it's like, oh, that's SBE, as if you're trying to convince these women to change. Versus that's not what's going on. But that's how it's sold. That's
okay,
why all these dudes. So when say this, I'm done. So what's happened is you have all these dudes where they're repeating it like gang signs.
okay,
They don't even know what they're, and that's been admitted, by the way, by I've heard Ty City say that, where these dudes just going around really spamming folks because they don't know, because it hasn't been explained, except you people give people, they only can know it by personalities, not by actually saying, okay, go to YouTube and bring me something that's SBE that ain't got nothing to do with the black manosphere, anybody in black manosphere. These guys can't do it
they
because
can't do it.
it's
No. Okay,
defined as attacking people. And that's why I
okay,
don't respect it. Anyway.
okay. Hey, I
And
just
I dare somebody come up here and tell me that's what it, I dare
be-
somebody come up here and say that's not what it is.
because I know it keeps circulating, and and basically keep circulating without an explanation, without a clear cut explanation. It doesn't make sense to me. So, that's why I said
No, yeah,
yeah.
it's the
And we
idea of us hoping black women are going to change, which
okay.
So
that's
So,
not
some
anybody in.
some guys do, hoping black women will change. And,
Well, we're talking about content creators that engage in basically having women on in order to change them. And the reality is, for the most part, a lot of the guys in the space don't even have women on their stuff like that.
okay,
So it's kind of like, so first things first is you really got to be talking. Now they'll try to act like you don't have to talk to women, but every example they try to make, it's you actually talking to women. Again, if you want to know what it is, what they trying to have it to be, Kevin Samuels is like literally the example. And my thing is, he wasn't trying to change women.
no, he
He was
wasn't.
trying to let them know this is what you want, this is what you
What
qualify for.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. He's just,
And this is why. This is
This is
what
why.
these guys want. You can
Yeah.
change or not, but it is what it is. And you
It was-
saw that because he was giving it examples of if you don't want to do this is who you need to get with,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you can be an executive wife.
Or he's the first one to say what? Buy a dog and die alone.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
argument, but the argument is made that he went, and by the way, he didn't go up there. They called into his show.
Yeah.
So it's not like he went and sought these women out. So again, it's just another way of saying, oh, you talk to women. We're just going to label that something so we can just have an excuse to make videos about you without being called a hater. Because
Yeah.
number one rule of black men when it comes to hating is they go out of their way in order to not make it look like they're hating, because they don't want to seem like they're a hater, because that's weak sauce in the black community. So what happens is Jason Black does it too. They will
Yeah.
create all of this dust in
Yeah.
order. It's like a magic trick, like the fucking Prestige.
They'll
They'll
throw
do
rock
so you're not paying attention to the why.
in
Exactly.
other words.
What's up, fellas?
Here's what it is.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm actually going to have to
going
push
on?
back against what y'all saying about SBE.
Well, explain it.
So SBE was coined by Ramil and Ty City, obviously, that being shame, blame, and explain. And it
Okay.
is elucidating a point of a
Mhm.
direction that the manosphere is winning to from. Instead of focusing on men and healing men's issues and teaching men the game, you're going to try to red pill and aggrandize and give women tools to become quote unquote better. And I think that is a waste of time.
No. The thing. Okay. What is? Okay. Well, if we're talking to men and not talking to women, talking to men, right? Okay. And men are having this because this is what men actually ask for, right? My girl does this. What do I do? Why did she do this? Why did she do that? Okay. How do I actually qualify a woman? Why did she say this? How do I actually respond to a woman that says this? Okay. That's what it is.
I'd
We're
say
not talking
some
about-
men do that. Not a lot.
Okay. Well, give us an example. Since
I'll
you're
give
up
you
here.
an example. The previous Manosphere, so Manosphere 1.0, they were talking about how to deal and interface with women, but the onus was on men.
Right
Instead
with
of-
you to take your order. Come check out Domino's brand new Pizza
Uh-oh.
Theater store design. Where our team
I got him.
Oh,
I got him. The previous Manosphere did what?
they were mainly focusing on the men improving and learning how to navigate the situation. They did they did call out women and criticize them, of course. And I'm not saying that
Did they not interface with women? Because you go back and because you got a 1.0 guy right here called Edward, right? He was there.
Well, I wasn't a content creator in 1.0, but I was definitely a listener. And I can tell you, as the top dudes like SWP,
yes,
he would definitely fit that bill.
Yes.
Of what you're talking about with SBE.
Well,
and he was one of the more known dudes. And then Solon Black is who actually read me into the Black Manosphere.
Yes.
And Solon Black was kind of back and forth about it, but Solon Black was more on team fuck them chips, they never gonna change. Which is why, I gravitated more towards him. But he's actually, I found him before I even found BGS. He's actually how I found SWP, and him and SWP went at it. So this is what I'm saying. And Ramil wasn't even in 1.0 like that, not like that. So
we can tell on Edward's private telegram, we got 5 guys who were part of 1.0. They actually coached me up on this stuff. So a lot of you guys, what you guys said about 1.0 is not true.
It actually
and by the way,
is true, though. I give you this. I give you this, brother.
So who's your favorite 1.0 guy? Who's your favorite?
I would say Stardust, because Stardust and many others were talking about the wall of silence and indifference.
Stardust is what is white and Manosphere. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
It doesn't count. Oh, okay.
No, because the Black Manosphere is not associated with the white one. So now we get hit with Jason Black talking about we trying to be coons. That's Darius. So if you want the white Manosphere, or you want, let's say you want to be black and kind of be closer to that, away from the Black Manosphere, but not quite, Jada Black is your guy. Or if you want to be directly in there, Coach Greg Adams, Darius MGTOW. And by the way, Darius MGTOW co-signs. I know you didn't say nothing about me, so let me be fair to that. But Darius MGTOW is in my chat. He comes in my chat once a week. He donates. He co-signs what I do.
Because he does the same thing.
Guess what Ibmores were before they became.
No, he doesn't. He does MGTOW content. I don't do MGTOW content.
No. Guess what Ibmores were before
content.
Guess what Ibmores were before they became Ibmores?
Well, MRAs.
MGTOWs. Okay,
MGTOWs.
MGTOWs. And then,
Was
guess what?
Adagon Forrest though?
Yeah,
Was he
yeah,
SBE?
yes.
Hold on,
No,
BG. Hold on, BG.
okay.
Hold on, BG. I don't mean to cut you off, but he said something under his tongue.
I tried
You
to
said
slip it in
Hold
because
on, hold
y'all
on,
No, no,
like
no.
to talk about
hold
it.
on.
So I'm gonna say
Hey,
no, don't do that.
Edward,
You said
Edward, calm down, okay? Don't get
because I
excited.
want to get clear. He
Okay.
said Darius McTowell does SBE content. How does Darius McTowell do SBE content?
All the videos about how modern women are this and this and that, that's SBE content.
That's called raising awareness. That's not SBE.
But we've been raising awareness for 15 years, brother. So how long we got to keep doing it?
No. We're raising awareness for Black men. And by the way, there's always new people coming into this space. This is why when people do expose their videos,
finish up, okay? Finish up, Edward, real quick, because I actually want him to talk. I want to get into and explain what SBE is and what real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead, Edward. You got 3 minutes. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes.
Like I said in my original statement, it is a universal attack mechanism that when you really don't have anything, you just charge it up to the SBE commentary. And then most of y'all don't even, the fact that you brought up a Caucasian, because y'all are not in the white manosphere. Ramil don't interact with them white boys, nor does Ty City. It doesn't matter. They came up with it. And you're representing that, because just like how we all listen to different people, but they came up with it and they don't interact with those people. So my point is, when you bring up Jerry, that's why I asked you, give me an example, because what you're doing is you're waiting for me to say people and charge it up to SBE versus I'm asking you now. Give me a couple of people.
Let it for you.
Don't let me.
Hold on. You don't have to go back and forth. There's plenty of time to talk.
Okay.
My apologies.
This is what I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear BGS and me name people just off conversation and you saying they SBE. I want you to give me. I want you to demonstrate to me that you can actually tell me who. Give me a couple examples of SBE dudes that without us bringing up names and you just saying they SBE.
Okay. All right. Now, what
That's
I want
what I'm looking for. So when I say a name, they don't count.
Edward, stop for a second. All right. Okay. I don't want to take everybody down. So I'm trying to keep this. That's why I put it. I want you to explain to me what it is and what you're trying to accomplish. Okay. Now go ahead.
All right. So with SBE, like I said, I did not invent the term, but I appreciate its harkening back to.
We know who invented the term. We know the guys. Okay.
Yeah.
What is it? Okay. What is it? Harkening back to 1.0. 1.0 did what? Okay.
1.0 did both. They both criticized women and bolstered men's positions, but the focus was more so on the men's positions. So that's why I like SB or the anti-SB.
So in other words, and guess what? Did they not engage with women?
Yes,
a lot.
A lot is. It depends.
Go back and listen to those. What is it? Blog Talk. Radio, right? Things, okay?
I'll say not in the same way. I'll say not in the same way that we're doing now. Like what Kevin did, for example. I don't think they were doing that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, now we get into Kevin. What did Kevin actually do? And why did he do
it? That's a huge conversation, but let's start from here.
I know exactly why, because guess who put him on that mission?
You.
Yeah.
I remember. I was here.
So in other words, what was Kevin originally doing before he actually even started talking to women?
He was doing style and men's general life advice.
General life advice to improve whom?
Men.
Men. What kind of men?
Black men in particular. I would say black men of a certain earning potential.
Earning potential. In other words, basically, let's call a spade a spade. Edwards, it's called educated lames, right? That you guys used to call educated lames. Remember that? Invented.
I don't know about you guys, but okay.
I'm talking about you guys in general as part of the Black Manosphere. I don't know where you fit in this, right? Educated Lanes War started when I first came onto the Black Manosphere, right? Big war started by who? SWP 1.0. Okay, the Educated Lane Wars. Okay, and a lot of these guys were socially, could have been socially awkward, socially regressed, as I call it, right? That's what he came in for. Style them up, give them the social graces so they can actually be happy and get with the women they don't want to get with. That's what they want. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's what he's there for, right? So why did he switch over to talking to women? What do you think?
Well, he admitted it several times because the men weren't paying him enough. He felt
Nope.
unappreciated.
Nope.
That's not it.
Nope. Guess he had
Okay.
this big group of what we call high value men, okay, that elevated themselves, improved themselves, and guess what they didn't have that they wanted?
Wives.
Wives. So
The men was his principal donators, by the way, on his
and
channel.
still even on his channel, there still was men.
Yeah, with the women. I mean, those are the ones dropping the money. The women just donated AdSense to do attention.
In other words, so guess why he started talking to the women? He started qualifying what? Women for what?
Marriage. But
Marriage.
This is the thing, my brother.
Mhm.
He was hooking up some of these awkward men with women who are beyond the pale, long in the tooth, so to speak. And the argumentation, which is the problem with the SBE, the argumentation is, okay, what can a woman do to be better instead of what can a man do to not even pick that low quality woman?
What did he call women that were beyond long in the tooth? What did he call them that they got mad about?
I don't remember. He had a lot
leftover women past 35. They didn't qualify. Remember,
fair enough.
And he called it the danger zone when you was like 27 to 33.
Yeah, with 27 to 33. Remember that?
And that's fine. Yes, I remember.
No. So in other words, you were not accurate. I want you to be accurate. Okay.
No, that's accurate. I mean, there's only so many ways you can slice. I'm trying to get to the core of what's going on.
So what is long in the tooth that you want to call?
He's old. Just old.
Oh, what?
So he's right. I'm not saying he's wrong on that.
No. Be accurate. What age is long in the tooth?
For me, I would say 25 plus.
25 plus. Is that accurate in the United States?
I don't give a fuck about the United States like
that.
I'm talking about men. We're talking about what men's standards are for themselves. 25 signals a decrease in fertility with the eggs.
Nigga, is that even Ramil's entire city state?
I'm not talking about Ramil's entire city.
What I'm saying in America is that the standard?
No, it's not. Well, but you got to factor in most Americans are not like that.
I know. I don't give a fuck what you think, right? Okay.
Okay. All right.
United States, okay. As you say, I don't give a fuck, right?
All right.
In the United States, where we at? What's the average age of a black woman getting married in the United States now?
What's the average age of a white woman?
35, 30, 35?
No, 29. What's
29? The average age of a white woman? If we talking about all women, because let's just say we ain't about just dating black women.
Now what the fuck?
I don't know about that.
Now what is SBE? What is?
What do you mean? What is SBE?
What is it? No,
shame, blame, and explain.
No. What is it? That's
talking to women, trying to get women to act better.
Okay.
When they don't care and they know about what they're doing wrong.
Who asked for that?
What do you mean? Who asked for that?
Who asked for it? Did the people that actually go to those shows and go to do these content creators, do they ask for that?
I'm having a hard time understanding that part.
In other words, if you open a store, okay, what do you sell people? What do you sell people? You open a store. Go into business. What do you sell people? Okay.
Let the record show. I can definitely be quiet if I need.
What they want to buy. Okay. Edward can tell you. Content creators can tell you. The people your content is shaped by the people that come to you.
No, what did he drop off? Yeah, he's like I said. He's a typical. Like I said, man.
No,
because
he's having a problem with his device. Okay.
Okay, so that's cool, fine. But like I said, that's why I wanted to say what I wanted to say initially, and I'm glad I did. Because you notice how he keeps saying SBE, and whenever you ask him,
I didn't say that.
In other words, I've listened to 1.0 content, right? Okay, they did the same shit just at a lower level. Same shit, didn't change.
Not to the same degree though, BGS. We have to admit that. We have to admit there was a shift after 2017 when you started seeing more of the women do this instead of men.
2.0 is older. 2.0 is older than that. But no. The thing about with this idea,
that's not what I'm saying.
What shift was there? Because we were doing the same shit. I'm one of them content creators. What shift was there?
First off, we see women's channels popping up. We see a lot of let's have the conversation topics. Let's have
It
the
was women's
conversation
channel
Hold
at
on,
panel.
hold on, hold on
1.0.
there.
It was going. No, hold on now. I understand it was going on, but my point is it increased in the frequency. That's the thing I'm talking about.
Why you think it increased in the frequency?
Because men want to talk to these women.
No, it's the thing. How big was 1.0?
I couldn't quantify it. It was
Very
small.
Tiny. What happens when we get more people in?
Of course, they want to do different things.
No. What happens when we get more people in? The frequency is going to do what?
It's going to increase, obviously.
Increase. In other words, as you become more popular, okay, just like MGTOW did, right? That's what's going to happen. It's going to increase.
And what happened?
And what happened?
We got a lot of people who aren't really familiar with the base and the core movement, and they're not understanding the lore, so they come in and put their preconceived notions in there and make problems.
Hold a second. As far as the lore, whose problem is that? If 1.0, aren't they still alive?
Some of them are. Some of them left.
Aren't they still alive?
But that's not why they left, by the way.
Ed, stop. I won't have to drop you. Stop.
See, we got the attack dog ready to kill.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna drop you. Keep that up, okay?
All right, dude.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I told him to be quiet. I told him to pipe down, didn't I? I can actually control my own board, okay? My own panel, okay?
No problem.
In other words, it was tiny, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When I got in 2014, 2015, shit was tiny. It's actually broken up. Where was it?
What do you mean? Where was it? On YouTube and forums?
Where's 1.0? Where was it?
On YouTube, on forums.
On forum. The forums are gone. I actually asked these people, where's your stuff? I ask them all the time, where's your shit? Well, it was on a server, got destroyed. Okay.
Didn't they do YouTube videos about it though?
How many are still left?
I couldn't personally quantify it, but
all the channels were actually destroyed, but actually taken off of YouTube. Where's the stuff at?
I mean, we see some of them talking about it. We see Xanatos Clutch pop up. We see some of these other guys pop up.
Xanatos has no problem with what we're doing. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I talked to Xanatos. Xanatos was on my one of the people that actually originally on my Coliseum. Who else?
Adagon.
Adagon's gone. But Adagon, I'm an Ibmore. Adagon recruited me. Okay. What about him?
He doesn't necessarily, from what I heard, because we can listen to brothers like General Tito, and they'll tell you, because they speak to Adagon as well, and he'll tell you, hey, well, this is not really what he was talking about.
What was he talking about then?
Indifference. Even if it was Ibmore, it was from a different perspective than trying to get the women to do something.
In other words, any movement is shaped by who? The people that come to it, right?
Yes, but is that good all the time?
Yes.
It is.
What problems are you trying to solve?
It depends. It depends because you know the new people want to solve a different problem than the old people.
You got to give me something specific. Not it depends.
I'll give you a specific. Okay, the old people wanted a parity in the legal system and a change, a shift in the society tone towards men. The new people, which a lot of them are men, like in the case of Kevin Samuels, men who are not really prolific with women. These men just want to access. They want an access point to women, and they'll do anything to get it.
And some do. Guess what? Guess what has shifted over the past? I would say the past 5 years, as far as the manosphere and black manosphere. Okay, all over the world, the tone, how you see men.
How has it shifted?
How has it shifted? Do you read?
Yes, I do, but I'm looking at your opinion.
In other words, you ever heard a guy called Richard Reeves?
Okay, what about him?
Have you read him? Have you heard of him?
I've heard of him, but I haven't read his stuff. But I would like to hear your opinion, is what I'm saying.
In other words, feminism has gone too far. We have to pay more attention to what men and boys, right?
Yeah.
We have to shift feminism and reform it, right? To make it.
I don't know about reforming, but
well, that's what he's saying.
These are their words. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay. These are their words.
Mainstream.
Mainstream. Yeah.
Got you.
Brookings Institute.
Got you. Okay. Continue. My bad.
In other words, 50-50 laws are going around all the states. Okay. The
paternity testing.
Paternity testing. Okay. the ending of no fault divorce, the reform of no fault divorce in Texas. I think that's a shift, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would, but that's all fine and dandy, and I actually support these things. But how does speaking to women about how they're fucking up translate and equate to that?
You're
What
not
you guys
speaking
think?
to you're not speaking to women. You're speaking to men. Okay. Okay.
How?
And who's listening?
Let me
Okay.
know when I can jump in.
And also, guess who 55% of the voters are in the United States are?
Obviously women. But
Okay.
this is the thing. Are you fixing their mentality by telling them all these stats and dropping how they, they fucked the society over, how they aborted babies and whatnot?
Let me ask you this: if you go argue in front of Congress or go argue in front of a lawmaker, what are they actually going to ask for? What are they going to ask for?
Obviously, they're going to ask for stats, but I'm saying we're not talking about Congress. We're talking about women.
So our channel is designed to talk to women, or who? Talk to who?
If you ask my personal opinion, I would say now it's designed to talk to women, or men about women, I should say.
In other words, we have to talk to men about women. Why? Those are laws you're trying to change, right?
But yeah, but I'm not seeing
who are you trying to interact with? Other men?
No, we're not trying to do that. I think that's
so if you're talking to men,
wrong assumption.
If you talk to men about laws about relationships, okay, you have to talk about whom?
Of course, you have to talk about the women, but this is the thing, BGS. You don't talk about it all the time. You talk about, okay, well, the women 20%, but then the other percentage.
What else
you
you
talk about?
What else you talk about?
You tell the men, hey, well, brothers, how about you control your sexuality? What I'm saying is you direct it. So instead of dealing with a hood chick that's, gonna fuck you over, why don't you deal with a different type of woman?
You're still talking about
women.
It's not talking about women, though, from the perspective of what you guys are saying. It's the onus on the men changing his mindset.
Okay, what kind of women should you avoid?
Which is raising awareness. Oh my God, dude!
Edward, we already, bro, you don't understand that, bro. We already did that. We've done these things. We have the video laws. We have the video laws. We've talked about this. You guys talk about this a lot.
Basically, he was there.
So was I. Shit, a lot of us were.
Not please jump in here since 2016. No, because you don't sound like it.
I don't sound like
you sound like you kind of you leaning on what BGS is saying. Go ahead, say it. I'm gonna piggyback on it.
That's not what I'm letting him speak.
All right. Dude, I talk to these guys all the time. Okay. I've been talking to these guys for 8 years. Okay. Y'all don't have shit. Okay. Be blunt about it. Y'all didn't do very much.
We didn't do very much.
No, at one point I didn't do very much.
Okay.
They didn't.
So, okay, let's compare that to
how many PhDs did one point I bring in?
I don't know any, but it doesn't really matter because the laws are not really shifting.
Yes, it does.
It's not really shifting though, BG.
How do you? It's pointed like three points.
Okay, you see the laws in Texas, but I'll give you another example in Texas. You see with the Steven Crowder episode, how he's getting raked through the coals in Texas. Does that not prove that the Texas laws are still biased against men?
Guess what they're calling the reform in no fault divorce? Guess what they're calling it?
What do they call it?
Steven Crowder law.
Are they passing it? Is it passed yet?
Oh man, you want a utopia?
I don't want to. Come on, bro.
I'm looking for Jesus.
So you're saying it can't happen? Is that
no? But I'm
Edward,
he's slow walking it.
Stop right now. I won't have to drop you. Stop.
All right, I'll be back when this bullshit is done.
No. If you have to do that, fine. You got to make sense, man. Okay. How do you get laws passed?
You get laws passed by spreading awareness, but you don't emotionally pander to a set of men to change the law, though, BGS. I don't think so. No, you don't.
How did feminism get passed?
Feminism got passed by getting everybody on code with that. And, yes, it was emotionalism, but it was to women.
How about civil rights?
You had to tangle the emotional curtain tails of the people.
Yep.
By the way, BGS, how you doing this evening?
It was going on. The thing is, you know what? I'm not teaching class today. All right, I'm teaching class today. Go back and do your homework.
I gotta ask this
No,
question
no, no,
real
no, no,
quick.
no, no.
Oh my
Hold on,
God.
no.
No,
Go
I
back.
mean, I was asking it for you,
Go back.
BGS.
Go back to any movement. Okay, any movement. Okay,
Okay.
even the current ones. Okay, was there not any emotion in it? Where?
No, there was emotion. We're not arguing with that. We're
How?
saying is the main focal point
How,
emotion, though.
how long did it take you to get civil rights passed? How
Took
long
quite
did
a
it take?
bit. It took
How
quite a
long?
bit of time. But this is the
200
thing, though.
years.
We're not teaching men how to move in a certain manner. We're instead trying to talk to
we
these
are.
women, though.
Yes,
No,
we
we
are.
aren't.
Yes, we are. Prove it. Are we
Prove it.
not? Yes.
Okay,
Are
I'll
we
give
not?
you an example.
Okay.
The Pearly debacle.
What about it?
We can go into that.
What about the Pearly
I
debacle?
remember you saying, brother, you said that Pearly can go and speak to white lawmakers on our behalf.
Who is putting Pearly up? Is it us?
It's definitely not us, and
Who
it's
is it?
definitely not the
Who
people
is it?
that we think.
Who is it?
We don't know. Pearly putting herself up.
Yes, we do know.
Who is it then? Who is
The elites actually pulling Pearly up, right? Ben Shapiro's group. Okay.
Okay, I can agree with that. I didn't want to go there, but okay.
Now, why are they doing this? Why do you think they're doing this? Since you know so much.
It's a distraction.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Have you not noticed the infiltration of the Manosphere with a lot of strange people talking about certain issues?
The thing is, the thing is, what are they trying to do with Pearly? What do you think they're trying to do with her?
Personally, I think they tried and they failed. They tried to galvanize a how do you say this? A white savior to get the niggas in a honeypot. That's
No,
what
it has nothing to do with niggas.
I disagree with that.
Okay, prove it. Okay.
Well, we can see that even though she has a channel of 1 million people, her numbers are pretty ass. And this all happened after the Sarah Garvey explosion and the rest of these things.
Sarah,
what does that tell us?
What has Sarah Garvey said about Pearly and about what's going on behind the scenes?
He pretty much said that she was doing some bullshit, but this is what I'm saying.
She said that Kevin Samuels actually opened up what? A vacuum, right? His death caused a vacuum.
I mean, does that not speak to what I just said?
In other words, why do you think they put Andrew Tate in prison, in jail? Why do you think they arrested him?
Spectacle.
No.
Yeah, it is spectacle.
No, it's not.
BGS, bro. Do you know that his father was a federal informant?
His father was Air Force personnel, okay?
His father was also selling hoes.
He's also a spy.
Exactly. What does that mean? That means he worked for the government.
No, he worked for not
He
here.
worked for the government either way.
Yeah.
So that's my point, though. I was saying, like, the space has been infiltrated with these people.
Wait a minute.
Okay, no, hold on a second. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it was, man. I actually proven right. Andrew Tate was actually radicalizing white men, okay, not black men, white men, okay.
To do what?
They want to put Pearly in that spot, okay. They want to put her in that spot. They want to tame down white boys because white boys have had enough. All over
That's
the world.
An interesting perspective, considering her main audience was black.
Go study it, okay?
I mean, her main audience was black.
Go study it. No, it wasn't.
So yeah, it was. Yes, it was.
No, it's still not. No, it's not.
Okay, I'm so confused on this because everybody already acknowledged Pearly's not a part of this space.
A couple people said it. Obsidian said it. Obsidian is a godfather.
She said she was not. She never was. She said she
never was a part of this.
Obsidian said it for.
All the white boys all said she never was.
Okay? It doesn't matter.
First and foremost,
it doesn't matter. Anyway,
first and foremost,
Obsidian said she was a part of it. What does that mean?
Can another man get a word in?
No,
my bad, Charles. Go ahead.
No, number one. I even told people military science dictates she's an ally. You don't have to coerce or pay, which is great. If she speaks the talking points to an audience that we cannot reach, good shit. Now, she's never been a part of this space. Nobody who's a part of this space will tell you that. And trust me, and if Obsidian said it, I'm gonna tell you he's wrong.
Well, he said it.
Then on top of that, when she had homeboy, that Hispanic dude up there, that proved that she's not a part of this damn space.
Well, this is the thing,
Okay.
brothers. You had a lot of people. Oh, go
can
ahead.
I
My bad.
finish,
My bad.
please?
No, my apologies. My apologies.
Thank you. See, a lot of people look at the outside but not investigate the in.
Okay.
She's not there because like BGS said, Andrew Tate was radicalizing white boys and a lot of young boys in general. You had elementary school boys saying and quoting Andrew Tate. Why?
Mhm.
Because no matter how much feminism you can bring, if the men are not on board and the men don't believe in the system, what happens to the system?
Comes down.
Do women hold the system up?
Yes and no,
Or
but no.
Women never held the system up.
Yes and no.
The reason why I say yes and no, because the dudes pander to the women. So
No.
I'm
I'm
Not
gonna answer this.
anymore. Not
I'm gonna
anymore.
answer
not
this.
anymore. Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna answer this. I'm gonna answer you, right?
Yeah, well, you're not reading, man.
If
So let's get
men,
out.
I'm
if
not
men
reading,
get
but
No, you're not
oh,
reading.
my
You're not
eyes
reading. You're
lied
not
to
reading.
me.
one,
Okay, all right.
If
Go ahead.
men,
All right.
if men just get enough money to pay
Okay.
for their homes, their entertainment, which is their TV, game systems, computers, whatever, clothes them, and they get their physical needs met by paying a bitch to not to fuck them, but to leave,
Okay.
and they can pay for it. If they got enough money and they want a kid, they could pay for a surrogate. What power do women hold?
None, but that's not the world we live in.
So they don't
It
hold
is
the
where we.
system.
No, it's not.
Let me give you
It's
a good
definitely
example,
not.
right?
Okay.
Let me give you a good
All right.
example, bro. When
We,
Trump got elected,
we're going to go a little bit
right?
longer, and we're going to let him go because you're not doing a good job
Yeah.
of explaining this.
I'm not doing a
when
good
Trump
job.
got it,
Five
No, no,
against one. All right.
I'm gonna
no,
tell
no.
you
It's not five against one.
Well, it's more
Go
like
ahead.
two now. Okay.
when
Listen,
Trump got elected,
hold on,
right?
there, Charles. Hold on, Sir Charles. I gave you plenty of time to speak.
And I did.
Thank you. So go ahead, Charles.
When Trump got elected, right? I was on the detail
Okay.
because there were supposed to be protests. Did America feel the wrath of women when they got off their jobs and protested Trump being elected?
No.
No, you didn't even notice it. What would happen if men protested because somebody was elected president and got off their jobs? Who holds the most important jobs of holding the system together? Men or women?
Obviously the men. But
So
this is my thing, brothers. I think we got
Hold
into
on
the
a
weeds a
second.
little bit.
No, we're not. You got into the weeds. Look at this, man. Look at that.
I'm
6 out of
going to
10
speak
young-
on that. Let me tell you.
Hold on a second. 6 out of 10
Okay.
young men that are single. There's certain reasons why they're not dating anymore. Okay,
Yes.
they've been talking about this for the last 2 years. Go ahead, Charles.
Yes.
Finish.
So
Okay. So
when men don't believe in the system, remember the reason why they want to tamp down the men, like we talked on my show, BGS. What was the greatest number of boys ever born in the country's history?
Boomers.
The boomers. Did the boomers change the course of the country?
Yes, they did.
And guess what Nixon and a lot of these motherfuckers were saying? We got to tamp these motherfuckers down.
No fault divorce. What was it? What's called abortion.
do you think
Hold on a second. Abortion.
Okay, all right.
You got feminism. You got Title IX. You got all that. Well, female empowerment. You got all that in the 70s. Right after 72. All in a row.
And see, for a lot
Can I
of
go
people
now?
saying that, a lot of
Let
people
Charles finish.
saying that,
Okay.
a
We
lot
keep
of
letting you
people
go. You keep. I keep trying to get answers out of you. Not really giving them. Go ahead.
I mean,
Charles.
I've been answering, but
No, you
just
haven't.
you don't like the answer,
The thing,
BGS.
you're not-
That's what it is. Because I have some questions that I actually wrote down while you guys were going on your spiels. And first off,
you're supposed to explain what SBE
I
is.
did explain
No,
to you
you
what
did
it was.
not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Shame, blame, and explain, constantly trying to advocate women getting better in light of getting men on point.
What did 1.0 do? They did the same shit.
They did it, and it was effective enough to bring you guys in, right?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay, it wasn't. All right. Go ahead though.
Most of the cats that came over from for 2.0, which is Obsidian, which is O'Shea, and which is even Angry Man, right? Okay, MRAs
Okay.
from the white manosphere, right? That's where they came over
right.
from.
All
What the black
right.
manosphere?
Yeah.
Most of the time we didn't even know who you were. Okay, I didn't. Okay, and then I came over from MGTOW. I didn't.
Okay. And let's walk that back right back to that article you posted, some other things. What do you think actually, you know what? You guys have a blessed day. I don't feel like talking about this no more.
All right.
Oh man, you have a good one, man. Because I can hear the.
Nah, don't even Charles. Don't even go.
Ciao.
I can hear the smoke coming out of his ears.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, man.
How the hell did he shoot the gun and deflect the bullet with his own bracelet?
No. In other words, he doesn't have an answer. Okay.
Yeah, he just tapped out.
Oh, the Pearly thing. Okay, that's one of them. Shane Blaine explained. Pearly had nothing to do with this.
And by the way, when the people talking about 6 versus 1, let's get this shit straight. Most of us, we were all muted.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, we just got finished talking about this shit. Even on my panel and our next house panel.
I know who he is, man. I already know who he is. You know, by his voice.
Motherfuckers, I can't stand, like, nigga, I'm gonna tell you something. You want to know what SBE is? You really want to know, BGS?
Yeah.
What we fucking did right now?
Yeah.
And talking to that motherfucker, that is what SBE is.
Yeah.
Trying to elevate a dumbass that ain't never gonna, man. This is why I can't be on BGS for women, because I can't deal with that level.
I know how old he is. He was too young to actually be part of 1.0, man.
Especially for I can't do it. That's why I had to bow myself out so you wouldn't have to.
He's not even 30. He was too young to be part of 1.0.
Yeah, like my thing.
Real quick, check this.
Okay.
Ed, real quick. I only really hopped in because I specifically in talking about Just Pearly. She made it clear who watches her show, bro. She went into details who she has on her show. And she said it reflects the demographics of England, which means mostly white, a large percentage of blacks, and then everyone else after that. She went into detail about talking about this. And he flat out lies talking about mostly black men or mostly black people watching stuff. Dude, you're lying.
He doesn't even talk to black Americans.
The only thing Pearl has not done is show her analytics. And my thing is, all right, here's my thing. Accuracy matters. It does matter. And BZS was talking about that. And really what he was doing is like a long form of trolling. He really was. And that's what I told you to do. Like this ain't like in the Coliseum where we're actually gonna have an intellectual debate. The reality is you're talking. Nigga, I literally have 98 and 99% on my uploads as far as dudes that watch it and my live streams. Yeah. Like saying BGS, I know you have a little bit more of a diverse audience because you got white folks that listen to it too on the low. But the thing about it is, nigga, you only know what the fuck you know. Because you can talk about that Stardust shit all you want to, but the reality is y'all niggas are corralling around Ramil and Todd City. Y'all niggas are not where these white boys are. And I bet y'all not gonna come up with no white boys is doing no Shane Blaine explaining, even though they talk about relationships a lot more over there. The point is the argument was that black men are trying to change women versus tell dudes to do other options. What the fuck do you think Passport Bros is? Shout out to King Sigma. Intercultural dating is shout out to me. Fucking SYSBM. Shout out to
Mad Bus
Driver. The fuck you talking about? Like we giving options. Then you got niggas just talking about nigga. The game niggas is the main niggas you really need to talk about. They the ones that's telling you to self-improve, to invest in the same hoes, back in the same hoes, but you're not doing that. And so then we want to make it about this 1.0 and 2.0 shit. This is the other thing I got a problem. You niggas are not promoting no 1.0 niggas. I share SWP video at least a couple of times a week. Like I have never look, this I'm not trying to make an issue with Ramil. I'm not, but I've never not one time seen Ramil share a 1.0 nigga or Thai City. Like seriously. Y'all want to lean on what y'all DC code breakers. Every time they go live, I share them.
Yeah.
Almost every time. And I've done it like 3 times recently. And DC and Paradox with 1.0.
Yeah.
You're not bringing up, you're not like, and so we're going to make the argument of 1.0 did it right. Then why aren't y'all digging in YouTube? Because yes, the videos are there, just like how our Google Hangouts are there if you know where to look. And if you had been there, you would know. Because if I need to queue up videos of Google Hangouts with Kevin Samuels, Solo TV84, and me on it, or C Boogie before he broke bad, I can, when he had his Wesley Snipes New Jack City icon, I can queue those videos up because I know where they are. Even fucking the first rabbit hole was technically 1.0 with David Carroll. Shout out to what's it called it, Solange, who had it with the Avenger TV. He didn't mention none of this. He was going off of what we were saying and trying to piggyback. That's why I was getting like animated, because I was like, no. You need to tell me who. Notice how it's Obsidian. He didn't mention Obsidian until you mentioned it, BGS.
Yeah.
And now he brings up, as Obsidian claims, said Pearl is in the Black Minister. Pearl is not the only white woman. Pearl is like the third white woman Obsidian, or fourth that Obsidian is interviewed. So we don't say the other white woman is in there. What are we talking about?
And what did Pearl say? Pearl said, "I'm not in the Black Manosphere. I never have."
She said it.
She did say it.
But
how you gonna claim someone that directly tells you they're not in the space? How you gonna still sit there and say they're in the space?
When everybody else says it, it's an L we have to take, right?
Exactly. Day in the life of a black man.
Until O'Shea and Omar Wally actually said that, she never was. Okay, she wasn't part of it. Never was part of it. Wasn't even brought up until they brought her up. She's still not. Yeah.
And that's the ridiculousness of it all, is that this has been answered for over a month or two. She's never been over years. And
I don't know why
she does not even talk to Black Americans. Okay, like I don't get this shit. Maybe people like to go to this, like, yesteryear argument, but once in a while, I like to see, like, I blame you, BGS.
Why?
I gotta blame you. You know why? I told you for years.
Yes, sir.
You supposed to take the Street Fighter doctrine. You're in Bison. Niggas can't come straight to M. Bison. No, they gotta go past, Balrog, Vega, and Sagat.
They gotta get this at least a guy.
At least a guy.
And then Ty City's down. Ty City's down here, so
Hey,
let him bring his ass up. Shit.
He's up. He's up here already.
Hey, how the brothers doing tonight? Man?
We doing all right.
Yeah, you need to start getting niggas the report card.
Down a little bit.
No, I'm just saying, you need to start flunking these niggas, yo, because they don't know how to repeat basic information.
Yo, hey, what's up, Ed? How you doing tonight, man?
Yeah. Apparently, I'm the SBE god. You really need to take that.
Hey, chill out.
Apparently, that's why I got a problem with the shit.
You're wrong.
Lying on my name.
Okay, this is not the barbershop tonight. Okay.
All right, I'm good.
I know, but I just look at the situation different now, because them people, I think, like, I used to read Robert Ludlum books, and it's like sleeper agents. Like, these people just pop up every once in a while in this space to try to derail it, because what's happening is bigger, as you were speaking on with Tate. Like, this is social battles going on within groups and social dynamics, and a lot of us are educated on those social dynamics, and that's what the PhDs are trying to educate us on in the space when they're talking about dark ghettos and different group and class dynamics, and how it's so compressed in the Black community that where we can't even separate different groups from different groups.
And how Black women as a class, especially educated ones, are starting to separate and actually pass laws and policies that are not in your interest.
And that's what the battle is.
It's the battle.
What it is, and what it really is going on. There's a group of men. We are actually the out group of the out group. You know what I'm saying? Not we are. I don't know me. I'm not going to include myself in that. But some men in the Black manosphere who are preaching this stuff, as we're talking about the system, you cannot have dudes not investing into women. Like, that's not how the system is built. If 50% of the population never get married, that's 50% of women who gonna fuck up
money, get debt. Nobody gonna ever pay it off.
50% of your women are not getting married, but not having children. Guess what? Your
Yeah,
society will die. That's
yeah,
what will happen. It'll
yeah.
die.
And that's the battle. And that's the battle that they having with
And,
Tate and them. And these dudes don't understand. That's what we're talking about.
and this is
Yeah,
global. It's not just local. Not just a black thing. It's a global
yeah.
thing.
Oh yeah, because then if you couple that with the advancement of technology, you talk about you gonna create serfs and shit. You're
Yeah.
gonna create the people that are offspring from two parents and went to college and technical are going to lord over them.
Somebody just sent me the Love and Hip Hop South Africa. Okay, so it's spreading.
Oh man. But just think about the societal ramifications. If you got one family that'll own, we know the wealth dynamics are outrageous, but the internet kind of covers up how poor people really are. So if you got groups of people,
well, it used to. It doesn't anymore, but it used to.
Yeah. But I'm saying the internet keeps an illusion of wealth, where you see people taking these pictures and they all glamorous, and in reality they sleep on air mattresses. You know what I'm saying? Are they in debt $88,000 or $250,000, but they only make $32,000 at Arby's?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
that's a whole thing with Clinton and him trying to end welfare and stuff like that. That's all mixed in why the prices of education actually shot up. But that's a different, those are different dynamics that we try to bring out.
It's really all it's separated in subjects. But as we're paying attention, I'll just be watching the intellectual side of the Black Manosphere.
But the thing is, with the purple pill space was not part of the Black Manosphere. With women on the panels are there to make money. Okay, they're not here to actually enlighten men or talk to men. They're there to actually make money. They're not part of it.
And that's what's happening now. Hold on, real quick. I'm just my last statement. There's different sections of the Black Manosphere. And there's sections that's talking about social dynamics and economics and social, like intellectual things. And then there's the entertainment part, like O'Shea and them and Obsidian, where they're just more social. And the social dudes will try to invade the intellectual spaces with no backdrop against it. And you can't argue. And that's where that's what just happened. Yeah.
And then there's that space has always been there. You go back and the few things that still exist about 1.0, they're doing the same shit that we're doing now. It's just more money involved. That's all.
So I just want to make this clear, because I never hear dudes acknowledge this. Y'all do realize there's a black youth, and I'm not even talking about like the black nerds or the blurs or the black business sector. You do realize there's a black YouTube outside of the Black Manosphere, right? In regard to this content. Because I never hear nobody say that. So it's almost like anybody you see that's black, that has black people on it, if a black men are running it, it's like automatically they're putting the Black Manosphere. To give you an example, Amazing Lucas is not in the Black Manosphere.
Yeah.
And that may sound crazy, but I've literally heard Abin Preach say that Charleston White is red pill, or DJ, so people will just throw everybody in there that they don't like. So Auburn Preach is not in the Black Man. Is it not in the Manosphere?
I thought it was understood that the Black Manosphere was like an open forum. It's not an organized thing, right?
But the thing is, you have to be part of it. You got to claim it. And most of these guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought it was understood like the dudes that make reaction videos not part of the Black Manosphere.
Yeah.
No, it's not understood. It's not understood. And even if I get you understand that, and that's cool, but it's not understood, and you can tell by how people go. And then if you look at
you can explain it, they will still deny it, because I tried to do
that. For instance, the Lapeef Network is not in the. They went out of their way and said they weren't in there yet. Yet they still get tagged in their anti, and you can tell by the only person that people can honestly try to tag us with is Obsidian. And the reality is, anybody that's been in the space knows Obsidian is Joker. He does what he wants. He always has, and he's like the rogue of the group. So people cannot take. That's why we have to tell.
Ed, come on, Ed. Can we get to it? That's why we're here. Can we get to it?
Hey.
Come on.
Oh, you guys, you want to?
That's why y'all let us up here. Can we get to it? Let's get to it. Come on.
What did I say about that? We're not gonna have that tonight. Okay?
Yeah, because I had to shut the fuck up when that nigga was slow walking. I know he ran over there and went and got y'all. But anyway, my point is,
I'm gonna let you back.
Anybody.
Hold on here. That's the quickest way that should get dropped. Okay, you want to get dropped? That's the quickest way. We're not gonna have that tonight. All right. So
anybody that's been in the anybody that's been in the space knows Obsidian does what he wants. So for anybody to try to take what Obsidian says is a representation of anything but what he believes, you know, because everybody flamed Obsidian when he tried to bring Danica Marie into the space, but people forget that conveniently. So my point is, I know what they're doing when they do that, but I'll leave it there.
Even 1.0 brought women into the space. Okay.
You heard me first time. Chrissy got her start earlier on that. And by the way, O'Shea has said he's not in the Black Manosphere either. He's moved and he makes different content. So people are, like I said before, people are using this as just a universal attack mechanism to attack niggas that they think they trying to siphon subscribers up. And if y'all want me to blood transfuse my subscribers to y'all, I will do it, but that don't mean they gonna go.
In other words, I don't want to hear 1.0 because I keep asking for proof of what 1.0 said. Nobody has to come up with it. I keep asking for it. So 1.0.
Because we can go get DC. DC was in 1.0.
There's no record of that shit. They keep claiming that they said something. There ain't no record. Ain't no proof. So
we can reach out to Art Newstall in DC if y'all really want it.
If they really want us to believe what they said, come up with the records, come up with the proof, blogs or audio. Some people
BGS, I like choose like 5 seconds. We had this conversation a couple of weeks ago with DC, who was in 1.0. So it's not like we don't have this conversation with people that are there, and it's on Art Newstall.
It always comes up, and I said, you know, like let's say the corporate still like that. Show me the body.
But this is what I don't even think it's that deep, BGS. I don't think they actually ever seen it.
It ain't that deep. But it ain't deep because they have no proof.
Yeah, exactly, because they didn't actually absorb the information.
The brother wanted to say something. He actually barged in and was kind of rude. So I'm gonna let him go ahead and speak. Okay.
Who's it on? Me?
Yeah, you.
All right. Okay. What's the problem here? This is what I don't understand. Once again, why y'all concerned about a class of women that doesn't fit your needs or your narratives? You're not going to change these women. And then hell, I question half of you guys' life experiences with women to begin with.
Well, that's the thing, brother. Hold on. Can I answer him, BGS?
No, you cannot. Okay. How do you convince guys to give these women up?
We're not trying to convince anybody to give anybody up. It's called
these are the guys
move accordingly, adjust and move accordingly.
No, these are the guys coming to us with these problems, right?
And you're misleading these guys.
No, how?
By not telling what it is.
What is it?
You have no power over these women.
They know that.
Okay, but how long y'all gonna keep bringing this up? Tell us something we don't know about these women.
As long as they ask.
They're not asking.
Yes, they are.
No, then they can't be. There's no way. No.
Yes, they do.
Nobody's asking you guys help us with women. No one's asking.
Yes, they do.
You or Edward help with women.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they prove it. You read my emails?
I don't. Why do I read your emails?
And you can't prove that.
Why would I read your emails, BGS? Why?
In other words, these are questions that I get. Okay. What do you?
Okay. Get? At the end of the day, there's nothing none of you guys can do with these women. That's
the way you handle it.
No. At the end of the day, there's nothing you guys can do with these women. What's your best bet is your best bet is to move accordingly and adjust, make adjustments.
How is that?
What do you mean? How is that?
How is that?
You don't know how to adjust according to.
No. Spell it out.
You don't know how to find a woman that's
spell it out. For you spell it out.
It's called FIND. AWOMANN. Find a woman that's best for you.
Spell it out.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
And where's your proof of how you deal with women, BGS? Wait.
How do you do?
Where's your? How do we know that you know how to deal with women accordingly?
It's called octane skills.
Where's you have octane skills? No one believes you.
What, huh?
No one believes you.
I put it out.
Nobody believes. Matter of fact, half you guys nobody believes y'all experiences with women.
Keep in mind, this is a representation of what SBE is. Just let the record show.
Okay.
Hey, first of all, no, but let's keep it all the way 100. Who the fuck? No, Ty City, who is that dude? Who is he?
You know who he is.
Is he a content creator? I don't know who the fuck. Is that Super Sly?
No, it's Super Sly.
Oh, of course. nigga, first of all, hold on. Where's your bitch at?
No.
Seriously. No. My thing about, hold on. Okay, I'm going to calm down. Here's my issue with Super Sly.
Edward.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be very, very clear. Okay, so let me say it this way. Todd City, does Super Sly represent what SBE is as far as your what you trying to do? Is that I just want to be clear about that before I continue. Or is he on his own shit?
I guess he's away from the mic.
I mean, I see. Okay, like I said, my thing is Super Sly. Our evidence is predicated in the subscribership we have and the views that we get. Okay, and the super chats that I get. That is the proof, nigga. It's weird. I'm 36 years old. You're damn near what, fucking 50? Okay, so I'm asking, does he represent?
In other words, what do our guys ask for? Okay, what do they ask for?
Let me
hold on a second.
Okay.
Edward, what do these guys ask for from us?
What they ask for me is to break. Like, I've told my people, and my people say they don't ask me about women. They ask me to break down the social dynamics in this country, black men. That is why they listen to me. That's why my people.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm in the Black Manosphere for. The social dynamics of black men.
So, because when people ask me about women, I tell you exactly the dumb shit he was talking about. That's what Passport Bros came from, which is, by the way, created by King Sigma. That's what SYSBM came from, which is, by the way, created by Mad Bus Driver. That's why I brought intercultural dating into the conversation, because dudes want to date black. And I said, okay, well, maybe what you need to do is create leverage by not limiting yourself to just one group. And if you want to keep it black, that's a way of doing it and keep it black, because there are not 8 people in this country. I also say just because you date out don't mean it's going to be a perfect situation, because don't go red for black. No, my point is, so I'm asking you, is Todd City representation? Oh, I'm not Todd City, but is he on some of his own shit? Is he representing what you trying to talk about?
Let him answer.
Okay, so what do you mean, like a gang or a group or something like that?
No, the reason why I'm saying that is,
hold on, the philosophy of what you mean.
Because Super Sly came in here on some personal. See, my argument is SBE ain't nothing but just a way to personally attack black folks without being a hater. Super Sly came in there doing the exact thing. So what I'm asking you is that representation of what it's supposed to be about?
Well, let him answer.
Right. So first, I mean, what Sly was talking about was very general. But I mean, it's just a part. That's a part of it.
Okay. What part of it did he espouse?
About just the adjustment part. Where you adjust to what's going on instead of trying to move from a position of weakness using SBE. Now, let me correct Edward, because most of the content that's done on SBE is outside of the Black Manosphere, and everybody knows that.
Okay.
Give me an example.
Oh, no.
I'll give you an example. A lot of it comes from Fresh and Fit. We've gotten SBE content from a lot of chameleons, women who give men advice.
Mm-hmm.
We've gotten SBE content from celebrities trying to like push relationship stuff out on some convincing. Oh my God!
Edward, let him get it out. I want an explanation. So let him go. Okay, calm down. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's let me just go from the beginning. SBE.
Okay.
Shame, blame, explain. It is moving from a position of weakness. Okay. You are explaining things to women.
Okay.
Who already know and do what they do willingly and purposely.
Okay. Okay, explain that.
Right. So what happens is, in these spaces, you'll see where, let's take a Brittany Renner, right?
Okay.
Brittany Renner comes out and people are like, oh, she did this, she did that, she did that. But it was so important to correct Brittany that PJ Washington went on to repeat the same mistakes, because nobody was trying to red pill PJ Washington. He
That's
turned
not true.
No.
Okay, so who reached out to PJ Washington?
His
So,
father.
we did video on PJ.
Whoa. His father, his mother, his coaches, his teammates. Okay, they told him,
And that's why a lot of dudes
Oh,
said PJ.
Okay, so PJ Washington made the Manosphere rounds.
No.
Oh my
His
God.
father. Hold on a second. His father told him. His mother told him. His teammates told him not about who she was, what she was about. That's what he wanted. That's why he did it again. He gave the same girl,
Right.
the same kind of girl, the same deal that she had. Okay.
Okay, so listen. So what I'm saying is,
Now, hold on. Go ahead.
so what I'm saying is, in this environment, right? Because like what you said, BGS, that's the environment, right?
Yeah.
There are plenty of men to make sure that the Brittany Renners keep going.
Brittany Renner is a class of woman, right? All the NBA guys knew about her. That's one of them, right? Now PJ got off. He got away with it because he's only paying like $2,500 a month in child support, which is nothing for.
Right. So would you consider his father red pill?
That's not what he said.
No. His father knows those kind of chicks in NBA, right? Okay. His father is actually an agent. He told him about this chick. Okay. She wrote a book about who she was. That's the kind of woman that he wanted.
Hey, hold on, BGS. Can I get in really quick, BGS?
That's not like the proper orientation.
It had nothing to do. No matter. His father is actually black pill. He's not red pill.
But the thing about it is,
Edward.
So can I get in real quick, BGS? Can I get in real quick, bro?
You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Let me flesh this out. Let me respond real quick.
No. I gave him 30 seconds. I gave him 30 seconds. Go ahead. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yo, I just want to know, why are people trying to hold the content creators of the Black Manosphere responsible for other men's personal? Because they keep asking these questions like, why did nobody talk to PJ? Listen,
in other words, that's just an example. But basically, I know because I'm in NBA city. My son is a ball player. Everybody talk to him. Okay.
But I understand that, BGS. What I'm asking is the other, like, where is this coming from? Where it's like, okay,
he doesn't. The thing is, he doesn't have to be red pill. Okay, his father's black pill.
But no, it's not about that, BGS. What I'm trying to figure out is why. Like, what is these? Bro, hold on. I just want to ask a question. I'm trying to get it out, BGS.
Okay.
For the people asking the questions, I'm sorry, BGS. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to understand. What is? I don't understand the connection that they're making between the creation of ideas and concepts and people's personal decisions. And then, like, it's like they're trying to connect the concept with what people are doing. Like, these people know the concept. Like, everybody don't know about red pill content or none of this shit. Just because the information exists doesn't mean people know the information.
Apparently, somebody told them. Apparently.
How do you know that? But how do you know that? And why would you blame the?
Yeah. One at a time. Okay.
Brother, let me say this.
Okay, go ahead, bro. I don't know, man.
Let me say this.
Okay. Hey, stop. I'm trying to have a conversation with Ty City, okay? Y'all pipe down for a minute, okay?
All right.
Go ahead, Ty.
All right, so SBE pretty much is saying that it's moving from a position of weakness. You have no consequences to instate afterwards. So what you end up is with SBE, just shame, blame, and explain. Now, just talking to women is not SBE.
Okay.
All right. So it runs under the hashtag they know and they don't care. But what we have is men trying to present stats and facts and all kind of talking points to women. To what avail?
Okay, I'll tell you what avail, right? Because this actually goes on in the policy making realm, right? It goes on in your school rooms, your school boards, your colleges, your policy makers, as far as corporations, as far as making laws, right? That's why it's important. Okay, it goes on when you actually in front of like your HR department. Okay, what language you actually use? Okay,
right. So
Right?
Like, let me know when I get
No,
up here.
Edward, please. I'm gonna have to start dropping people. Okay, you guys keep this up. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, let me know when I can jump in.
So
when
BJ,
I finish talking to him, you can jump in, right? I've let you go pretty much, right, Edward? Pretty much. Okay. So he's here to actually explain what his points. I'm trying to
right? So, and I disagree with that because.
Okay, prove it to me. You disagree? Why? Why do you
Okay,
disagree?
well, right now you got drag queens in the schools.
Okay.
Okay, so how are you going to just ask people to stop doing that?
Who's making the decision to put drag queens in the schools?
Okay, the people who are moving from a position of power, they're not trying to explain anything to anybody. They're just doing it.
Yes, they are explaining. They be explaining.
They're just doing it.
Tie City, are we having a discussion or what?
Okay, well, show me where people are stopping this.
How long did it take them to actually get to this point?
Doing what?
What they're doing now with drag queens in the schools. How long did it take them?
It probably a while.
Like 30 years? Okay.
Hold on. It wasn't 30 years of talking points though.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
How you get it litigated in court.
Go back. Did you actually research this?
It was longer.
So BJS, so what are we going to do? So you saying that just go and explain it to them what they're doing is wrong, and then they're stopped?
No, not explaining to them. Who makes the policy decisions?
Congress,
your school board, right?
Oh,
school
man.
board, your legislature, right? How do you talk to them? How do you talk to them?
interest convergence.
How do you talk to them and get things changed? How do you talk to them?
You say pretty please.
No. How do you talk to them?
So basically, what I heard.
What language do you have to use?
You say pretty please.
No.
So what I heard.
If we're gonna be silly, man, then we don't have to have this
I'm not being silly. You're not explaining to me how.
All I've heard is say, don't deal with women, don't fuck with women, and don't fuck with you.
All right. Edward, you want to come back later or what?
There are interests with money and other things that they use actual power to get that stuff done. They're not debating anybody. They're just doing it. Okay, so hold on.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
Do you actually research this stuff?
Go ahead. Explain.
No.
Oh my goodness.
I asked you a question.
No, BJS. You're the only one who researches.
Well, then you have no idea what it takes then.
Okay, so what does it take to undo it then, BGS?
In other words, you have to convince these people to go a different direction. How do you do that? With facts, data, and stats, right? Right?
So what is
Tie City?
I'm trying to. I'm not even interrupting.
That is how policy works.
No. What is his solution? Because he got this solution I don't know about.
Hold on 1 second. That is how policy works, and I can tell you because I actually live right next to DC. I actually have a colleague who reports directly to Congress. They do talk about this stuff.
Right. So
tell you factually, not people.
Okay, so
speaking. It's a fact.
Okay, so all they have to do is just talk to them and convince them.
That's not how it works. You just don't convince.
Okay, so
it takes decades.
It
takes years often. It takes time.
Oh, man.
Time. You have so many.
Dude, are you being intentionally disingenuous?
I'm asking a simple question.
Hold on 1 second.
What is his solution? You all are saying black men.
All right.
Hold on 1 second, because there are and you are correct. There are other things going on, which is a fact. Which is why change doesn't come immediately. That's just not how it works. But what was happening last year? What was one of the big issues that women were complaining about? Abortion. You can see the tides are quite literally changing. It's just not going to change overnight. Now, what do we have going on this year? Now what's coming out on the block? They're talking about men being allowed to actually go get DNA testing without the permission of the mother. That came out in Maryland. I live in Arlington. I work in Bethesda. I also
Mm.
worked in DC,
Well, let's not talk.
Connecticut Ave. I'm telling
And,
you factually,
and
they
let's
are
not
talking
talk
about
about.
this stuff.
Let's
Listen,
not talk about they're going for 50-50 custody as well.
exactly.
How the hell?
Yes, the
And
tides are
Listen,
changing.
hold on. Yeah.
See,
So,
I like to tag in real quick, okay? And I'm
okay.
gonna give you the
I
floor
want to give
back,
him
brother.
going off, sir.
I want to ask you.
I want to give him back
Go
the
ahead.
floor.
Go ahead.
See, people don't understand. Popular opinion changes law. Do I need to say that shit again?
One more time.
Popular opinion changes law. Last time I checked, 20 years ago, you didn't hear about gay people openly saying I want to be married and shit like this. Now look what happens when it becomes acceptable.
Charles,
You
to
don't-
add to
you
that,
don't-
to add to that,
you don't-
add to that.
I'm just gonna
That's
end it
my
with
point.
this. I'm
Politics.
gonna
That's
end it
my
with this
point.
part.
Hold on.
I'm
No, hold on. What is your point?
My point is, if we take that, like what he just said, the popular opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it doesn't change until somebody who has major influence and interest get their hands involved.
No.
Yes.
Let me
It's
let
the
me
same thing.
let me
Hold on.
let me
say-
correct you on
hold
that.
on,
Let me
hold on.
correct
Because
you on that.
oh
Hold up,
man,
hold up.
That's
oh
not how it
man,
works.
Let me correct you on that, right?
No, that's
can
how
I
it works.
finish?
Do you know how
No,
many
no,
people
no.
behind the scenes email
Probably
me
not.
and say, even when Kevin was still living, tell Kevin, because a lot of police officers and elected officials I know
Yep.
seen me on Kevin Samuel's show and said, tell Kevin, we hear him, we like what he say. We can't really directly say it, but keep supporting him.
Yep.
Okay.
Number one, this is how it works.
Uh-huh.
You have people like a BGS who talks about subjects like the boy crisis or something on that nature. There's a lot of people who cannot publicly support him, but support behind the scenes.
Correct.
Hey, let me know when I can speak.
We will let you know.
All right, I'm
Politics is
waiting.
downstream
I
of
just want to
politics.
finish.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
I
Tell
want to ask control my panel. Stop, okay? You're gonna have your time to speak, okay? Calm down.
Don't worry. We got plenty of lemonade for
We asked you
everybody.
a question. You're not really giving us too many answers, but go ahead.
You're not letting me finish.
We do let you finish, okay?
It's just that other people gotta talk, man.
Yeah.
But here's the point that I'm making. People who speak about subjects that don't really get talked about or it's a taboo around the kitchen table. And now, guess what? You're influencing not only the current police, judges, parole officers, senators, you never know who's listening. And now in Maryland, and remember, this is Mary's land. You were fucked in child support in Maryland for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're talking about 50-50 custody. And when BGS was on my show, when he was a guest star for my show, and he asked me about it, I said, well, you can thank the Manosphere and people talking about this subject, because now men are becoming emboldened to say, you know what? I want my kids and I want it equally. A lot of these subjects are taboo until somebody talks about them and brings awareness to these subjects. Now, when men actually hear somebody with some type of intellect actually speak on this and actually bring up, the historical data, like, what was it? BGS, from England. When the state owns the children.
In other words, the
tender years doctrine
doctrines and stuff like that. Yeah.
And stuff like this. You forgot we got a brother dead set who took this shit to court.
And starting to change laws. Yeah.
And he took it to court and baffled judges and lawyers. And now when you have brothers armed with this shit and you stand in unison, popular opinion changes laws, because now you put pressure on these politicians to do their damn job, which I've always said, black men have some audacity and go fight for what you want and get it. And I'm done.
Let me speak after you, Ty City.
I'll
No, no,
just
no, no, no. I want to get Ty City like 2 or 3 minutes to actually give a rebuttal, whatever he's gonna do. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me speak after you, Ty City.
Okay.
All right. So again, like you said, he wanted change. He went where to get the change done?
Who are you talking about?
You said there was a brother went and he.
Oh, he went to court with it. He went to court.
Okay, so he didn't talk to women about why they're doing what they're doing
We're
in
not
the court
talking to
system.
women. You're not listening to.
Oh, okay, okay,
Not
all
listening
right.
to what we're
So
saying.
because that I literally say that every day. Put them people in the bitch like I say that every day. Moving from a position of power. That's my point. Like I just
Moving from a position of power. What do you mean?
yes.
What does that mean?
That means really reserving power.
What does that mean?
That means not putting a bitch in position to take you for anything.
Okay.
That means that means. Oh, go ahead. What'd you say?
In other words, they've been doing that for decades. But thing is, the law is the law. Okay. How do you change the laws to the environment that gives them
Right,
power?
but here's another thing, right? Because I got custody of my son, and how I went about doing that is very simple. Okay. The men don't have the information. They would rather talk to women and explain to them how they're using the system to ram them through it.
Okay. Who
Now,
are they talking? Are they talking to women?
let me finish.
No. I'm asking you a goddamn question. Can I ask you a question? A clarifying
I
question?
wasn't even done.
Can I ask you a question about it? Okay.
Go ahead.
In other words, how are they doing it? Are they talking to women or talking to actually the politicians or the judges?
No, men. Okay, so the thing with SBE is it's men talking to other men about what women need to do instead of talking to each other about what we need to do to go around the goofy shit.
Is that it?
And,
okay.
Well, I was trying to explain my situation before you cut me off.
No, you got your son because you got information.
So,
we got Debs that had his legal paperwork all done airtight. Okay, they still took his kids. The judge's discretion. Okay, it always is. It always
yes, it is.
It is.
It depends on it depends. It depends on the state. It depends on the state. It depends on the state, and then unfortunately, it depends on the mood of the judge in that day.
Okay, but listen,
that's a fact.
That's a fact. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
But again, before you even get into all of that stuff, there are legal things that you can do to establish not your the biological part, but your actual involvement. That way they can't get back child support and all the rest of that stuff. There are things you should be there are things you should be doing before you get into a custody battle. Hold on. That nobody's talking about.
You tell me to hold on one more time, I'm gonna drop you. Okay. I can ask
you don't want me to finish?
You're going around in a circle, not
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Nobody understands what the fuck you're talking about right now.
Nobody understands that I'm saying that you're talking about legal issues when men don't even know that they should be thinking.
Like what?
Right. So I'm trying to explain.
Example. Okay.
Example. You could go, right, just because you own the birth certificate. That does not mean you are involved in that child's life.
Okay.
Okay. So, but there is paperwork that you can do filed with a court that makes you involved in that child's life. This makes the custody battle way easier.
Okay. Is that for every state?
Most states.
Oh, really?
Most states. Yes. Most states. Yes. Most states.
It varies from state to state. Okay. That's the problem. It always has. Okay. And a judge can throw all that stuff out. Judge's discretion always is.
Well, it's a suit that you put on. So I mean, when you put it in, you apply it. It's a suit. Like you have to
listen to me carefully. Okay, it's called parens patriae. You have rights. Okay, the government is actually a guardian of all children. Children belong to the state, not you. You got rights, parental rights that they grant you. Okay,
correct.
BGS. I've done it. I've done it.
And by law, rights actually means that it's a privilege, and
It's a
the
privilege.
fact that it's a privilege, they can take it from you.
Yes, they can.
That is law speak.
That's the reason why they send people like me to take them.
Let me know when I can hop in.
Or assign you parental rights. And that is the key that we're trying to bring out. It depends on the judge and the state. The judge can actually be hard as it. I don't care what the fuck you say.
And again, this is why we have to push the real information.
We've been pushing the real information for
Dude,
years.
No, I'm not tripping. It's a there's nothing you can do, but that's not true.
If a judge that has the right to actually order you, give whoever parental rights to whoever he wants of a child, they can do that. They do that with immigrants right now.
Like, wait a minute.
They take the children from immigrants and actually put them in foster homes. Okay.
Correct.
Wait a minute. This is what making my brain hurt. You do know these judges preside their God in their courthouse, in their courtrooms.
Literally.
Right?
Yes.
It's
So
their
in other
court.
words, you have multiple brothers, very intelligent brothers, like he just said about Dead Set. Airtight shit. And I've seen judges overlook, throw out everything. This is not admissible. Boom.
We're not saying that it can't be done. We're saying that depending on the state and then depending on the mood of the judge.
But here's the point about it, right? When he interprets that law, you need to make sure you got your politicians who create these new laws or amend them before you even get to a courtroom. That needs to happen.
And let me ask you this: Did you?
It can happen. That's what I'm telling you.
But hey, Ty CD,
Hold on.
did you?
Hold on. I've been patiently waiting for my.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been listen, Ty. You're my brother. You know what I mean. It's nothing but love on here. But are we saying, or do you believe that this space in this specific sector within this space has not had an overwhelming has had a strong influence on the general, both social and legal effects of our culture, of the culture of America? Are you saying that has not in fact happened?
Okay. Is the situation getting better or worse?
What do you think?
It's clearly getting worse.
How?
So you think society is getting better?
Let me answer that, Ty.
He didn't ask you about the overall society.
That's what he just asked me.
Ty.
No.
Repeat your question.
Have you seen an influence? Have you seen us, or have you seen this space, the sector, the things BGS, the things other brothers within the sector have said, have spread out and influenced this culture, this society within America, within the Western, within Western society? Have you seen examples of its influence? Again, remind you, this is a tiny sector.
No. It has influenced a lot of people.
Perfect. Pause. That's all I needed from you.
That's all he asked.
Pause.
Okay.
All right. Perfect, brother. Now listen.
And now,
with that being said, are we gonna now get in the way of it? Are we gonna step in the way of it and say, "Oh well, shame, blame, and explain"? Or are we gonna go ahead and back it up and push it even further? Because now we have the white boys talking about it. Now we got Indians talking about it. We got every other group talking about it. Everyone is pushing it. And now, hold on, real quick. I'll let you hop in, brother.
Okay.
But listen. So now we got politicians speaking. So certain politicians speaking on it.
You're bored out.
Yeah.
All right. Can I respond?
You sure can, man.
All right. So what happens is a lot of people, it has inspired a lot of people to repeat this stuff for benefit, to play on guys.
Hold on one more time. I'm gonna drop you. Okay?
Well, you're not. Let me finish.
I didn't even say anything. Okay. I said okay.
So people are using the talking points to play into the lack of what men want. And that's
Okay.
it. Everybody's pandering this stuff. It's
Okay.
not affecting any real change.
I
What,
think
you
that's at
you
a
just admitted it was. It's influence.
It did. Like I said, it inspired a lot of people to repeat it. That's it.
Well, what is real? What is real change to you?
Real change is when there is no. Well, I can't even say there is none, but real change is when men don't even fall for the simple ass traps. They're not trying. They don't even want to convince women to change whatever they do. Men just avoid the dumb shit.
Hold
on.
If you say that one more goddamn time,
You won't let me finish.
Well,
that
was.
I sat back there. I didn't even talk for the first 20 minutes.
Okay, look, man. I'm trying to ask you a goddamn question to clarify shit. All right. I've let you talk quite a bit. Okay?
Not really.
How long you been up here talking? How long you been up here talking? Dialoguing?
At least 30 minutes.
I mean, I listened for a while before I even got on.
I actually brought you up to actually stop Edward so you actually get on, okay? Because you're here, okay? Stop being defensive. We're having a dialogue, okay? Flow with it. Now, continue.
What we have is these talking points. They're being monetized and they're being used. The way they're being used is not affecting real change. All it's doing is saying, look at how goofy these women are. Mm-hmm. And that's it.
Okay. Okay.
Now, oh man.
I'll tap in after this.
You pause, nigga.
Okay, let me finish.
How do I know when you're finished?
Because I'll be finished. Give me more than 2 minutes. Give me more than 2 minutes.
Well,
give me more than 2 minutes.
Tighten it up. Okay.
All right. So what's happening is we're just pointing out the behaviors of women who do not care. Okay. And what happens is the focus is look at how dumb these women are. Look at how dumb these women are. While again, the men are still throwing themselves into the wood chipper. And the crazy part is the more the talking points get out, the more men still do it.
Can I chime in?
Are you done? No, hold on.
No, let him finish.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. How do you convince men to stop doing that?
Exactly.
No, hold on a second. How long does that take?
What the fuck?
How long does that take?
I don't think it'll stop.
How long? Okay.
I don't think it can stop.
Should we stop trying?
The thing is, that's not even.
Should we stop trying?
I'm trying.
Should we stop trying? Answer the goddamn question. Should we stop trying? Yes or no?
No, we shouldn't stop trying to benefit men and not trying to change women. Yes, we should. We should not stop trying to show men how to be indifferent to the silly moves of these. No, we shouldn't stop. No, we shouldn't stop.
You have to just keep repeating the same answers over and over again, right? Until they stop, right? Until there's a change, right?
It's not going to stop, BGS.
How do you know?
See,
man, it's not.
How do you know?
Why?
Because I'm gonna tell you the main indicator. These women are now coming into the places where the message comes from, and they're put on a pedestal.
Okay.
Where?
What do you mean where?
No.
I'll explain.
Do they actually repeat the same talking points that we actually espouse?
No, I'm not even talking about the chameleons. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the chameleons. I'm talking about just the random Instagram thoughts can find themselves promoted all over the red pill spaces.
How are they promoted?
What do you mean how they promoted?
How are they promoted?
Are you serious, BGS?
Do you see any laughter in my voice?
Because I know. Are you familiar with Fresh and Fit?
They're not Manosphere.
Are you familiar? I know you're familiar with Kevin Samuels. He stay platforming hoes.
What was he doing prior
What
to
was he
that?
doing? What was he doing when he actually platformed chicks? What he was actually doing?
Trying to explain to them
No,
why they did it. Yes, he was.
What did he say? Because I know the dude. I actually talked to him. What did he say?
Come on, I talked to him.
I actually talked to him behind the scenes. Did you?
No, you know him, but I'm just saying I talked to him too.
Why did he say he was actually doing this? He actually said why he was doing this. Why did he say it? Why do you do that every night?
You tell me.
To actually show men what women are really like, okay?
Pretty
So
simple.
they have no other excuse, or they couldn't lie about what their nature actually was. That's why he did it every night. That's what he said.
See,
that's why they hated him.
And it was brilliant.
See, you got it. You know what really kills me.
They're still using it to this day. But go
You
ahead.
know, you know what really kills me is that you can plainly see what the Manosphere has been doing. How long have I been a part of this shit, BGS?
2016 or 16? Yeah.
For a little minute now.
Mhm.
So you're telling me all these experts from different walks of life, trucking, policing, medical, science, social science, philosophy, who showed you every aspect of what black men should be doing and what they should avoid in a woman. And then we had the Magnum Carter, which was Kevin Samuels, when he had a show that was mainstream, showing women how they really are. You couldn't lie. As a matter of fact, he had so many fucking clips of females from different generations, different age groups, saying the same shit. And you're gonna say, "Oh, we're placating." No, I'm gonna give y'all some game, right? And Kevin mastered this. You never interrupt the idiot making a mistake.
Yep.
And he got paid for it, as he should. Hell, there have been many a times BGS had the goddamn BGS for women. And you heard what some of those women would come on and say. A lot of you niggas really have it programmed in your head that you really don't want to hear female nature. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you took a black pill lens of this shit and saw females for what they are,
you would want to be indifferent. You wouldn't even.
It's not just about being indifferent. The fact of the matter, if you're going to deal with a woman, what value does she bring to my life?
Well, let me ask you this, Ty City. Okay, why do guys believe what they believe about women? Why do they believe that?
I believe that most men believe what they believe about women is because two reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Their mothers.
Mm-hmm. They've been taught, right?
Right. And other men.
Marketing.
They've been socialized into a system, right?
Yes.
Right.
Right.
The mothers, the feminized school system, all this stuff have been socialized over many generations, right? They've been socialized, right? Even the men that teach them have been socialized, right? In a certain manner, right? How do you reverse that?
We have to talk to men about what men need to do. That's my point.
You have
it's not going to happen by. It's not going to happen by.
You have to change the environment.
What if they don't believe you? You have to do what?
You mean like PJ Washington didn't believe his dad?
You have to what? Show them, right? Yeah, show them. How do you show them? Oh, I don't believe women are like that. I don't believe that. I think women are sugar and spice. They don't really think that way until it comes out of what? Their own mouths, right? Or night after night.
BGS. See, this is what
I ain't finished.
Go ahead.
Night after night, saying the same shit that we've been telling them, right? The exact same thing. This is how they are. I don't believe that they're the way. I believe that I can change them. I can believe blah, 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 until you see it night after night. They're all on they're not all like that. This is just some of them. night after night, all saying the exact same shit. They're
BGS.
all that way, right? You have to show
Right.
them.
Right. Now, Kevin would go ahead and show how delusional and how off these women were, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then he would also promote marriage.
Okay.
So
And
why did he
hold
promote
on.
marriage?
Oh,
Why did he
this
why
was-
did why did he promote marriage?
Well, he promoted marriage for the sake of corporate promotion.
Yes.
No.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Okay. In some spaces, in most spaces, corporate, military, corporate, and all the other places,
Yeah,
right?
you can't move up. That's
How
right.
many
can't
how
move
many
up unless
single
you're
men how many
unless
successful single men do you see in corporate America? How many successful single men do you see in politics? How
Okay.
many successful single men do you see in the upper echelons of the military?
All married.
Okay, so at
No,
what
no, 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 no,
cost?
no, 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 no. Pause.
At what
Answer the
cost?
question.
and
Answer the question.
answer the question.
Answer the question.
A lot.
You don't.
In other words, very few. Okay, you don't
It,
get
You you really don't. You
it's
don't.
so
You don't.
small.
You,
It's not
you,
even
you're
worth even talking about.
you're. In other words, I'm going to tell you something.
Tell me
A
the stats on
man,
divorce.
a man.
it doesn't matter.
Most of your well-off family, most
So
of
the
your
stats
well-off
of
men,
divorce stats
mo-
don't matter.
Let
most
me
of
ask
your
you. No, no.
well-off men are
Mhm,
married.
mhm.
Majority of your most richest or wealthiest men are married.
Long
Why?
term.
Why you think that is?
So
Divorce stats don't matter.
no.
No.
Divorce affects people of lower economic
No.
statuses
It's called
Wow.
it's called the cost
more.
of doing what, sir? Business.
Business.
See,
Do you want to move up or not?
Wow.
this is the problem because once again,
Wow.
And
Yes.
this is the I don't know how you justify, you know what I'm saying, getting into a situation like that.
see this
No,
BGS. Can I
That's
speak
not
to
what
you?
he's
I'm
saying.
listening.
Wait, no.
hold
Can I
on.
speak to
Let me
BGS
say
for a
let me say
second?
something.
Whoa. It's called the cost of doing business. You want to get promoted or not?
Can I speak to you for a second,
No.
BGS?
Hold on a second. I'm asking. I'm talking to him. You want to get promoted or not, Ty City?
Yes.
That's what you got to do. Cost of doing business.
And I think what you're missing too, Ty City, is that Bernard Riley did a show just today, and you cool with Bernard, so understand, they did a show about baby mamas being the ops, right? And I'm sure you can agree with that to some degree. But the real issue, I think that I think Hood Conservative was on, is that we have a system where and he put it very eloquently. I can't really state it how he did, but he said essentially, in a system where the government enforces a contract between two citizens, right, and enforces it, essentially you have a system that's automatically corrupt in and of itself. So you in any of the the things that you're talking about doing without addressing the overall system, man, you're not really being
I
you're not really
agree.
that's
I
what I'm
agree.
okay. So that's what I'm saying. But you it looks like you're going piecemeal with this thing.
And
No,
in other
Correct.
words, you talk about Kevin promoting marriage. Marriage for whom? Okay. What he said, poor people don't need to get married. That's the first thing he said. Y'all need to get married. He said that continuously.
See,
well, I heard him say you should be married in 3
I know.
months.
That's
BGS.
not what he said.
What do you say, BGS?
You know, you could actually identify a wife in 3 months, not get married in 3 months.
Very accurate.
BGS.
I say 6 weeks.
Okay.
Here's
You
the
say
here's
six,
the
you
here's the
say
problem.
6 weeks. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the problem, BGS.
Yeah, but you got to understand the context of the question, though, which you don't.
Here's the problem, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas treat the Manosphere like they treat Christianity or the Bible. They don't read the motherfucker. They
That's
don't
not
read the
true.
motherfucker. They don't read the motherfucker.
That's not true.
I'm gonna tell you why it's true.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna tell you why it's true.
It's not true for me. I know the difference between
guess what?
everybody's rhetoric.
Because guess what? I'm gonna prove it to you why it's true. So many people quote what everybody says in this space, but nobody can give you an exact quotation. But like he said, well, he said you should get married. No man in his right mind said you're gonna get married in
In
3
3
months.
months. Yeah.
No
I'm
man in his right. First of all,
I
it's the identification of a wife first
wife.
that niggas don't understand.
And I said 6 weeks. Okay.
And here's the fundamental flaw. Y'all can't even sit down and have a conversation and talk about actual shit that goes on for black men.
That's not true. I do all the
time. Hold up.
Really? Okay, go ahead.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Because
Finish,
you
Charles.
went around in a circular argument and stuff that you could have answered in a minute consistently. And why did he say this for certain men? First of all, Kevin's content was technically for a certain type of man.
And guess who was in the mix? That kind of guy. Okay.
Yep.
Who's he talking to? Go ahead,
He
Charles.
was not talking. I'm still a member. So when you're going into corporate, which I'm in corporate security management, I'm working in the corporations of security and policing.
And you were in the mix. Why did Kevin actually start talking to women?
Because one, women actually pay. Two,
There we go. There we go.
Two, which is nothing wrong with that. Two, women were looking for these types of men.
And 3, guess what?
Hold on, looking for these types of men.
Can we finish the statement, dude?
Let him get 3 out.
And 3,
All right, yeah,
guess what the men were actually asking for?
Wives.
Wives.
There you go.
And guess what type of wives? And trust me, there are women out there who said, you know what? Who changed their program and said, you know what? I ain't gonna be like my mama.
I wanted this kind of guy.
If I want this type of guy, I need to be this type of lady.
Yep, I need to act like Kevin said.
No, it's not act like,
well,
because
it is
guess what?
acting.
Because
Yeah,
a lot of these, I'm gonna put it to you this way, right? And for all these naysayers of Kevin, I'm gonna have to defend my boy real quick.
Yeah.
How many motherfucking good relationships did y'all put niggas in? How many good women did you point out to niggas? Let's keep it a fucking buck. Guns on the table right now. Guns on the table right now. Since niggas are these experts in women, how many good women did you set up with good men?
You got me
We're gonna
there.
talk our shit. We're gonna talk shit.
Yeah,
You
I
got
mean
me
that's the real. I mean, see, Ty City, that's the real.
You got me there.
That's the real.
I'm not a matchmaker. You got me there.
No. I don't want to hear shit else. I don't want to hear shit else but the fucking answer.
The answer is none.
Because
Zero.
since
None.
everybody
I haven't
can point
made
out
any
the
match-
bad ones, you damn sure could point out the good ones.
Well, here's my theory about
And
the
then
good ones.
point out the ones who brothers could take, and they will add value to their lives.
Okay. Let me get this theory.
It's pretty simple. People on the Hill, people of influence, people who write laws out here where I'm at. Kevin Samuels is a household name.
Yes.
End
Yes.
of
Fauci knows it.
story. Period.
That is the influence.
There is no argument because that is an actual fact. And they're not talking about all these little piecemeal, all this little petty shit. They're talking real deep shit.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing,
brother. That is the influence
about population. They're not talking
that is,
about. They're not
and I'm
talking
gonna tell you
about
one
these
thing about
hoes and all this other nonsense.
Let Assaulty finish.
So I mean, in some of these spaces, you can talk about all these 304s, all this other nonsense, but where the real power is,
people
know they exist, but they're nothing. But Kevin Samuels is a household name out here. End of story. End of story. There's nothing to be said. They don't know my name. They don't know your name.
Let me ask you.
They know Kevin Samuels' name.
Hold on.
Let him
Period.
We've run.
That is the influence I was talking about. I don't know exactly where I got cut off from, where I got dropped from, but that is the influence.
Where you gonna start?
That is the influence I was going in on. Okay, listen, I won't even take credit for it. The brothers here in this space have created a massive push, a start, a wave of some sort. I mean, however you want to describe it, something has began here. What I can't really understand, Ty City, and the brothers that are in your corner is why are you guys fixated on the belief that we're just or brothers here are just talking to women? I don't really understand that. The whole point. If we specify specifically on the so-called gender war, it was always something about the men, speaking to the men, changing and shifting the mindset of the men. I don't know where you get this. Yes, there are some dudes, but that's like Edward have said, that's primarily the purple pill spaces that are talking to the women.
And that's because
that are
of money.
shame, blaming.
Let me say this real quick.
You got a minute because you got a whole
all right, for the third time, talking to women is not SBE. All right. Now, most of the SBE don't even come from this space, and you can look at the content that I do and see that it's almost like dudes want to go into victimhood and cry. Like all they talk, I make it a point. I'm not even bringing up Black Manosphere content no more. Like it's just so much out there of men trying to talk to these women and try to convince them to stop being modern women and go.
You just contradicted yourself.
No. Hold, let me finish real quick. You got another 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Never interrupt making a mistake.
Again, so that is SBE trying to convince women. Just talking to women is not SBE. Again, for the third time. This is what.
There are groups like the what is it called? We call them hoteps, what's called nationalists. They actually invested in that. That's what they want. That's not us. Okay.
Yeah. I ended a friendship with a dude who called me a fucking misogynist. Shit, he was a good friend of mine, and I fucking had to drop him.
Misogynist.
You know, and the thing is, he was trying. His whole focus was trying to get together with Black women, and I wasn't against that. But the thing is, I was trying to tell him, man, you got to put the focus on the men, and then once you put the focus on the men, the women will come. And but they want to do this equal 50-50. You know, them come to the table, but they can't come to the table because their hands not clean. You know what I'm saying? No. As just Judy said, their hands not clean. They can't come to the table like we come to the table. But let me say this: the real understanding you got to get. What are you going to tell your son? You understand what I'm saying?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to tell my son.
Okay, all right, well, okay, all right. I want you to answer that, but let me finish the statement. So the thing is, what are you going to tell your son? And is anything that's being said, is that detrimental to your son? Because this is really what the bread and butter is in terms of whether or not the Black Manosphere, whether or not these talking points are working. It's whether or not the next generation of men are going to be able to absorb this shit, right? And then be able to put it into practice. Because look at Jordan. Look what is the academic Jordan
Peterson.
Jordan Peterson. Yo, this motherfucker. Listen, the whole world. Listen, he and Andrew Tate. Yo, they want to put these motherfuckers under the jail. You understand what I'm saying? And you gotta understand what influence does, because they like, yo, these motherfuckers is about to fucking destroy the men and move them away from this feminist shit. Yo, we doing the work. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna say this.
Hold on, Charles. Let Ty City respond. Okay.
Yeah. So it goes into my theory about the good women, because I say all women, because the women who are the good women, they don't need help. They don't need to be shamed into acting a certain kind of way. They don't. So what I'm thinking is, you're engaging with women that that are not even good for you anyways.
Are you sure about that, Ty City?
And
yeah,
how would people know that
I
those
just want
women
to
would be good
finish
for you anyways?
Let him finish.
No, you okay? You got another 30 seconds, man.
So my theory is, these women aren't just everywhere. You're not just gonna pop out and they're not everywhere. They're not.
Okay. And what?
Okay, so more than likely you're engaging, you're trying to change a woman that you shouldn't even be engaged with anyways.
No, hold on, Ty. Let me say this.
Whoa. How do you know?
What do you mean, how do I know?
How do you know? How the guy supposed to know?
He's supposed to know because we're supposed to be talking to each other
Hold on, hold on,
about what we need to do, not about what women need to do.
Like what?
The second question that you asked me about myself.
No. Like what? Like what? Don't get away from that. Like what? What are you telling me?
If you have to bring stats and statistics and all the rest of the shit, that's not nobody you even want to be in.
Yo, these what men do. That's what men do, bro.
That's what men do. That's what I'm saying.
For men.
That's what I'm saying.
The stats and statistics is for men.
So wait a minute.
Hold on. Let Ty City answer the question about what you actually tell your son. Go ahead.
Right. So
you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Again, he asked me about would it be detrimental to my son? Yes, it would be detrimental for me to tell my son to be more concerned about women's problems than his own. Yes, it's detrimental.
Well, that's elucidated. Go ahead, Charles.
You know what?
That's detrimental.
There's several points. There's several points I need to talk about, right? There's several points I need to talk about.
That's all. That's go to most of these channels.
The candle just showed over my head. I see the light now. Go ahead.
Good. Maybe you'll stop SBE.
So wait a minute.
Nigga, you don't even want to try me. Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to. I gotta. There's a few points that niggas been talking about.
I'm not the guy you want to try. Trust and believe. Go ahead, Charles.
There's a lot of shit that niggas been saying that it really stings me. Number one, if a brother want to cry about a woman on a panel,
yeah,
I ain't got shit, nothing but respect for him. You know why?
That's why he's here.
Shut the fuck up and let a nigga talk for 5 seconds. Now, and this is the reason why I'm gonna say it. A lot of you so-called hard-ass niggas out there, especially some of you niggas in the chat, this is how I know you don't frequent our space very much, because we had a brother eliminate himself over pressures that God only knows. When you get text, when you get fucking emails, and BGS sends me some of the emails with people trying to get in touch with me of saying something that you said to me or said on a panel, I was about to do something to myself. But see, the problem with a lot of you niggas out there is that you have no fucking empathy. You think your way is the only way. Oh, this nigga crying over. You don't know what the fuck this nigga crying over.
It's the ultimate SBE.
And then here's the fucked up part.
I can show you emails.
Can I goddamn finish?
Go ahead and finish.
Tonight?
What? Nigga, please.
Guess what you're complaining about, right? Finishing, right? Let me finish.
Hold on. But yet, when a brother comes to look for some fucking answers, we don't have empathy. You know why the women can get over shit? Because that sisterhood is powerful as shit. Niggas can't even go to your fucking state and get a job from you. But guess what? That raggedy bitch could go to her friends who work in HR and get a job just like that.
Facts.
But you niggas thinking about we just talking about
this is and I'm glad you said that, Father, because
hold on. All right, mods, get these trolls out of here. All right.
So Charles, that's one of my problems, and exactly what you just said. And I've said this many a times. If a man has real issues and he came to this space and he hears a bunch of guys talking to each other about what women need to do, you don't see the issue with that?
Number one, I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh,
because sometimes you got to look at a person who has problems just like he has a drug problem, alcohol problem. He has to see the problem within himself first, and he has to talk about them issues. Judge not unless thou be judged. Remember that shit? Because black men are very multifaceted in their talents and in their problems. It's bad enough you got black men out there trying to get their kids being raked over coals for child support. You know why? Because a bitch knows that if he gets the kids, he's actually going to be successful. And you know what's going to happen? She can't use the excuse of him being deadbeat. They're going to look at her, why aren't you a good parent? It's always a lot of fucking foreshadowing. It's always a lot of hiding behind the curtain of excuses, shame, insults, guilt, and a need to be right. It dominates our culture. If you haven't noticed.
And
the fucked up part about it is this. You got a lot of brothers out there who's just looking for a little bit of a battery in their fucking back from another brother to say, you know what? You're gonna be all right. This too will pass.
Facts,
but till you keep shitting on brothers, you're gonna push them away. Hold on, I'm about to finish. The more you keep shitting on brothers instead of giving them answers and actually some empathy, the more you're gonna push them away from this fucking space and become a victim of their own psychosis.
And I wanted to say too as well. I want you to answer him, but I just wanted to add on too, in terms of what we're looking for, because you're talking about some of these women you don't have to convince, but you have to understand these women have to be grown and developed, bro. And who but the Manosphere is putting out the information to actually put in the minds of women to steer their daughters in a certain direction. Because so we can have this, you can talk in circles all fucking day long, right? But if we're not having any influence over these women who you say we shouldn't be talking about, they're not gonna fucking develop those girls to be wives for your fucking son.
And how do the men know how women are supposed to be if we don't tell them? If we don't talk about it.
Yeah, politics is downstream of culture, and culture is downstream of media. And America is the most powerful media machine in the world, and probably in the world history. So if you don't have any access to that as a black man, you have no influence over what women, men, children influence or get influenced by.
If we weren't influencing people, they would not be shadow banning us as we speak. Okay, there's a reason for that. But go ahead, Tyson.
And I'll speak to. I'll say. I'll have one more thing.
Say it again. The niggas in the back ain't hear you.
If we weren't influencing people, we would not be shadow banned. Okay.
You think I'm shadow banned, BGS?
I am. I don't know about you.
I am.
Only you know.
I know I'm shadow banned.
Are you shadow banned? I don't know. Are you?
I don't know actually.
I know I am.
Yeah, you shadow banned too, bro. I don't see none of your shit.
So I forgot which one of you guys said it, but
it doesn't matter. Just answer it.
The responsibility of people's daughters, and that we have to teach them to be good wives for our sons.
No, that's not what he said.
Not what he said.
Okay, so
where are they gonna get the information, the true information?
Can I put one thing in here?
Hold on. Where are they gonna get true information? Where are they gonna get it from?
I don't know.
Somebody has to bring it out, right? How do the men know how a woman should act?
Oh, men should be telling men about the exactly. Yes.
But if you don't talk about them, how will they know?
I'm not like that's what I'm saying. And again, I'm of the belief that these women know exactly what they're doing, and they're not just dumb.
Most of them don't.
Have you read the Bible, bro? In the Bible, they tell you to fucking for thousands of years. No, but listen, hear me out. For thousands of years, women have had to be fucking taught, bro. This shit ain't nothing new. These bitches don't just pop up like that, bro. Come on, man.
I talk to them all. I talk to them all the time, right? They don't know shit.
Yeah, Mr. BGS, I have a real question to Thai City because it always okay, I will be fast. It always confused me. The standards to have. Man only should tell man. Women only should tell women. Which society are you referencing?
Well, okay, so us,
because it's aimed at African.
No, let me answer.
Yeah. Okay. So us as black men,
Mm-hmm.
we have to start prioritizing our stuff above everybody else's.
What does that mean?
That means start with us.
That didn't answer my question.
No. I know. What I'm saying is, well, what does that mean? You know, since you said it, what does it mean?
What does it mean to prioritize our own issues above the behavior of women?
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means exactly what I just said.
No. What does it mean? No.
To prioritize the issues of men above.
What are the issues? What?
Oh,
we
no.
need specifics.
It's Inquisitor came.
Okay, so
what is the programming? What is the information that actually pushes that forward?
In other words, one statement. Well, actually, get into that statement. What does that mean? Okay, you just said something. What does that mean?
Right. So the priorities of your own should come before how women behave.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means exactly what I just said.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Prioritize what? What is that?
Okay, so prioritize your own issues.
And they are,
because what happens is,
and they are
whatever they might be.
What are the issues?
Okay, your issues are your issues. I mean, what are your issues, BGS?
Oh my
God. Okay, all right. Next.
Hold on. I want Gigi can go after me.
Okay, go ask your question again, Snake Man.
Okay, because that is very important. Where do you get your references from? How men and women should act? Which society are you referencing from, or did you just pick it up out of the air?
No, I didn't just pick it up out of the air.
Okay,
I have my own experiences, some of which I've brought onto this panel.
Yeah, but we talk about a societal issue. We're talking about rules and behavior.
In other words, what model are you using? What model are you using?
Just say it's a country.
No. What model are you using? A model that you made up. Is that what you're saying?
Just say it's a country. It's a culture.
It's a model that I made up. Go ahead.
It's a model that you made up. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
So it actually doesn't. So actually, you have no references from real societies how they act.
He just said it.
I don't have no reference. Right.
Right. Model that he just made up. Okay. Go. Before Gigi, who wants to get in? Because Gigi, the floor.
Yeah.
I want to jump in real quick.
Julian, then Dead Set, and then Gigi will get the floor if that's okay with him. Is it okay with you, Gigi?
I'm good with it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I don't exactly get what Ty City is arguing for or against, other than that the space shouldn't exist. But
no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean that's what the broad thrust of it is.
That's what you get from it, but that's not what he said. Okay. Not
what he said. Okay. Fair enough. But from my own experience, I know a lot of folks who have been different exposures on the Hill, in state level government, public city teachers. These are black, white, men, women, and they have all heard of people in the space, broadly Kevin, but then other people deep within, but they all understand exactly what's going on. All right, that is out on the table. How do you get people to understand how they move from point 1 to point B, or point 1 to point 2? They don't know. We know that a lot of men are suffering. I'll say two, or not being heard, or not getting shit done that they need to get done. This is like outside, inside pressures. But I'll say the two things I've noticed is that, one, Kevin gave a lot of people exposure to the bullshit that goes on in a first world country. This is shit that if you have gone outside of this country, you've seen that it does not exist at nearly the same level. The thing about Fresh and Fit is they actually are preaching all this stuff to the guys. All this stuff is for the guys to get it. And I suspect if the guys stop supporting the women they bring on, they would shut down their show because they would have no need to have that show on the air. That's how they get the girls on it, and that's how they make their money. But they hate the fact that they do it. That's why they get so upset about it. So where's this coming? You have the young guys who are pissed off and trying to get the attention and trying to rage out. You have the older guys who appreciated Kevin, who get it and see it, and they want to know where you're going to go. and everybody in between is trying to argue over how do you accomplish this thing? How do you get men to be in the system and be of it? Meanwhile, you got a bunch of people who are trying to move wherever they need to go.
Okay, you done? You got more?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. Go ahead, and then we're gonna get into Gigi.
Okay. The thing that's most concerning to me is
Mhm.
that when we overemphasize, like when we overplay our position, one of the biggest issues that we have is that we are inextricably intertwined with that woman. There is no getting off that hamster wheel. So when we say things such as, you know, we need to focus on ourselves, and that's this kind of shit females talk. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to control an environment that is out of control. That means controlling that woman. So there is no exercising her from the conversation, because at the end of the day, if you want your group to continue, you're going to have to procreate with that woman. That means you're going to have to deal with that woman. That means you're going to have to deal with the laws that come with it, which means you're going to have to attack that front also. So I just want to bring us a little bit back down to earth and stop talking so much about, well, focusing on ourselves, because focusing on ourselves is good, but it's how we interact with that environment that is most important.
Okay, what's your idea of controlling these women?
You control the women by controlling the environment, man. It's pretty simple.
Okay, so what do we need to do to control the environment?
One of the things you can do is you can marry young, and none of this is guaranteed. This is because I've married younger women who haven't been on the cock carousel yet. They're more malleable. This is common knowledge. The second thing you need to do is you got to keep that woman in an environment that is favorable to the situation that you're trying to create. The problem is, in the United States, we've got an overarching culture that will ruin women. And we already know, you bring a woman from overseas and she hasn't completed her wifely training, what's going to happen? She's going to come here and get ruined. Eddie Murphy talked about this in his stand-up comedy, 30 years ago?
Almost 40.
Yeah. And so this stuff has been going on a long time. But the remedies that I'm giving you, like the passport bros, they get it. Those who find a wife outside of the country and then keep her ass outside of the country, they're going to be good. And those who have a woman who's been inculcated in her country enough to whereas the effects on her here will be limited, those will be good. If they bring their parents here, even better.
Okay. Controlling women without consequences.
There are always consequences. There are consequences to every action that you take.
No. What I'm saying is, for you to control women, you got to have some type of control mechanism, right?
We're talking about controlling the environment. That's your control mechanism.
Okay, so all right.
Yeah, and that's why we brought up policy earlier, because
policy
because the consequences are enforced via policy, via police, via the courts. That's how it works in the environment. That's why we've been saying you need to change the environment first and foremost
via the educational system.
Yes.
Check out CIS. They just allowed all those people to come in from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Guatemala. And a lot of them are coming over, and there's very few restrictions. Even people who are parolees can come in. So America's going to change.
Yeah.
And you're going to see a lot of that stuff come in from outside to in instead of guys going inside to out.
Yeah. That said, you got more?
No, I keep it short. You know me, BJS.
Gigi's going to get the floor.
Okay.
No, I thought somebody else was going to say something first.
No. You got the floor, sir.
Yeah, man. Look, man, the only thing I have to say is, man, the brothers, man, want progress. And, as a whole, I think the main grievance that a lot of brothers have is that, black women for about 50 to 60 years have been on some strong coon shit, and nobody can tell them that they on some coon shit. You know what I'm saying? So they, use reverse psychology and all kind of crazy white people axiology to say that it's something flawed about us. But when you look at the system, man, and the educational process and all of this shit, man, all I see is a lot of people, man, shooting for token positions, trying to get in where they fit in.
Okay, and it's all about trinkets and baubles and a whole bunch of superficial bullshit. Okay, so you got brothers, man, who are saying, look, a lot of black women out here cooning and ain't telling the shit straight up like it is. They just saying shit that's going to put themselves in, this compromising position where they can basically kind of, lord over us. And it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? But like, don't tell me I can't say shit about it. And that, like for the most part, I'm a bitch for saying it. Cause see, that's gonna turn me into a koofy smacker. And I know people don't like it, but
Explain what a koofy smack is. A smacker is, okay?
Well,
People don't know.
To me, what a koofy smacker is you got some pro-black dude, man, that's acting like he manly as fuck, like to the point where he like so brolic that he can't get his motherfucking koofy smacked off his head. So like, what I don't like is for another man to accuse you of being a bitch because you putting a woman in check for some shit that she out of order for doing. And then you come up and you run and you say, well, you can't talk to her like that, man, because that's, I love her. Like, hold on, you don't even know this chick for real. It's one thing for you to be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you see me fucking doing something crazy and ignorant, but talking, having a conversation, saying what I think in my mind that I think is fucked up about what black women doing, white women doing, any group of motherfuckers, right? Then you come and try to grandstand and virtue signal to the point where you feel like I'm about to defend them. You can't talk to them like that. I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me what I can say and what I can't say? What I'm about to do is smack the fucking kufi off your head and dot your I and cross your T.
Now,
now it might sound fucked up to you, but it sounds cool to me because what a lot of men are doing is they calling other men bitches because they are voicing their grievances and talking about shit that human beings basically go through. Like, so what we supposed to do? Bottle the shit up? Not say anything about it? Not give voice to the frustration? None of it? Just be quiet because that's what men do. Just stoically take getting fucked up your ass, right?
Never said that. What? Okay, so
I'm not talking to you specifically, bro. I'm not talking to you specifically, man. I'm just saying, in general, there's a lot of men coming forward right now. Like Ace Metaphor is one of them guys. It's a whole bunch of them. They everywhere. Okay, and what they say is, don't say what the fuck you got to say, cause it ain't man-like. So in my mind, what you doing is you calling me a bitch. So if you calling me a bitch, you got to stand on that. And I'm gonna see if you actually standing on the hardcore manhood shit that you say you are, because it done got to the point where these motherfuckers think that black men in the manosphere somehow are 97-pound weaklings or obese as a motherfucker with 2-inch dicks that can't get no pussy, that don't have no physical prowess or the ability to fuck one of these dudes up, because it's getting disrespectful, is what I'm saying. And the point is, man, it's all kind of men in this space. It might be some 97-pound weakness. It might be some obese guys. But the whole prototype, the whole stereotype, and the caricaturization of who we are and what we are about is that we just hate women just because. Or we got a problem with women just because this is misogyny. Like, so you can't even offer a criticism without it being reduced to misogyny or misogyny. At some point, that shit's got to end. If it's the case that freedom is what these chicks want and rights are what these women want, and they want to be in these positions and these jobs and all of this, with rights come responsibilities. There is no rights without duties. There are no rights without responsibilities. If you expand rights, you expand duty. You expand responsibility. But the way we have set the society up is it's a constant bitch session against us. And I'm saying, and it's a lot of men who are saying, it's over for that shit. All of that criticism without being critiqued your goddamn self is done. Now, we can argue about the relative merits of what's going to change, but nothing changes overnight, man. Like, men have only begun to speak. Like, the manosphere is a space where men are really actually saying this is what's fucked up in our lives. Niggas is getting fucked up with court cases. Niggas getting false paternity cases. Niggas getting hit with child support and not able to see their kid because they alienated from their children. It's all kind of shit that's happening. You got niggas getting abused, and then they not even believe because there's a preponderance of fucking, scholarship that basically says that you the problem and women can never be the problem. Now you got women online. I just got a video with some dude called Feminist who supports black women. You got black women saying the problem is that black men hitting us back. That's the problem with DV. If they wouldn't hit us back, everything would be good, and we could just keep whipping their ass, and they just sit there.
Jesus.
So this is the shit that's fucked up to me about men just voicing or expressing what they have in their minds or in their hearts or in their souls related to their experiences. We can't even talk about our experiences without being called bitches. So my whole thing is, okay, I'm ready to start kufi smacking niggas who talk like that. I don't have a problem with smacking a kufi off a motherfucker's head. I just don't. Now I don't want to, but at some point the line is getting crossed to where dudes is getting disrespectful. Now I don't care if you look. I tell people, man, I am pro-black. There is hardly anybody that could talk to me about pro-black literature that I don't already fucking know. I done read the Chancellor Williams. I done read the Ivan Van Sertima's, the Chiak Antidiops, the Muada Ashby's, the Anthony Browders, all that Afrocentric shit. I read it. The pre-Afrocentric shit, Martin Delaney, Marcus Garvey. I read all that shit too. So all this old pro-black shit, I don't want to hear the shit if we can't talk about all of the problems in the black community. We can't, right now, the axiology of white women, I'm not trying to hear that shit. But see, most of these niggas aren't educated anyway. Not to be disrespectful to them and not that you have to be formally educated, but you got to read a lot of shit. I don't want to hear a motherfucker who's not read feminist philosophy talking to me about misogyny for real. I just don't want to hear that shit. I done taught graduate courses, nigga, with feminist philosophy in it, and undergrad courses with feminist philosophy in it. So I don't want to hear some Johnny come lately pro-black motherfucker telling me about what feminism is about or what fucking equality for women is about. You don't even hardly know the shit because you ain't even read the shit. So, but you got a lot of guys, man, who I consider to be quislings, which is basically motherfuckers doing anything they can to get pats on the back and to perceive them or be perceived as virtuous. They grandstand and they virtue signal for cool points and shit. I'm past that stage, man. It's a lot of trauma, man. It's a lot of fucking hurt. It's a lot of neglect that a lot of guys feel, and they feel like they can't even say it because it's less. They're being less than a man if they say the shit. You got niggas going to court. You got niggas losing careers. You got niggas getting put behind bars over bullshit. And niggas supposed to just sit there and say nothing about it? Oh, I'm cool with that. You got niggas who paying for kids that ain't theirs for 10, 15 years. And they ain't supposed to say shit about it. Nothing.
Yep.
Like that's what men do. They just get fucked in the ass and they just keep taking it. It's time for a change, man. It's time for a pushback. And also, I tell motherfuckers, man, I'm more of a feminist than most of the niggas that grandstand and virtue signal about being feminist. Because I'm ready to say, hey, you want equality? Here it is. I'm treating you like I treat any other human being. No deference. What the women say in the Combahee River Collective. They don't want to be pedestalized. They don't want to walk 10 steps behind. They don't want to be put in queendom status. They just want to be treated just like everybody else. Well, here's everybody else. Here's the everybody else treatment. No, and then niggas like to infantilize women. Oh, they're like, well, she couldn't help but be like this. Well, if men did X, then women would do Y. Fuck all that, man. My whole thing is, and I'm gonna end with this. White supremacy is a hell of a thing. We all been exposed to it. What I don't like and I find disingenuous for motherfuckers to act as if the effects of white supremacy have only impacted black men. Like we the scapegoats. Like you could just pin all of the dysfunction associated with that shit on us. No, man. Other people have to take responsibility in the black community for their part of being on some coon shit too. It ain't just black men on coon shit. As far as I know, like both black men and black women can be on some coon shit. But to put it all on black men, well, you got to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, and then the women automatically do this. That's not how culture works, bro. It ain't never been how culture works. But we got this, like men got to do this, and then we got to build this, and then the women gonna fall in line. Fuck all that. Like, how you go if they're in charge of educating the children, which they are in this country increasingly? They're the head of the household. They're the ones who are raising boys. If they don't raise boys to be fucking warriors, then who's gonna fucking introduce them into the ways, man? Who? How you gonna? A man ain't just doesn't spring forth from the loins. A man has to be enculturated with values and with discipline and principles and habits. This shit don't just fall out of the sky. Like you just know how to be a full-fledged man because you're born with a penis. It don't happen like that. But if you got the deaf, dumb, and blind leading fucking children, guess what you're gonna get more of in the future? More deaf, dumb, and blind bullshit. So I done said what I had to say, man. I'm out, man.
All right, thanks, Gigi. Drop your info. When you actually gonna do that the Kobe smacking videos? Is Monday?
I'm gonna do that shit Monday, man. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do it Monday.
All right.
But it's no disrespect.
Yeah.
To the black because I am pro-black myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like because to me the antithesis of pro-black what I'm pro-white. No, so not that I hate white folks, but like the shit that they own is be some bullshit. So my whole thing though is if we gonna be pro-black, there has to be some standards, and the standard can't be anything for women just because they got vaginas. No, if they on some coon shit, they have to be critiqued and called out. And if they're going to be given rights and responsibilities, then they got to be called and held out. They got to be called out and held accountable for when they're not meeting up to their responsibilities with their rights. It's part of being, if you're in, like say, for example, you want women to have rights and all this shit and hold political offices. Okay, so now she in a political office. Well, we can't hold her accountable. We can't critique her because she a woman. If she amazing, she do something that's fucked up, what I can't say nothing about it. Oh, well, you just said this because that's misogyny. Why? Fuck all that, man.
Mm-hmm. What did Amos Wilson said that your culture is supposed to solve your problems?
Yeah, well, that's what culture's for.
But it's too easy for people to label critiques of women in general misogyny, and then black women just add race on it, so it's misogyny, which is doubly harmful, right? At the end of the look, this experience has been fucked up for a lot of black folks. We already know it. I ain't taking shit away from black women. I know they got unique experiences and whatever, what have you. But shit, if they on some coon shit, they need to be called out for it. Whether it's your mama, I know you love your mama, or if it's your sister, your daughter, your wife, whatever the case may be. But if she on some coon shit, she need to get called out for it. Sorry, I know you love your mama, but I don't know her.
I thought Gigi.
Dr. Gigi, yeah.
Dr. Gigi. Let me say this real quick, right? Because this is another part of it, right? Whereas, let's say, like you said, they need to be called out. Okay. Where I'm at with it is, I think that it's past that phase where even when you call them, I think they're immune to that.
I don't think they're immune to it because if they was immune to it, they wouldn't be trying to push back on it, saying you shouldn't do it. And they wouldn't be calling other niggas who basically are attack dogs, you know what I'm saying, to come handle it. Because they basically, that's to me what they doing is it's always some dudes that they use as buffers and drones and shit in order to prevent anybody from saying shit to them.
No, I understand that, but this is why I push the more of a message of indifference, because I really believe that shame, they're immune to it, and I think the only thing that women haven't dealt with is indifference.
They're not immune to shame.
They're not immune to shame.
Yeah.
Now see, look.
Because listen, wait, hold on, because my bad. Go ahead.
So look, it's one thing to have indifference to, like some personal shit. Like, like if it's a chick and she doing some shit that like, if it ain't egregious, then it ain't no issue. Like if you on some hoe shit or some thought shit, I can just go on about my business. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't gonna lose no sleep over that. I mean, that's what you own. Fuck it. Let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord, split you. I'll see you later. And it won't be a good later. It'll be a bad later. But the whole point is we talking about justice, man. It's one thing to be indifferent about some personal shit. It's another thing to be indifferent about a justice related issue. To me, it's egregious. It's insulting to me. No disrespect. To see like somebody like Amber Heard. Now, this is a chick that's been arrested for domestic violence. Like has a record for the shit. But then this bitch gets to turn around and be a spokesperson for violence against women when she done already slapped and beat up a woman and got arrested and charged and booked and convicted for the shit.
Yeah. And she did. Yeah. And she did.
I'm saying anything that sits back and says, I'm going to be indifferent to that, to me, is fucking, he's delusional. Because at the end of the day, what you need to do is to change the laws.
Yep. And that's why I always say snitch on the bitch. That's my phrase. Snitch on the bitch, put them people in her life. But trying to shame her, I just don't see it.
No, I mean,
snitch on the bitch. I low key like
Hold on. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah, so my whole thing is, look, I'm not in the business of trying to shame women. Like personally, shame is a powerful thing, but I'm not really like my business is not really on shaming, as more as it's about pointing out contradictions and injustices, bro. Like if the bitch is ashamed, if she's not, really, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm not about the personal moral development of individual people. Like if you want to be rotten to the core and be dirty and nasty and degenerate in terms of your virtue, your character, shoot yourself in the foot. I don't care, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like I'm not trying to change the and make people excellent in terms of character from person to person to person because I know I don't have the power to do that.
Right. There we go.
I don't have the power to go and like if you gave me a stick and some carrots and shit, and you get, then I know I can get some motherfuckers in line. You know what I'm saying? I have them doing tricks and everything, but I don't have the power to do that. Okay. Now, what would be ideal is if you can get your kids in line.
Yeah.
But now you got a system, and we've been going over this shit, man. Since the 15th century, man, niggas ain't been able to. Men ain't been in total control of their children in the Western world at all in general.
That's true.
Shout out to Gigi for pointing out. Yeah.
So you haven't. The court of chancery in England was in control of children, and then that common law practice filtered over into the United States. But now it's on steroids, and it's white dudes' fault. So one of the things, like more than anything, I'm about ready to start banging on them motherfuckers too. Pink face bang.
Yeah, because they let this stuff get out of control.
They let the shit get out of control, and the only reason they let the shit get out of control was because they couldn't stand to see niggas having shit.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why this shit is where it is. Because and they white women couldn't allow it either. During the area Reconstruction, they could have ended all this shit. 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, all you had to do was follow the first Civil Rights Act. All of this shit would have been deaded, no issue, no problem. But white boys with they white women, because white women was wearing robes and shit too, hanging niggas too. We gonna put these niggas in their place. So because you had to elevate white women, so that you got to let them know that a nigger ain't shit. Because you had to do that, this is where we at. And all I can say is, look, the black women who want it this way, it's one thing for you to, understand that it is the way that it is. It's another thing for you to just say, nothing at all and be like, this shit is cool. Because tacit agreement is a form of agreement. Not saying anything is a form of complicity implicitly with the system. Bottom line. And I'm like, man, this shit, I know what it's like to be indoctrinated into this shit. Because I went to graduate school and learned this shit. They try to ram this shit down your throat. I'm to the point right now, the experiences I've had, I done had motherfuckers, man, gay white men who's trans motherfuckers trying to tell me I'm privileged as a black man. After I done been to prison, been alienated from my child, been shot at, been fucked with by police and all kind of crazy shit. I ain't gonna say I ain't did nothing wrong. I done plenty of wrong shit. But god damn, the shit that I've been endured, it's like I feel like I'm born in the wrong place and time. And I can't believe that so many men are going through this shit. And here's the thing though. Men tell men to shut up. Women don't tell women to shut up about their shit. And that's the biggest fucking difference that there is out here. You got men trying to police what men are saying, but women don't police each other on a goddamn thing. They let them do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Except for when they're putting too much information out there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, hey man, you know, motherfuckers start whistleblowing and you fucking up the plug.
Yeah, that's what the what do you call that shit? What do they call that shit? That pick me shit's all about. You know what I'm saying?
But there is a place.
Being a mammy or whatever they call it. Being a mammy.
Yeah, mammy and shit. Yeah. But good doctor. I mean, goddamn. I mean, they don't pay you enough. Good doctor. They don't pay you enough.
I don't have all of the fucking keys to the game. All I have is my one little slice of information and my little slice of experience. And you know, it's a lot of good women out here. Not to say that there aren't. Okay. But the system in and of itself is filthy to the fucking core. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
And white men let it get to this fucking point. They let this shit happen. And now it's beginning to bite them. This is what they call chickens coming home to roost.
Yep. That's right. That's right.
Because you wanted to thwart and stymie Negro progress, because that's all that Howard motherfucking Smith dude did. He tried to basically stymie the Civil Rights Act in 1964 by introducing sex into the bill. That's why he did the shit.
Okay,
I call it divine karma.
Let me ask the question. Go ahead.
Yeah. What do you think white men can do to correct this?
I mean, first of all, they got to understand, like, I can't tell them what to do, but what they can't, first of all, what they should have done was just stayed out of niggas' way, like Frederick Douglass said is what you ought to do a long time ago. Stay out of black people' way. Stop trying to stop wearing hoods and burning crosses, motherfucker.
Or suck a black nigga dick.
Well, they ain't got to suck a dick.
Whoa. Hey, no, none of that, man.
You know what I'm saying?
BGS even more.
Hey, Gigi, let me say this.
I'm gonna start dropping people. Stop that, okay?
He done roasted him.
Do you think it could be too late? Because now they gotta convince the same women that they empowered to give up their power to make something happen to level out the power. You think that it might be too late, or
man, these chicks don't like this shit no way. They ain't happy.
That's right. They're not.
See, that's why I disagree. I disagree with that.
Man, these chicks. Man,
there you go with the hoes is winning. Go ahead, Ty City.
You already know, man.
Let me put it this way. Let me just put it this way. If they were perfectly fucking happy and satisfied, they wouldn't be doing the bitching they're doing. Because all they doing is bitching. They bitching. I can't find a nigga like this. Can't find a nigga like that. I can't do this. I can't do that.
They still won't get under the guidance of a good man. They still won't do it.
You cannot. It takes 50 years to get into this. It's going to take time to get out of it. Doesn't happen.
Let me add to that real quick, brother. Let's. Go ahead.
Hold on. Go ahead.
The issue with shaming. I think some of you guys got to broaden your scope on shaming, because I shame my wife, my ex-wife, in the courtroom, and it's not just standing in front of that judge saying, calling her names or some dumb shit like that. It's pointing out the evidence, the same shit that Kevin Samuels did. You do that in the goddamn courtroom. And that's when when we get into these conversations a lot of the guys are missing that scope of it. You can shame that bitch in that courtroom in front of that judge. The problem that we have with that is
But
that
consequences follow.
wait a
after
minute.
that.
Wait a
Hold
minute.
Yeah,
on.
judgment.
Ty City. Wait a minute. Go ahead. Just
The problem that we have, which is to Gigi's point, is first, they're going to start out believing that woman. So you're going to have to come up there with a mountain of evidence just to get that judge to sway his opinion or back him into a corner that is where he can't do anything but make that decision. Women don't come with that disadvantage, which means when you're dealing with that woman and you are trying to shame her on that witness stand, with your good lawyer or pro se or whatever the hell you're going to do, just make sure you got all your shit straight and you got a mountain of that shit.
That's what I said. You don't want to be reacting in court. You want to be proactive. That's what I'm saying. I said that earlier. Like, there are things you can do even while the relationship is on good terms that'll line you up.
But I'm focusing on the shaming part because I don't want the shaming to be limited to what we say online.
The shame works on all human beings. It always has.
But here's my thing, right? And then I really am going to retreat this time because it's getting late, right?
Please don't.
Well, shit. I mean,
he's got to get.
I got a headache the size of Texas, and I'm about to take some fucking a set of what they call that shit Tylenol, and then call it a day. Okay.
All right.
That's why I gave him the floor. You know.
Okay, so look, man. People will shame themselves. Like, people already know when they doing some fucked up shit. They like you don't have to really actually shame somebody because they're already ashamed. They already know if they fucking up or doing some shit that's fucked up. Okay. The question is, like, how long are you gonna play? You know, because you can look in the mirror and know you fucked up, but then convince yourself that you holding it all together.
That's the need to be right. Yeah, covering up. Yeah.
But my whole thing is, look, even feminists are coming out. Like, I just got like this video feed where I see, like the women who kind of like were the precursors to all of this shit, like intersectionality and, making a case for, why women need to have more rights and like what women need to be doing politically. They're looking at the output or the outcome of what they started with a side eye. They like, this is not the culmination of what we started. This is not the vision that we had when we, initiated the movement that we did. Because let's face it, and my only thing is I'm trying to hold them true to their own principles. You said it was about race, class, gender, and sexism. Where's the class part? Because now you got bitches in power talking about they want a man that's making 100,000. Like, what part of the motherfucking game about trying to end class oppression is that? There ain't part of the plan. It seemed like you on the wrong end of the whole theory. Now, so what is this? Is what neoliberal feminism? That's not what they started. They started some shit that was supposed to be based on more fairness and equity related to distributive justice. Now it's about I can't find a lot of cash.
Yep.
Like, they have to be looking at this shit like these bitches are tripping. They have to be. But see, this is what happens when you take a movement and white people co-opt it and turn it into tokenism. All this shit is right now is turned into corporate-backed patronage. That's all this shit is right now. And the corporations know that they don't have to do anything. Like take, for example, Budweiser or Bud Light recently putting the motherfucking white trans motherfucker on the goddamn can. Now, what did that cost, man? In terms of justice, it didn't cost them shit. Now they get to use Edward Bernays propaganda and say, look at what we did to fight for trans rights and shit. Slapping an image on a fucking beer can. But it's this, or putting a nigga in a position where they ain't really got no power, no way. We got a black woman here, so now we check the box off, instant justice.
Yeah, but see, this is what I'm saying, right? there is influence through lobbies and stuff like that. That you see what I'm saying? Like that's what made them want to even do that. That's not. It's not like, oh, we just gonna go and pander. No. It's the power that comes behind it.
Bro, look. Let me just say this, man. Look, ever since the '64 Civil Rights Act introduced sex into the equation, everybody's been trying to utilize sex as a way to get something. Because look it up, man. It's called interest group politics. Okay, they are using legislation where when you get legislation, resources are allocated towards ensuring that the legislation works the way it's supposed to. Okay? So there are set-asides, there are incentives, there's policy initiatives. Now, it could be the case that they do have a lobby or whatever the case may be. Okay, fine. So, trans people got lobbies. More power to them. But the point is, they don't have to deal with economic or distributive justice because nobody's demanding it.
Right.
But the very people who started these movements, quote unquote, were part of their platform was distributive justice. So then the question becomes, did you motherfuckers just sell out? Because you got a Cadillac or some shit? Like, this is like the Black Lives Matter chicks. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. How you gonna quit justice? How do you stop? Oh, I'm cashing out now. I gotta buy me a house in the Malibu. And I'm buying me some Black Girl Magic wine. We gonna have a brunch. Fuck, these niggas can get killed some more. No, the people in the old did not stop until they achieved what they sought to achieve. Now these motherfuckers, you can tell where their motives are. It's just about paper. For people like Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin Luther King, and all them motherfuckers, it wasn't just about bread, man. But now it's about bread. It's about the bag. And for people like MLK, it wasn't just about his bag. He could have been the nigga had a PhD and a divinity degree. He could have been a preacher pimp anywhere in the goddamn country in Black America. He could have cashed out and been like, fuck it. He put his life on the line. He knew he was putting his life on the line. Malcolm X could have cashed out. He could have went somewhere else. He could have went to any country he wanted to with all the acclaim he got. But he wanted to stay the course. To them, it wasn't about getting a fucking bag. It was making sure that all Black people had justice. Now it's about niggas getting bags. Or finding a man who can give them a bag, which is lazy any fucking way. If you want all this equality, this is what BBS said the other day. He had a video on the shit. It was to me, it was perfect because it just basically told the truth. Like, okay, if you want the job and you feel like you deserve the job because you merit it, because you have the qualifications for it, then you take on all the responsibility associated with having a job like that.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad you said that. I want to ask you this too, BGS. Tyrese's ex-wife, the one that's running through the court right now.
Okay.
She has I'm gonna just say relationship channel. I'm not gonna say red pill channel, but she using Manosphere talking points.
So
I wanted to know what you thought about that.
And you can't. And one, you can't stop it. Two, okay. How do you get your message spread? Okay.
No, I'm just saying.
Are you gonna listen? Are you gonna listen? Or are you gonna talk? Which one you want?
Well, I wanted to explain why it wasn't a gotcha question. Like,
well, you asked me a question. You want me to answer? Or you just talking? Which one is?
Go ahead.
How do you get your message spread? Somebody has to repeat it, right? And sometimes it comes with what? It comes with people want to make money. Sometimes people actually want to do the right thing, right? Does it matter? Can you pay these people to actually spread your message? Can you? It's called propaganda. You understand what propaganda is?
Yeah, but I think that's dirty. That's dirty.
Ty City, that's life though, bro.
I'm saying
That's dirty.
What government that spreads propaganda doesn't do dirt or use useful idiots? Name me one.
I'm just saying this woman is literally sending this man through the ringer.
The thing is, do you care about morals or care about results? Which one?
I myself,
Mm-hmm.
I care about results.
Okay, so you have to check
But
morals.
not at the cost of.
Oh, that's morals, sir. Not at the cost of what?
Yeah.
Not at the cost of what?
Yeah, you're right.
So this is what
No,
BGS
hold on a
I
second.
just this goes to what I was saying earlier.
No. At the cost of what? Finish your statement. At the cost of what?
At the cost of the message being compromised.
Compromised according to whom?
According to your own message. This is a problematic female.
You know, she's a problematic female because you morally feel a certain way about it, right? But the thing is, she's repeating your talking points. Okay,
Yep.
she's repeating your propaganda to the masses, right? She got a big platform. You know, no matter who looks at her, she's repeating your message, right, verbatim. And you're not paying her. Okay, why you feel some kind of way about it?
This is what I'm saying. Like it puts you on shaky ground when you bypass that.
How? How?
So you don't think that you saying I don't care if this woman is running this man through the ringer.
Okay.
She's repeating. Okay, she go ahead.
Okay. That's her problem. The thing is, half the time when people hear it, do they care who they heard it from? When they repeat it?
Yikes.
Does it take away from the message?
Yes, it takes away from the message. Yes.
How?
Explain how.
Because it's definitely a straight up contradiction. I mean,
contradiction.
Wow.
Even
this is just what I'm saying. Like this.
Ty City, do you know how propaganda works? You know how propaganda works?
Yes.
How does it work?
I know how propaganda works. Go ahead. What's the point?
No. How does it work? I want to know. I want to see if you really know instead of just saying it.
Propaganda. It works by broadcasting a message. That's how it works.
Over and over and over again, whether it's a product like Budweiser or Gillette shavers or was it Louis Vuitton purses or cornflakes, right? Message over and over and over again. They don't care, right? There's no such thing as bad publicity, is there?
This goes to what I was saying about shame. There is no shame.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay, all right. Wow. Go ahead, Gigi.
I'm just saying that's my point.
It's okay. It's okay, man.
Hey, look, I understand both of y'all positions. I understand Ty City's position insofar as, people ought to be consistent in the way they behave and the way they talk. Like,
wait. BGS, I got a question for you.
I'm gonna start dropping people. Okay, let Gigi finish.
So look, I understand his position insofar as demanding that a person be consistent in act and speech, but I also understand BGS's position insofar as, first of all, one, you can't stop a motherfucker on YouTube for speaking with a forked tongue. There's no way you can do it. And number two, fuck it. If she is saying, using your talking points, even if they are for motives that are less than honorable, it's still the fact that she's promoting your messaging. Now, now I will say this, because you see a lot of women coming, due to the fact that a lot of women are coming on YouTube making pro-male content, some changes on the horizon.
That's right.
Now, how soon it'll take foot? I don't know. But at least people are thinking about it. They're being primed for a change. And let me just say this: the incalcitrance of the people on the left, like the what I mean by recalcitrance is basically just the obstinance.
Yeah,
maybe that's a big word.
That's a good word.
The Andriness. of these motherfuckers.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
They know what it hurt that
Go
way.
ahead, Gigi. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah,
Ain't shit.
The damn doctor.
right.
Let
Niggas
me.
hear you, it fucks me up when I hear it, but I understand it. Okay, so the point, the fact is that they won't budge, they won't listen, they don't believe in free speech. They reduce everything to violence when they don't get their way. They pout like kids, like about to fucking turn blue, shit like that. So it's not helping the left, like the so-called woke left. It's not helping their case. And you got these Republicans, they have never ever deviated from their messaging related to family values. They've never deviated from that shit. They've always been like, okay, marriage should be about Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. A lot of them. Now, I mean, some of them have shifted and changed because some of them gay themselves. But I mean, like the reality is, white people are not stupid. They act dumb as a motherfucker, but they understand that family is the basic building block of community, man. That's just like your boy Rami said it perfectly the other day. The family is the unit that gives rise to interdependence and the cultivation of duty and responsibility in general. Like you got to have some breeding ground to practice, because kids don't know how to, understand concepts without seeing the concept being enacted or acted out.
And practice.
So how do you work out like cooperation? You watch Sesame Street or some shit. They gotta show you. It has to be, and then it can't just be seen on a television screen. It also has to be lived out in real life. But what happens when you have children who have no tethering to anybody? Their mother's not teaching them shit. They don't have a strong family unit. If you don't have that, you can't have a community. There's no practice ground for a community, because all really community is an extension of interconnected families, bro. That's all it is.
That's what he just said. That's what the Army just said. Yep.
And if it's that, if that's all it is, do you not? You keep asking, where's the community? The community is gone because y'all fucking up the family. And look, one thing you got to understand, bro.
On purpose though, right? Because a lot of dudes, they acting like, oh, these women are just dumb. They don't know no better.
They don't know themselves. That's why we're informing them.
Well, some of them know better. Some of them know better. Some of them don't know better. Most of them don't. I would assume most of them don't know better, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because America teaches people. America teaches people that freedom is negative liberty, and that freedom from oppression is freedom from obligations within relationships. That's what they teach people. And women are definitely taught this shit. Okay. They're taught that freedom coheres, or I won't say it inheres in you being able to do whatever the fuck you want to do, and a man not being in control of you.
Yep.
But
over everything.
But at the same time, women have taken control of everything. And nobody's saying that that's not unjust. Like, I don't see how you creating the same kind of shit, the same system, but you just swap genders. Like, how is that actually attaining justice? I don't see how it could be. All you did is just reverse the roles of who's in the so-called dominant position. It doesn't make sense. And this is why when I do my Koofy smacking show, I'm going to use African-centered thinkers in order to demonstrate how asinine the axiology that we're working with contemporarily actually is. Because if you look at, and it's a foreshadowing here, Africans, like, I'm going to use Yorugu and Marimba Ani. I'm going to use a woman as well, okay? So it's going to be hard for them motherfuckers to really say anything. But the core principle of African unity is some shit called apositional or appositional complementariness. It's not about who's in the control and who's the head and who's the tail. It's how do you work in concert? Like it's the concept of my art. It's balance. But right now there is no balance because everybody's trying to. This is the problem with Western culture. Everybody wants to be the fucking top dog. How can you play a football game if everybody's quarterbacking?
See, and Gigi, now think about this, right? How do you convince them to give up the power that they amass?
We just said it.
Now, look, good. Let G answer it.
Well, to quite frankly, I mean, you can have power, but the power you got can be, like disempowering. And that's what you gotta have to really actually talk to them about and say, hey, look, the math ain't mathing with the kind of power you're amassing. Like you see this shit in fantasy and sci-fi movies all the time, or even like didactic stories for children and shit, where you got like wicked witches and shit. Like the bitch got a lot of power, but like you can see how this is going wrong and how it's going to lead to ultimately to the witch's demise. Okay,
Wizard of Oz is that.
Like it's okay to have power, but the power you have is unbalanced. Like this is not really actually power. This is like insanity. Women have.
Yeah, what happens when the agreement doesn't work anymore, and that's what's happening with them. The agreement's not working anymore.
Man, look, I don't know. Like Shaka Khan is a motherfucker. Like I remember that song when I was a kid. Man, I'm every woman. It's all in me.
Yep.
That's your fault, motherfucker. Like, you stressed out and you got all this shit to do because you put it on yourself. You said you can, bring home the bacon fried up in the pan and all this shit. You did that. You took the burden onto yourself. And you did it for what I call a more propra. It's the Rousseauian term about wanting status. But it's a bullshit kind of status. It's keeping up with the Jones.
I know what you're trying to say, but it's just to them that like they don't have to be under the leadership and guidance of anybody. That means more to them than anything.
Okay, what happens when you? Okay, go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
I'm not looking to lead no bitch nowhere. I'm not no pimp. I'm looking to cooperate with motherfuckers that got good and common fucking sense. I don't have to this the one thing women don't understand. They so used to being obstinate and ignorant as fuck that they don't understand that, look, nobody's really actually trying to control you. You are the motherfucker trying to hold on to control that you don't have control over your goddamn self. Let it go, man. Relax. Now I ain't saying get to being soft girl shit, but I'm saying, God damn, life gotta be hella hard for a motherfucker, man. So hard-headed. It ain't about shame. It's about common fucking sense. Look,
no, I get it. It's common sense to us as men. It's different.
Look, it's common sense to women. Got good sense too. Like motherfuckers, motherfuckers act like women just emotional and they don't have the powers of ratiocinative capabilities. They got that shit too. They not dumb. Now look. If you want to run shit, you want to run your ass into the ground and look like the one chick from the Three Little Women before she 50 years old, look cracked up and shit, because you doing everything by yourself, because you INDE, what the rest is. You all that. You a damn fool. Like who tries to do it all themselves? That's like you got chicks right now, man, acting like they can play the 2 and the 5 on the basketball court against 5 motherfuckers. Dog, you don't have the power to do that. And then every man knows, man, ain't no woman really actually happy with a nigga that she can boss around, bro. She ain't gonna, a pussy ain't gonna get wet if she don't respect him.
Exactly.
So
that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening.
You driving yourself You paint yourself into a fucking corner is what you're doing. Because women know that they don't like motherfucking dudes who they can boss around. Their pussy don't get wet no more.
Mm-hmm.
And they want their pussy to get wet. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, I've seen it too many times, man, where a chick's trying to run game or whatever. I'm like, man, fuck it. Like, I had a chick show out with me in the club. I said, why she do that? This the place. I'm alive in this motherfucker. Did you just fucking have an argument with me in the club? Watch me get little on your motherfucking ass. Next thing you know, when she turned around, she saw me with 2 bitches. I bought a drink for both of them hoes and was talking to both of them hoes. And they both had big old bubble booties and had cute faces. She come up to me like, well, I was looking for you. What you looking for me for? You just told me to go to hell. So I'm in heaven though. What's happening? Well, I know who you coming home with. All right then, bitch. Holla at you. But like, if I'd have just kept running around the club all night, guess what would have happened? More argumentation, more fucking argumentation, and more of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Indifference. Whenever you see that, just
that's not indifference.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he.
But I get his point. But like, there's some things like it's one thing for the chick to argue with you, but if she slap you in your face, then that's a whole nother matter altogether. You understand what I'm saying? Like you don't have to hit the bitch, but you damn sure can grab her ass and shake her ass up and be like, bitch, don't fucking touch me no more.
Yeah.
Or you can call them people, like you said, snitch on the bitch. Call the police on her ass and give her a taste of the shit that she feel like she entitled to.
The vast majority of people cannot practice indifference. It's almost impossible.
Exactly. Because
no, you know what? I agree. I agree. That's why when I push it hard like that because
indifference has to be taught. You just can't push it. You got to teach them.
Yeah, and what Gigi did was.
I love y'all, man.
I'm about to just. I think it's late as hell right here.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. Let me say
I'm
this.
gonna be finish my point, man.
Go ahead. First, Dead said, and then.
Ian, you don't fuck with me no more, man. I'm mad at Ian, man.
Go
you ain't mad at me.
She don't pop up on my show no more.
Go ahead, Dead said.
Your light skin ass. You got a light skin problem.
He does have a light skin problem. But go ahead, Dead said.
Okay, this is because what Gigi did was he used his environment to control, to just like look. It's not indifference what he did. He just used his environment. That's all he did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Plain and simple. That's basically my message, and that's what BGS talks about. Try to control what part of that environment you can control, because women will try to shape themselves to that environment because it's sort of like one of their survival things.
And thing that to control, you also have to understand who they really are, and that's how you have to talk to. That's why you have to explain to men, okay, they're who they are and what they're supposed to act like and how they really are. You have to explain it to them and show them.
Yeah,
but you know, Gigi taught a while ago what it takes to be a citizen. Shame. It was 4 things: that shame, blame, the ability to meter out punishment. I forgot.
Yeah.
You know, there were 4 things, but I mean, essentially, shame is part of what it means to have power. You know what I'm saying? To not be able to exercise shame. Motherfuckers is looking at you like you ain't got no power. The bitch ain't taking you serious.
Shame only has power if it's followed with consequences.
Okay. Why do people feel shame about any particular subject? Why do you think they do?
Upbringing.
No, yeah. Okay, yeah, upbringing. Okay, I'm asking him.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying though.
No.
Okay, so people sometimes people don't feel shame.
No, that's not the question I asked. Why do you think people do feel shame? Otherwise, you're not human. Okay.
They only feel shame if they are honorable and they want.
They are afraid of consequences.
That's it. That's it. There's no shame. If it don't have no consequences, the shame don't work.
No. You have to be socialized to feel shame about certain things. Okay. Being naked, okay, you feel shame because that's what you have been taught and socialized, have been shown and demonstrated. Okay,
precisely.
Every human, only people who don't feel shame is actually sociopaths.
Yeah.
Less than.
But there are people that
There
Sorry.
are,
Go
there
ahead.
are people that what? Talk to me. There are people that what?
They're not ashamed of being naked.
But
No, what I'm saying is,
What percentage of people are not ashamed of being naked in public?
Nudists.
No, wait.
No.
It's a low percent.
No.
It's a low percent. It's a low percent.
And
BGS, listen. If you could run in the bank, hit the safe, and all anybody was going to say was just say that's a bad person, why would you stop?
In other words, why do laws actually work? Okay.
Yes, that's because it comes with consequences.
No. Because if everybody did not believe in that law, guess what happened?
Chaos. Exactly. But there's consequences.
You can't have consequences on a whole bunch of people. The thing is, they've been taught that what they're doing is wrong. Okay. 99.99% of people believe in running into that bank and stealing that money is wrong. That's why it works.
You're too black pilled.
Guess what? Even if it's wrong, if I could get away with it 100% of the time, I'm doing it.
99.99% of people believe that running in and stealing that money out of that bank is wrong. What if like 1,000 people came into that bank and actually jump over that counter and start stealing money? Can the cops stop them?
If it's just he doesn't know.
Can the cops stop them?
He doesn't live in a country like that. He doesn't know.
I know. But
no, I know. I live in America.
So why? So the vast majority of people think that that's running in there and stealing that money is wrong. The vast majority of
But
people.
can we agree that there are people that opt out of that? Like
how many
people that are willing to take the risk?
Okay. Hold on a second, right? What does vast majority mean, sir?
What's the percentage?
What's the vast majority mean? Explain it to me. That's the English. What does it mean?
Generally, everyone except for a few.
No.
Except for a few. What did I just say about the vast? What did I just say? The vast majority of people what?
Are afraid of the consequences.
No. They believe that it's wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, they believe that it's wrong, but you can still believe that it's wrong and still do it.
But you don't.
Those are the exceptions. I mean,
those
come
are the
on.
exceptions,
It's so insignificant to even
Well,
talk
we
about.
do have criminals in this society. I know that
What's the percentage of criminals who actually rob banks amongst 330, almost 33 million
No,
people?
the consequences make it low.
No,
exactly.
No, it's not.
No,
it doesn't. And during a riot, when they start running to a bank, do cops stop them?
Some, not all.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah, but I mean, still a chance of you getting caught, and then it's consequences.
No. What I'm saying, there ain't no consequences during a riot.
Man, this is a low IQ argument right there.
No.
Tell me about it, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
The fact that if you don't have any consequences, that shame doesn't work.
Consequences is to do what? And Charles is a cop. Charles, talk to me.
Yeah. And you got to realize one thing: shame in itself is a consequence, because shame is the consequence of the action. If you don't feel any shame, which is in itself a consequence, what comes after that?
Well, let me piggyback off of that, because I think he's missing the difference between male and female psychology. When you shaming a woman,
I said it's different. I literally said that 5 minutes ago.
So then understand a consequence for men and women. It doesn't take the same level of consequence for a woman that it takes for a man in the first place.
It's not that many consequences.
Let me ask you this, man. Okay, say something you're indifferent about, right? Say anything, right? Okay, pick it, right? Say you don't care what somebody says that you're a fan of, say the Cowboys or wherever you're at, right? You don't care what somebody else says about that, do you? There's no shame in it, right? Okay.
Right.
He has his opinion. He can say it all he wants, right? Doesn't matter, right? Okay. Why do women try to shut you up from actually saying something about them, about what they do with their nature? Try to shut you up and shut you down and get on people and send attack dogs over you and try to get your channel shut down. Why?
That's definitely shame.
Because they're effective.
Yes.
It's called
that shame is killing them.
Yep.
The shame is killing them, bro.
Yeah, but the ones that aren't ashamed will carry on however they want.
And
Todd, Todd.
there will be indifferent to what you're saying, right, sir?
Exactly.
Todd, let me add to that.
Renegades.
Let me add to that. Technically, Todd, I guess I'd be considered as lesbian because I'm married out. And one thing I can say is that I definitely sense the shame when I go out with my wife and with my family that, you know, a lot of sisters feel, you know, from seeing me with married to other people. And then when you hear the conversations they have and the feelings that they have, remember BGS, you remember Alice?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I'm so bothered when I just see brothers married to other women. That's a form of shame. And then, and look, and this the
What I was like, you shouldn't even give it. I mean,
well, that's what I'm trying to say.
That's not do with the topic that we're talking about.
Yeah.
No, but and what's funny about that all is that I'm being indifferent. Like I'm just hey, look, they're all just people out in the street. I don't really give a fuck what happens with your life. I'm not bothering talking to you. I'm not doing anything. I'm for the most part individually being indifferent about it all. And yet they're feeling shame for it. Hey, why is he not with me? You know what I'm saying? Why is he not talking to me? You know what I'm saying? Why is he just treating me like another person here? That is, and they're feeling the shame, bro. They feel the shame when we go out about living our life. Go ahead, my bad.
I don't think that's shame. I think that's more like some kind of need to like control or have some kind of say in how you live. You know what I'm saying?
It is shame. Okay, why you feel?
Check this shit out, right? So
I thought you was gone, Negro.
I
Go
was.
ahead.
I'm about to go after this shit. I swear, I'm gone.
Yeah, okay.
You taking ibuprofen yet?
For the third time. Go ahead, man.
And
You got the floor.
if Ian don't,
And he enjoying the conversation.
let me just say this shit. If Ian, you don't start fucking with me again, man, I'm gonna make a video about your ass eating copies, nigga.
All right,
with the
I'm
dead
gonna be
slope
on.
behind
I'm
it,
gonna
that
be on
light
the next
skin
live.
shit.
I'm gonna be
You know
on the
that
next
light
live.
skin video with that nigga that be making them zesty ass videos doing compromise and shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
With that
I'm gonna
dead
be
slope.
over there.
Take your ibuprofen, drink some tea, go to bed.
But okay, but look, at the end of the day, man, a quote from like feminist philosophers, all they do is sell shame and guilt. That's their whole thing. How did it make you feel to see so many women get hurt? Like X, Y, and Z. How many, you know, like that's all they fucking do. And like one of the main ones who created like the whole Duluth domestic violence model, here's a quote from this motherfucker, right? She said, "My specialty was selling guilt. We were funded by several Minnesota foundations to create a model community interagency response to domestic violence cases, and had the luxury of a fully planning year before we had to produce actual results." And her whole thing, we're selling guilt. And in this article, I mean, she basically talks about how they made up, you know, the whole concept of DV being connected to men wanting to have power and control over women, because you know she kind of recanted on it. But like, I mean, now the shit is full-fledged in place now, and people are doubling down on the initial reason that she came up with, even though she kind of recanted on, like, you know, what she considers to be the main sources of DV itself. Because like gay women, first of all, Ellen Pence is a gay ass woman, and I'm pretty sure she knew about gay women fucking fighting each other. Like women don't fight each other. It's a fucking lie. They know they do. Okay, they just don't want you.
Actually, twice the normal rate of heterosexual people. Twice the normal rate. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, you know, white women in the 60s and the early 70s had lesbian communes and shit. Why don't they have them anymore? Well, one reason is because them bitches understood that like these bitches are crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I mean, like even like one of the women that I fuck with is gay, and it's a feminist, but she's an equity feminist. Her name is Camille Paglia. Okay.
Oh, I know her.
She's like, man, I can understand why men are fucking like one of the fucking tear their eyes out over this shit. These chicks are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
women
cannot get along without the presence of men. That's been proven.
That is true.
And women, like, they act like, that's why I was so kind of like incensed about this Kim Foster chick talking about, I know my sister's gonna, man, them bitches will fuck your ass up the first chance they get. You got your nose wide open talking about I love all black women. Like they all love each other. They'll fuck your man. They'll take your money, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just human nature. this whole like the whole idea that like women are just relatively benign is a crock full of shit. Now
There we go. There we go.
I'm not saying they're inherently evil, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that like just to say that they're like they all got fucking wings and angelic and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Stop the cap, man. They're
Yeah.
human beings, bro.
Yeah.
So I, having said all that, man, I'll holler at y'all, man. Y'all be peaceful. And shout out to the motherfuckers who hit me up on the Cash App, man. I fuck with y'all,
Shout
man.
out,
Really.
shout out to the light skinned niggas.
Hey man,
All right.
dead slow videos and shit, man.
All right.
But yeah. So I'll holler at y'all later. Y'all be good, man.
All right, Doc.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish up on that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, because shame. You only shamed after you've committed a moral wrong and you know that it was a moral wrong. Shame is the extension of that knowledge. It's like I fucked up, or I know I shouldn't be doing this, and I'm doing it anyway, and I'm embarrassed about it. That's the reason why shame is a consequence in itself, because you're already feeling the angst that comes with doing that wrong.
It's called soft. It's called
what
soft
happens
power.
when shame no longer exists, though?
But then you don't have a society anymore.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, I think we could agree a lot of these females will do whatever they want out in
No, they
public.
don't.
And they're not really.
No, they don't. They don't.
So we don't see twerking videos.
Twerking videos is accepted morally in the society.
Exactly.
It did not used to be, but it is now.
Right. Most of us would not want to see our daughters twerking, but it exists because there's no shame amongst the women.
Okay. What extent of shame would have to exist? Okay, for society.
If our father was out there looking at her like this girl is crazy, and I'm about to beat her ass for this.
It's acceptable in other societies, though, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So did you ever see that Did you ever see that that viral video where the mother was having the little girl twerk? The girl probably was maybe like 2 years old or some shit, right? She didn't have no problem twerking. The mother was playing the music and shit. The father walked in the room. The little girl damn near jumped over the couch and over the coffee table just by the father walking in the room. You understand what I'm saying? It's built into, especially females, it's built into them. Especially when you're talking about a male. A male doesn't have to do a lot. If a male shames a female, he doesn't have to do a lot because it's built into them as females. The problem is in our society, we don't have enough males to give that presence and give that sense of shame.
And basically, what you've done over 50 years is erode the shame in certain practices, right?
Right.
It doesn't happen overnight. It's eroded. Okay.
Thank you, BGS.
But the thing is, how do you actually reverse this if you want to reverse it?
And my view is it's not going to happen in our lifetime.
How do you know?
Because it's getting worse.
How do you know?
Because I can see. I'm like
that's.
I'm in reality,
brother. We're watching the shift. We're literally watching the shift right before our eyes. Exactly. Are you not seeing it?
Okay, so we. Oh man. So
I mean,
we just explained it, and I don't know.
Hold on.
Let him y'all seeing things on social media, and
no.
News.
You are bringing up social media. We've been talking about policies.
Okay, so
but we're
which is the environment.
Now the marriage rates are going the other way, right? Now families and stuff is going the other way, right?
It has nothing to do with the marriage thing.
Okay, so what are y'all gauging this turnaround on?
In other words, do you study policy and how it starts?
That's what I'm saying.
Do you study?
But I don't see any of these prime examples of where.
Hold on.
Am I talking to you, sir? Am I talking to you right now?
I don't know who you're talking to.
I'm talking to him. I'm talking.
Man, today we have the slow bus community.
No. It's okay. Stop, Snake Man.
Yes, I understand policy. Even here in Texas, they try to incentivize people to be married so they can get tax breaks on land.
Have you ever actually studied how policy actually starts and where it starts from, how long it takes? Have you ever studied that?
Exactly.
Even feminist policy. When did it start? How long did it take?
It took them damn near 2 centuries with that shit.
So how long is it going to take to get out?
In other words, we haven't gone that far. Like if you turn around thousands and thousands of years of protocol, it takes a long time, right? Okay. This only been the last 50 years, and basically what's happening already is that it's falling apart. It's not working.
Yeah, like the pendulum is swinging back. I mean, how fast do you want it to really be? Like how do you want it to be overnight?
That's what
Especially,
okay.
Especially.
So how? So if I said today,
I'd say it's not going to be in our lifetime. That's what I'm saying.
No. If I said today, Thai City, I want a policy change. What do? Okay, does it happen immediately? You have to start it somewhere, right? It's got to go in increments, right? You have to look at it in stages, right? Right.
Right. You
have to change people's minds about it in the first place, right? Before the policy even gets on the board, you got to change people's minds. Okay. Have you really studied? I don't think you've studied this stuff.
So it took us 200 years to get here.
Okay. When the
Listen. What I'm saying is, y'all don't seeing the change. I'm just saying. I didn't say I see it. I said I seen it get worse. It's changing. So now, are we at the beginning of the 200-year swing the other direction?
Okay. Look, yes, in a manner, yes. But the thing is,
okay.
Take another 50 years, right?
Right.
Of feminist policy, right? From 1972 till now, about 50 years, right? Not 200, not 300, 50 years, right? Okay. The pendulum is already starting to swing back. Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is, where does the push come from that swing the pendulum back? Where does it come from?
Where's it come from?
Where's it come from? No, where's it come from? I'm asking you.
I don't know.
And what we're doing right now, okay? Policy changes. The thing is, I told people in 2016 they were actually going to kill Roe v. Wade, okay? I saw the pendulum swing. It took 5 years for them to kill it, okay? It took 5 years. It didn't take them a lifetime. It didn't take them 100 years. It took them 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, my guy, listen. What BGS said is effectively saying that this feminism policies got established 50, 60 years or less. So it's still
50 years ago.
Okay, 50 years ago. There you go. So we're not talking about it's going to take 200 years. It could range from 50 years or less. The point is that there's a shift occurring, and we're watching the shift, and you can see and measure the shift looking at the greater society, looking at what white folks are doing, looking at why else are they coming against what's his name, Andrew Tate? Because they see
tax evasion.
No.
For tax. Come on, brother.
I could give two.
Come on, brother.
2 valid reasons. Well, their birth rates are below replacement, so that means we need to fucking change shit now. That's why you see white people freaking out. Second, economics. The dollar. That the dollar meaning power internationally. Okay, this is the shit that we talk about here is so much bigger than, I'm sorry, social media.
Okay, let's talk. Hold on.
Wait. Let him finish. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much. I mean those two, just those 2 instances, and you're talking about 304s. The pendulum is changing because policy is changing because they're smart enough to see if we don't change the shit now, we're going to die off.
Okay, let's talk about that. So,
hey, good for me.
Do you think that they are that they're going to catch up with immigration? What's
the relevance?
Okay. The relevance is if they're not reproducing, but they're allowing more immigrants who want to reproduce at a higher rate. Like, what's the point of allowing that?
I knew it. He has us once a white man.
Where does your workforce come from, sir? Where your workforce come from?
Come on, BGS.
No, ain't no come on, man. Stop.
From outer space, from Mars, BGS.
You have to import them from where? That's called immigrants. Okay.
Yes. Right.
There's a policy, right? They're doing this on purpose.
Yes.
Exactly. Right, but it's against them with a population issue.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I think you got
okay. I guess I guess they're not gonna.
Man, go research demographics, man. I don't want to have to give you a whole seminar on this shit. Okay.
Yeah. BJS, why you always doing that? He knows it. He just want to go down the debate.
He doesn't know.
These people, they're not going to reproduce on it.
Because keep it one in an immigration country. Why are you asking so stupid questions?
No. It's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, Ty, look. What's important is that there's a shift. And at this point, I don't believe you can even deny it. I think at this point, you agree that there is a shift going on. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we're yes, it's
look, man. Look, here's the deal. Look, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you some policy on this. Right now,
we're going to wait for this shift to happen as long as it took for civil rights to kick in.
Say what?
Right.
What? Okay, hold on, man.
We're still waiting on civil rights. We being treated equally as citizens.
Let me ask you a question. How old are you, man?
No, he's on Kush.
No. So how old are you?
I'm 39.
You're 39. Have you ever been hung or chased down by the police and threatened and being called nigger by the cops, beaten?
None of that.
Tell you can't walk in, had to walk in the back of a restaurant or denied a job or something like that?
Exactly.
None of that.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? Like
because civil rights work.
Because civil rights works. Yes.
Yeah, and we even got a legal remedy for it.
Can you get a home loan?
Sure.
That's 1968 FHA bill. Okay.
Hey, I got a jet for real though. Hey, BGS, I appreciate you dropping the link. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they don't want to talk. You know what I'm saying? They rather go cry and not deal with it. But
that's them. But
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Who are those people?
The thing is, how do you educate people? You're here to educate people, not blame them. Okay. Either you're here to educate them or not. We're here to educate.
Right. But SBE and women who already know and don't care is still. I'm still never gonna be on board with that.
The vast majority of women do not know shit. Okay, they follow. Even the educated ones follow. Okay,
right.
They don't know shit.
And
right.
Let me
ask
you before you go.
They follow. 80% of people follow what they've been taught. They don't even question that shit.
And especially
women are even worse. Yes.
Especially women. Yeah. So that's
y'all think you know women. You guys really don't. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Come on,
but
BGS.
if they don't want to hear the message.
Don't be silly, BGS. Don't be silly, BGS.
You don't know women.
He don't know.
He don't know. Don't be silly, BGS.
No, I'm not.
This is why I know not to start re-education camps for women. That's how I know. This is why I know.
No, you don't. You don't.
Hey,
Everybody
have a good day.
Stop.
I have a question.
BGS,
have a good night, man. Have a good night.
All right. Peace.
Now,
peace, Ty, but very quickly.
Hey, but you know,
he ran away.
No, he had to leave. I don't want to hear that.
No, because it still didn't answer my question, BGS. I'm asking a very specific question.
Steak man, he said it's like 3:00 in the morning where he's at. He had to go. All right.
Yeah.
But you know, BGS, what he was missing again, like you said, he doesn't understand women because he doesn't understand.
Ty said he is not as smart as you think he is. Okay?
No, naturally he's not smart. Once again, I asked him. Hold on. I asked the guy because he always talks like he has some kind of claim or source or experience from some society where his tactic worked and ours failed. I could bring in one right demographic of guys who SBEs are women for literally 1,500 years. It's a Muslim community in the Middle East. They have literally a special police force going around SBEing women.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm saying is you got to understand, man, there's a lot of guys that come on here, okay, thinking that they know something, right? Haven't read nothing, haven't studied shit, pull it out of their own ass and put it out there like it's
Yep.
authoritative. Okay, that's what he just did. Okay.
Yeah, but he admitted it, and still he was on the case like, okay, my ideas are literally just stupid, come out nowhere,
Snake
but
Man,
I'm still defending
Snake
it.
Man, who is he raised by? Okay.
Yes.
Black women.
You
That's
can
what
tell.
they do. That's what they do.
Check this. I mean, check this.
BGS and the
The
general
reality
person.
is that Ed was right. Okay, they're just using it as a way to just come against a bunch of niggas that they don't
That's
like.
all.
They're just
That's all.
Yeah.
That's
I
all.
wanted to point out something here because
Go ahead, Vincent. Go ahead.
because when we're talking about that when we're talking about affecting policy, I don't know. I know Charles lived in Maryland. I don't know who else lives in Maryland. But right now we got on the books Senate Bill 410, which is allowing men to now, for the first time in this state, at the moment of birth, get paternity tests on their children.
Yeah, I said that like 3 hours ago.
And
I wasn't here. I didn't hear you.
Behind the scenes, I'm gonna tell it because he's not gonna tell you this. Guess who they called?
They went to
Dr. Johnson. Okay, that's who they called. Okay, for advice on this bill. Okay, that's who they called. It's like 2 months ago.
But the pendulum isn't changing now.
No, he does not care because
He
it
doesn't
doesn't
get
affect in his private life. Such is the reason.
not
He
about
doesn't think collectively.
Exactly. Like
he doesn't know. He's trying to pretend like he does.
Yeah.
Okay?
But you know, BGS too. He doesn't understand that for the most part, women are involved in groupthink, and so he's trying to he's thinking that this is about a one-on-one with women, and this is not about women don't deal one-on-one.
When you try to ask him to explain his policy and his thinking, he can't. He couldn't.
Right.
And he couldn't answer anything directly, which was bizarre.
No, it's not bizarre.
It's not bizarre.
I mean,
yeah.
for
he doesn't. It's called. My teacher used to call it compound ignorance. Right? You don't know, but you think that
I'm stealing that.
Yeah, it's called compound ignorance. Okay.
And you know what was interesting. I was going to bring up because you were talking about that people. A lot of these women. They engage in groupthink. So even if you convince them one-on-one, they still underline, okay, what is the group think? They're not just going to accept, even though they know, they still are tied in emotionally to the group think.
To the whole group. Yeah. And they'll go back to the group with reassurance. Yeah.
And then you add in because he thinks these women actually know, and then they're lacking education because go back to with the book.
Angela, see, if you want to come up and argue the point, that's bullshit. They still shame women. I think they keep them in line with the mammy shit and stuff like that. They still do
exactly.
It.
They do shame women.
No,
go back.
You ain't no boss, bitch. You let that nigga run over you. You let that nigga take your kids. You let that nigga get away without paying child support. That's shaming. Okay.
Facts.
Exactly.
And what's that book? Uncle Tom's Cabin, right?
Yeah.
The lady, she had to write a second book called Keys to Uncle Tom's Cabin because the majority of white people didn't believe that slavery was what it was. She thought they thought she was fucking embellishing. And she was even going light on what slavery was. The majority of white people in America, right? Didn't know. She sold millions. That was like one of the top selling books in the history of America. The majority of white people didn't know that slavery was what it was.
No.
The Queen of England read that book and was distraught. You know
the Queen of England with all her colonies was distraught about slavery. Like
she was like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on over there in America?"
It was.
Yo,
what year did Stowe write that? What year did that book get published?
Ooh, Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Yeah, I know it was. I know it's an old book.
1820.
1820. Because I'm thinking.
Like that. Yeah. I'm not sure.
No, but BJ's like look at this comment. He just used cancel culture. Cancel culture is shaming.
Yes.
Why do people not understand how it works? Why they literally have the answer in the sentences and still they're like, oh, I'm too stupid to understand it, but I use the word.
It said 1852.
Okay.
So the ones that don't buy into shame, how do you get to them?
The ones that don't buy into shame.
For instance, Snake. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
In other words, what are they ashamed of? Okay, all people are ashamed of something.
Right. Well, I'll use an example. Like Snake Man was saying, the Muslim
Mm-hmm.
community has been using it. There was a female, I forgot her name, but she ended up basically seeking asylum when she was in the Philippines, I think it is. And she
Mm-hmm.
sequestered herself inside of a hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
She was able to gain amnesty into the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much like within a couple of months of being in the United States,
The
she got
point.
plastic surgery,
Uh-huh.
got
Okay.
an
What?
OnlyFans.
Okay. What's the okay? The point is what?
The point is, there was no shame when she got to America.
Because
She's empowered by the female
in
community.
other words, every social system has its own morals and
Yeah,
guidelines, right? Does it
different
not?
culture.
Yeah,
Different
Yes.
cultures, right? Right?
yeah.
Okay.
But what is happening to the women on the other side? Look at their health. Their living, their mortality has decreased. Their consuming pharmaceuticals, they lead out of everybody. They
Yeah.
are almost drinking as much as men. They
Because
are literally fat and morbidly obese. The
they
average woman. So
with the
is it
Right,
working?
but they don't care about that until the very end because they only deal with the consequences towards the end.
so
I mean, this girl that
no, why do people believe what they believe? They don't it doesn't come out of nowhere. Why do they believe what they believe?
As we've been saying all night.
No, I want him to answer it, okay?
Yeah.
Because he keep bringing this stuff up. Why people believe what they believe?
well, when we were saying before about the upbringing, how they were brought up, who they
Yeah,
were raised by.
you have to be socialized. That why do you think it's so important about educating kids?
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Because
because if you indoctrinate them at an early age with your
yeah,
message, that's how you're
yeah.
able to get
So how
There you
so how
go.
they so how have they been indoctrinated, with, especially females, over the last 50 years?
oh, with social media.
No. Before
No.
that, before social media,
School system.
school system. What they've been teaching women since the sexual revolution in the 70s with birth control.
Well, they've been teaching them to be free because
Be-
there's a lack of
No
sex,
consequences.
consequences.
sexually free because the consequences has been socialized out of the system, right?
Hmm.
Yes.
Right.
Well, what can't you do now? You can't walk them and pat her on the ass anymore, can you?
No.
Why not?
Well, there's laws against that.
There's one law. It's also a social what shaming against that, right?
Hmm.
Towards men
Right, but
and
I
for
mean,
and for
we
and for
we got
and
to
for
admit that
and for,
there are
and
people that
and for
opt out of that.
It's got
oh
the
oh oh
exception again.
If you okay,
okay.
for
Oh,
instance,
who are the people that
everybody
opt?
doesn't follow the
Who
law. That's
who
why we have
who
criminals and we have
who are the
social
people?
delinquents.
And
Who are the people
Dirk,
that actually opt out?
Well, like you say, you can't pat her on the back, right? You can't pat her on the butt anymore, right?
Who are the people
We
that
have
actually
so
opt? Who are the people that actually opt out?
well, the ones that commit sexual assault and don't really care about it.
Okay, they still do it, don't they?
Yeah,
Regardless of the penalty, right?
right.
Is that the
Okay,
majority?
is that the majority?
Not even close.
Yeah.
It's another majority because they're being policed, but if
If
those are the
Oh
ones
my
that don't,
okay,
God.
okay, hold on a second, hold on a second. I'm gonna make you president of the United States. 330 million people. You care about about the isolated people or the majority? Which one? Who do you care about?
you care about the majority.
So yet, when you design a law or a system or a rule, is it for uh, majority or isolated people?
It's for the entire public. You
So,
want to keep the entire
so,
public in line.
so can you get 100%?
Can you get 100%? Not
Yes.
willingly.
No, I'm talking about anything,
No.
anything, any system, any law,
Oh, with
any rule.
anything? No,
Yeah,
any
anything.
system that goes against human nature is doomed to fail.
No,
No.
even toward human nature. All right.
Jesus.
Can you get 100%? Stop for a second. 100%. Can you? Can you? In anything in
No,
nature,
you're not gonna get
is there
100%.
100% in anything in nature? Anything, anything in the universe, is there 100% of anything?
Well, in terms of what? Because honestly, like,
Of anything in the universe, is there exactly 100% that follows the exact same rule? 100% of the time. Anything.
Are we going by like science?
I'm a scientist. Even in science.
What do you understand not on the word of anything?
Okay. Okay. In other words,
Does the world not revolve around the sun every single day? Do we not have cosmic rays? I mean,
Anything
what are we
day.
talking about exactly?
in other words,
Are you medieval?
If we're talking about nature,
there's no rule that follows 100% of anything. You keep talking about the
Yes.
exceptions, right? What about the exceptions? Okay. What about them?
Oh my God.
What about them?
I'm talking about exceptions when it comes to human beings because we're flawed. Nature itself, there's no stopping nature.
What?
There's absolutely nothing that's gonna stop.
Are
You ever seen anything stop a tornado? You ever seen anything stop a mudslide?
are there mutations in nature?
Sure. Yeah,
Are
most
there
definitely.
exceptional weather systems in nature?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like once in a million, right? Okay.
Yes.
Right.
El Nino.
So in other words, there's no 100% of anything. Why you keep worrying about the exceptions? Why?
Because he doesn't know
Because
what collective
why
is.
bother to stop those things that you cannot control? If we're talking about the SBE and we're talking about the women that you want to explain to them and shame is one of the primary things that we want to instill in them. The ones that don't care, you're spending like my problem is that the space turned into not so much helping men, but more explaining to women what they should be doing.
Have you asked the
There are
men
not
about
many.
Not the case.
well, have you asked the men about this space? Does it help them? Have you asked them?
I just see the examples. So
No,
like
no, no,
I don't see any one channel
no. Have you asked them about the men that come here? Have you asked them?
No, he did.
about the men that come to your channel.
Yes, this
Any
specific
channel.
space.
Have
This
you
one.
asked them? Yeah, this space. Have you asked them?
Wow.
In this space, I'll be honest with you, this is my first time here in this space.
Yes, that's why I
Oh,
said.
all right.
That
All
explains so
right.
much.
Well,
Yeah.
BTS, once again, I explain it once again. There are people who do not understand what collective means. Because if you understood it, you wouldn't came in here not knowing what the collective here is, spewing out this nonsense. You would have asked, hey,
Well, I know
how
what
is
a collective is. I
environment?
understand what a collective
Hold on,
is. But if
hold
you're
on,
saying
how,
that the collective exists in the manosphere, it doesn't.
Evidently, you don't. What is a collective, man?
A collective is people who have the same mindset.
No.
They agree upon it.
No.
It's not a collective.
No.
I come from a tribe and we never agree on anything, but it's still a collective.
No.
It's still a people.
No.
So if you don't agree on anything, how does a tribe move forward?
They come to a consensus or compromise. It's like
Yeah, compromise.
Yes.
We won it's called a Congress that does it all the time, and a president.
Oh, what? You have a counselor system?
Supreme Court.
Yes.
Parliament,
Mayors,
anything.
councilmen.
Oh my God.
It's nearly like you live in a society, but you don't understand it.
A school system.
I like Snake Man.
Well, what I understand is that I'm not going to go up against an opposing force that because they're not going to listen to anything that you have to say.
So
I mean, why not deal in your own environment?
How do you get change?
By bending over.
All right, let me ask you a question.
No. I answer my question first. How do you get change?
How do you get change?
Yes.
Well, you got to get a group of people to agree with what you want to change or convince them.
You have to go up against what? An opposing
opposition
force. Thank you. That's how you get change.
Mm-hmm.
Now ask me a question. What do you want? Ask me the question.
Well, when we're talking about women specifically, and you choose not to deal with the women that don't want to deal with you,
okay,
would that not be a better position to move from?
The thing is, how do you get the environment changed?
By running away.
The environment of women?
The environment that the women exist in.
By doing nothing.
You only deal with the women that are willing to deal with you. Why am I going to change the mindset of the ones that
aren't? Because it's not about individual choice, right? It's about collective, right?
So if there's a collective of women that decide that they don't want to listen to what men have to say because they can get whatever they want anyways,
so
what would be the point?
It's called the Black Manosphere, right?
Yes.
Who are we talking to? Women or men?
It should be men.
Okay. So what do we say to men that's in the manosphere? Give me a point where we're actually talking to women. Which point is it?
It should only be to men and how they should move forward.
No, that's not the question I asked you. We talk to men. We talk to men all night. You see any women
hmm
in here? Where do women come in? We done this all night. Where's the women at?
The women come in when you keep explaining to what women should be ashamed of.
Hold on a second. In other words, who we actually talking to actually express that to the men, okay? Because the men don't know, do they? What should and shouldn't be, right? Do they? How they gonna know if you don't tell them?
But with SBE, you're not talking to the men.
Okay, can I give an example?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, because the Thai City brought up Fresh and Fit. The one thing you must understand on the show, they bring women on the show, but if you actually listen to what they say, look, guys, look, subscribers who are mostly male. This is the woman you do not want.
Yep.
My idea of a woman, that is what you want. That is, they do it all the time. Do you know why? Because one of them is an Egyptian. And what he does all the time is, I come from a patriarchal culture. I know you ain't patriarchal here in America. So I give you an example of hoes. That's why he brings up hoes.
Yes.
You like to fuck. These are not the good women. My idea of a woman is good. Listen to me. So that is, but the problem is, if you're low IQ, would only noticed what you see. Oh, there are pretty women on the panel. It does not matter what the guys are saying. Naturally, you don't understand the message. You must listen.
The women shouldn't be on the panel at all.
Oh my God, BJ.
The only thing you need to do is explain female nature.
Well,
You can give examples, but they don't need to be on the panel
have you
for you to understand that.
Have you tried this with men? Have you tried this?
Have I tried my example with men?
Yes.
I'll just tell those younger than me how I decided to move
Have you
forward.
tried to convince men on a large scale?
On a podcast?
Anything, anywhere. In school?
No.
Did something more
How do you
collective.
know what you're saying actually works?
Because the women are benefiting more than the men.
How do you know that what you're saying actually works towards men?
Oh, I only know about the men that I speak to. The men around me, the men younger than me that are coming up in this society.
In other words, you're not a content creator.
No, I'm definitely not.
So you don't know what I have to put up with, what I have to deal with. Okay, do you?
BJ, help me understand this because I'm still at loss. Like I'm still wondering where are we or are our brothers here shaming, blaming, and explaining things to women other than specific places like BGS for women. I wouldn't even say that shame, blame, and explain. But where are they talking to these women? Where are they blaming these women? Where are they shaming these women? I'm seeing brothers talk to brothers. Yes, they'll talk about how do you describe it? The nature of women, yeah. But I'm not seeing this. Maybe you guys can help me understand this.
What Fresh and Fit does do shame, blame, and explain.
But that's not part of the Black Manosphere. So we can't.
But you must understand, they get your talking point from outsiders, mostly
Exactly.
black women.
Exactly.
And then they come here and talk to us.
As if we're doing that.
Like who? Give us the name.
Let me ask you this, man. Percentage of women actually act this way. What is it? What do you think it is?
It's too collective. Be more specific.
No.
Use
What
an outlier.
think it is? What percentage do you think it is, man? Omega.
Are you asking me?
Yes, you. Omega?
Omega.
No, Omega. No, Nagabar. Okay.
Is that the name that you put up there?
Well, I'm Omega.
I'm
but I
asking
didn't.
you. What's the percentage
What were you
of
asking
women
me?
that act? Okay. What is the percentage of women that actually act this
Because there
way?
were two people talking at the same time. So.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you finish talking.
No, it was me
Omega
and
is the
another
question.
person on the panel who were talking at the same time. So I didn't know who the question.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly now.
And why you
Man, the
talking?
kush must be good.
Why you talking through me though? I don't understand.
No. There was another person who was talking and
I know,
asking a
but
question about the SBE, so I didn't know the question was directed towards me or to them.
that's why I called your name and said I'm going to direct it towards you. I'm trying to
Okay.
repeat
Could
the
you
question.
please repeat the question? I apologize.
In other words, what percentage of women do you think act this way, negatively? What do you think it is?
I have no clue.
2,000%.
No, give gut feel.
11,000%.
No.
You mean act the way as in they do whatever they want?
Negatively, yeah. You should avoid. What do you think it is?
I have no idea.
Yeah, so
But they're still speaking.
What you think is you act like you have an idea.
I just know what I see. I don't go by percentage. I know what to be away from.
So what do you see in your own personal life, percentage wise? Are they all good women, or 90%, 50%, 100%? What is it?
Well, just the ones that are the ones that are around me, the ones that have to be around me are 100%. The ones that I don't deal with, I don't know.
No. In other words, you're in the world, right? You're in the world, right? You work, you walk around, you shop, don't you?
No, he lives in a separate dimension.
You live in unless you live in a small village. You live in a city.
Yeah, I live in the city. I'm in New York. New York City.
Come on, nigga, please.
Oh my God.
Don't you be
percentages. I don't live by no I don't live by percentages. I told you before. If I see,
I don't even want to hear it no more. I don't even want to
hold on. Maybe he has a point.
All right.
No.
I
don't even want to hear it no more. Okay, go ahead.
No. Maybe he lives in a gated community.
No. I don't even want to hear it no more. I don't even want to hear it no more.
My God.
I don't even hear it no more. Okay.
That's your district has
how do you
a wall around
these percentages when you're outside so that I could do that next time?
Everybody has a gut feel of more half or more than half majority. You can actually determine that. Everybody has that.
Well, if you ask me, when I'm looking at the younger generation of women, I see a vast majority of them who are
you could have
doing
said
whatever.
that. You could have said that.
Yeah, but you're asking me in general when it comes to all women, and then you're asking me about percentages. I'm talking about what I see. If I look outside and I see the younger generation of women, what I see is that most of them do not have guidance, but that's not the type of woman.
In other words, basically what I just said, right? Who guides them?
So it's the Holy Spirit.
There should be male role models, but a lot of them do not have a proper male role model.
So how do you find the women? In other words, those are the women that you have, right? How are you going to actually avoid that? How are you going to avoid them? How are you going to actually avoid them?
You deal with the ones who actually have home training.
In other words, that's very, very few of them, right? Okay, what are you left with? Is there enough to go around?
I'm only left with the ones who have home training. I don't deal with the ones who don't.
No. Is there enough to go around?
BTS, you are too collective.
If you're the man that you're supposed to be,
is there enough to go? Is there enough to go around?
Sure, there are.
No,
bro.
All right. That's enough.
I don't deal with that. This is what I'm saying. If you allow yourself to deal with that type of woman, you will feel like they're not enough.
I don't even want to hear it. Okay. So
no. This is Omega. You must understand. You just said the majority of women ain't good. Ain't good.
The young women that I see.
Hold on. Send BTS. Omega, listen. Send BTS asked you, okay, for all us black men, for the collective, is there enough good women? You say yes.
You just
after you said that most of your women and around you said ain't good.
There are enough for me.
That is my problem, guys. Here in the Manosphere,
just one man.
The problem is here in the Manosphere.
Because I'm not worried about everybody else. The ones that are around me, I show them how to move.
Well, then stop talking for everybody then. Okay.
Yeah, that is the problem. Is that what I wanted to say? You cannot twist between
I'm talking about the Manosphere. I'm talking about
hold on. Omega.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, you're not. The problem here is this: when you see these women that you try to avoid, they have an effect on you too. You just don't want to admit it. because their offspring is going to have an effect on you. They're going to have an effect on politics. They're going to have an effect on your environment. They're going to have an effect on you when they little nigga rugrats run out there and fuck up the grocery store.
Damn.
And
They're going to have an effect on.
And just like you all say, there's policy to deal with them too. Those are going to be the ones that are in and outside of the penitentiary.
We're not going to go around in circles with this stuff, man.
No. But can I give examples? That is the problem with the quote unquote argument. Mr. People won't have an argument here, especially on BJs. You cannot switch between it's only me and now we're talking about the collective. Stay in one lane. Talk about the collective, then stay by the collective, or talk about you and then it's only you. You cannot switch up because it makes no sense. You cannot talk about, what is the Manosphere doing for the collective? Then we explain to you what we're doing for the collective, and you say, but me, it's not about you. It's not about you.
Nigga, it's all BS. I mean, I've sat here listening to this for 2 hours now? Yeah. It's all BS. It's all just, hey, I want to attack these guys. I'm upset with these guys. I'm going to level these complaints and these issues. It's all BS. This is gynocratic bullshit, ultimately. I mean,
that's blue pill.
When it comes down to it.
Yeah. It's blue pill.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing that's happening on this podcast is taking effect outside in the real world.
Are you serious?
Wait a minute. How do you know?
What we have?
Hold
on. We had
two
people.
Women that are out here.
Omega.
I don't see a whole lot of them being converted by this podcast.
How do you know?
Omega, we have two people here who
these
work
women
in politics.
existed way before these podcasts. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Omega, we have two people here who works in politics. He just said.
Finish up, Steak Man.
This is crazy.
No. Okay. Omega. Listen to you. We have two people here, a part of this collective right here, who's saying, "Yeah, I'm working politics, and we now bring out new laws." Saying new laws to compare it, and now you say, these people here who discuss these things just do nothing here. And I think to myself, you guys ain't listening. Why are you making this argument who already was answered 10 minutes ago?
This podcast ain't gonna change the world. That's all I'm saying.
We're not talking about the world, Omega.
The world, women.
How do you know?
Give us examples.
Like we spoke about before, we don't see none of this. We don't see any of it getting better.
How do you know?
Okay.
How do you know?
Read a newspaper, and we don't see any of this getting better.
How do you know this podcast will not change the world? How do you know?
No, I'm not saying it will not change the world. In its current state, it's not doing much in the way of that.
You just said it will not change the world. You just said it.
You did just say that.
Yeah, it's not going to change the world.
I said, how do you know it's not going to change the world?
We need facts.
The people that opt out and decide to do whatever it is that they want, are not going to be curtailed by words.
You got another. No. You got another.
You're done.
He's giving me a headache right now.
So do you? So I guess you don't know that Stacey Abrams down in here in Georgia.
Doesn't matter what you tell.
She had a while she was running for governor. She knew that she had to have an agenda for black men in order to win. You know what I'm saying? So you just don't get it, bro. You just don't get it.
No, he doesn't care.
He just got here. He just showed up to actually.
He already admitted that.
He already admitted.
Yeah,
he has no clue about what
what's going on.
He had no clue.
Another scoffer.
Yeah, he has no clue.
He does not care about the collective.
That you got.
No. Omega. Just admit it. You don't care about the collective. That's the problem. The problem for you is that if it not include you, you in your personal life, you don't care.
You have a good night, man.
Yeah, that is the problem. Because every time we bring things up, hold on, guys. Every time we bring things up about what happened in the real world, we have people here who work in politics to make laws. He says, I don't care because I don't see it in my private life. Nigga, you ain't the king of black people.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say to him. It's not going to make a difference, right? He doesn't know.
But this is the same logic they use, for example, with the pearly things. For some reason, you BJs are now the king of the black manosphere and the king of the black Brits. and because of that, you are at fault for.
It's because but you can't stop people from believing what they want to believe. You can't stop that.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's. We try to give him a chance. He's a waste of time. Okay. I can't do that. I can't do that shit. Yeah. He
I'm
doesn't.
saying,
He doesn't know anything. He just keep repeating the same thing over and over again. That's all he does. He doesn't know
Yeah,
brothers,
when we ask him, where do you have it from? He only can say, I put it out of my ass because I feel like that.
Yeah.
That's a female behavior.
I want to give you brothers your flowers because I've been watching y'all for years, and I've always one thing that's always gone through my mind is y'all have the patience of a god. All right, I mean, I don't know how you guys could sit through that for hours upon hours, week upon week, just dissecting that and I don't know, man. I want to give you guys your flowers now because no, that's the kind of shit that'll give you a goddamn tumor. Like,
yeah, he wants to be right. He wants to be right. That's all it is. He's blue pill. He wants to be right. Okay.
Yeah, that's that feminist shit again.
That's the female
Just
shit.
very shortly, because I in the Afrosphere has recommended you to my people because they were basically we had multiple discussions, and for some reason they don't like black Americans, and so every time black man Americans, and every time we brought there were discussion about them, they literally took the side of the sisterhood, and that deeply offended me as an African because we are not pro sisterhood over there, but because they wanted to shit on you.
Okay.
So you were pro. And so I told him, you know what, guys, you have no idea what the Black Manosphere really is. Go to the core, go to BGS or some of the elders. I recommended you. I just will tell you, if you have some low IQ Africans dancing around and being stupid, just remember, it was me recommending it to you because I wanted them to have a little bit of enlightenment.
When this kind of stuff comes to their shores, they'll actually come back and actually look at us again. Okay.
Yeah, but I know most of them will not show up because they are trolls. I already know that. So they're only saying shit to say shit.
Yeah. Okay.
You're gonna speak about a space that you yourself admit that this is your first time really coming into and listening.
Yeah.
Bro, where do they do? What did Kevin Samuels say? You can't make this shit.
Can't make it up.
You really can't, bro.
I didn't start speaking until what, a year? Not even 2 years. I've been listening to BGS since 2015.
Yeah.
Damn, they're almost a start.
Yeah, he just got here.
Wow.
But I said New York guy. I'm always right. You know.
Oh wow.
Yeah, how many times have we heard that?
Yeah. The people that I see that are around me, that's a woman's argument. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then to admit that there's an issue with the culture and then turn around and say it's not the culture. I mean, he didn't exactly say that, but when he said the vast majority, it means he sees the same shit that we see.
Yeah, but then we asked him, okay, are enough good women for the man out there? He said yes. That's what I mean. He's an individual who doesn't care about the collective, but use collective argument points.
Yeah,
because he basically said, as long as I'm getting the good women, I don't care.
Yeah.
But you know the problem with that, when you don't care about the collective, you don't care about your own sons either. So that's let's put that in his fucking feather in his fucking cap.
I call it the Rambo mentality. Like you really think that you're gonna outfight everybody?
Yeah.
Because your little small space, you supposedly got it 100% under control. It's like that is delusional.
Evidently not, because the guys he talked to can't control the women that are already out there.
But he doesn't care about them. That is the funny thing.
Bro,
it doesn't affect me.
This is really about shutting up black men, bro. I mean, that's what it really was.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Y'all Negroes need to shut up, stop talking, go ahead and get back in line, get back in place, accept what the fuck we give you. You know what I'm saying? Eat this slob, you know what I'm saying? Take this bitch we give you and go ahead and, you know, and enjoy it. In fact, smile while you're doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but when you ask them, hey, go to other communities, other groups, hey, not even other races, just other groups, and tell them to shut the fuck up about complaining about their women, even if they're uncontrolled, you know what will happen?
But you know, that's when I asked Ty City the same thing. I said, what about your son? And I said, how is this? I said, is this helpful or harmful? He said this. He said this. These conversations are harmful to his son. Like these guys are
harmful to his son.
Yeah, he said that.
Was he going to tell his son?
Exactly.
What he's telling his son is basically, "Hey son, I know that women out here are wild. Don't do it. But if it happens, I will do no shit. I will do nothing.
I was trying my best to try to sympathize and understand, but ultimately I feel like I lost 90 days of my lifespan. I mean, yo, why? If you don't agree with it, fine. Just go do something else. Just don't listen. Just block. Just ignore.
Very easy,
Why?
very easy. Because I can explain it to you. Because the Black Manosphere in itself is not really. It's not really. No one really cares about them. But the problem is our message goes to other groups, other people, other religions, and they're talking the same point. And when they talk, they listen to it and say, "Oh, why is this white girl talking about black man?" And then they have to admit it. Yes, it comes from the manosphere, but the black manosphere. But the problem is,
but then they say it has no influence. Then they turn around and say it has no influence in the wider world.
Yeah. But the problem is they don't want to have it influence, but it has. And the problem is the black manosphere, I call it the swamp. Only the strong survive. And they just don't want to go here and have an argument. And if they go here, you realized it with Thai City. I'm cool with Thai City. He was drunk. The other one was on Kush or some other things. They don't take it seriously. They come here.
Taxi, he wasn't drunk, but that's just him. Okay, he wasn't drunk.
And so he's slow.
No, he.
You said it.
Hey, you ain't shit.
You said it.
Oh boy, yeah.
I got to be up.
Basic concepts, man. It's like, okay, you're not getting it. What I'm saying.
He was ready to jump back into that hoes is winning the whole campaign they was on. Oh God, that was a fucking joke.
It's the funniest thing when you ask him, okay, give me in percentage, and I thought to myself, man, this man, he went to elementary school, he can do math, I hope. And then he was like, what is percentage? What is that? Is that a food? What is math? What is that? Is that shoes I can wear?
No, what it is when you're asking them, okay, do we agree? When I asked them, do we agree that there has been a shift? There has been influence. There has been a shift. Do we agree on that? Come on, bro. All the places they're talking about this shit. Come on, bro.
And then they explains the policies. So the other guys that bring up that have nothing to do with the manosphere, like Fresh and Fit. And then they say, no, but we have no influence. Somehow.
And then we bring up Kevin Samuels, and it just goes way over their head. I remember when BGS first brought him in.
Yeah.
I remember when I'll never forget this night. It was like 2017. It was BGS, Rom, Cousin T-Tall, myself, and KS.
Yeah.
So like, it just boggles my mind. You can't say that this space has an influence. Kevin Samuel alone, he's a household name.
Yes, he is.
Literally.
Are you kidding me?
Globally,
but the problem is
globally.
Yes.
The problem is a black man. You can, if you acknowledge Kevin Samuel is coming from the spaces, you're giving a black man a win, and you cannot do that. That's why they always bring up just Pearly things. Like she once again, she deals with black Brits, but somehow the black manosphere is so influential that we can control the minds of black Brits, like a dark council. Like, yes, we did good, brothers. We did good. We sent her.
My guy literally said, "There's this celebrity. I think who do you say is Tyrese or something through the ringer or some shit."
Oh yeah.
He literally said she's using the talking points from this space, but I can't admit that there's an influence. I mean, bro. I mean, how?
He said, I
Lord in Christ.
He said,
please.
It's a moral problem. What?
Yeah, it's a moral problem is she uses the black manosphere talking points, but she's ain't a black man. No, not only that, but she's ain't a black man. That's why we cannot attack her willingly. That is the problem. The problem is the ones that the black men go out there and have targets on their back, like Martin Luther King or like Malcolm X. we go out there and we talk, we take the heat, and at the end they can kill us, and then they can capitalize us. But now it's other people doing it, and they cannot attack them like they try to attack us. So that is the actual reason. The reason is, man, you niggas are hiding. I want to fuck you up in person. Why are you sending out all the other people I cannot fuck up? That is the reason.
That's how you still in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Look, I'm a how do you describe it? Let's say a Torah adherent Christian, right? Let's put it that way. And one thing I believe in is we got to be wise as serpents, harmless as doves, right? And the way I go about it at work, I don't talk about none of my personal or political views. You know what I mean? I keep it neutral as hell. And when I have cats, and again, I work in the airline industries, okay? So a lot of these cats can be considered passport bros, even if they don't know the terminology. And when I talk to these guys, and I'm hearing them, we're talking about certain things, it starts leaning to certain topics and subjects. I start hearing them literally saying things that come specifically from the space, but they've never heard of the space.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, yo, this is in my individual experiences. Now, we're not talking about social media like you try to say, oh, it's only social media. This is in the real world. They're using talking. Go on.
Well, that's I've heard that even in my travels. I first left the country in 1998, and some of the black men that I met, especially in Europe, they like the guy that I lived next door to when I was in England. He married a white British woman, and he's like, I ain't going back to that motherfucker. That he was done with it. He went there, he was in Air Force, he got out and he stayed. He's like, I'm not going back. And, for anybody who's been to places like Germany or Copenhagen or Rotterdam and places like that, you meet other black men, especially American black men, and especially down in Brazil. They know what the deal is. And this was before there was even a black manosphere.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't surprise me that, at the airport, you meet brothers who've never heard of this space, but we all have the same talking points.
Yeah.
I mean, because the manosphere is ultimately an amalgamation, is a space, a sector where brothers experience, they all come here and condense them all and put them together and shuffle them together and have these conversations based on them. Brothers will come to different, conclusions, but generally, you know what I mean? We could logic, logic, wisdom, you're going to come down to walk down the same path in regards to that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Just make different choices on how you want to go about it with that logic. I'm sorry, go on.
What killed me is when BJS brought up, okay, where's the women at? You always say, well, where are those mythical women that come in droves into the black manosphere and somehow infiltrating us? You asked them the question he couldn't answer, because that is the point. 99.9% of the black manosphere are black men.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, there are women there. Guess what? Women exist. They are part of reality. They are not a mythical being we made up. So it's natural that some women come over there, but most of the time they stay away from this space because they know there's nothing to gain for them.
And the funny thing, it's not really a funny thing, but what's obvious is that when you look at men across the spectrum, as far as the women go, we want basically the same things. So, we can talk about the issues that black men are having with our women, but then you go over to those white boys in Sweden, they're having the same issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's crossover. Yeah.
It's crossover.
But you must understand they're white. That's why they cannot go to them and talk the same shit.
My guy, come on. I'm married to an Indian, okay? My brother-in-law is Indian. His wedding is coming up. Guess where my in-laws found his wife? You think they grabbed an Indian girl here in America?
Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
They said hell no, okay? They went and found it. And the sad part is, I've been talking to my wife, and she's telling me she's been here, maybe 2 weeks already? Yeah. And they're not keeping her in the same house yet. You know what I mean? They're going to move her in after the wedding. But basically, she's already being influenced. She's already being influenced.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But in India, it's starting to spread in India. The same.
That's true. That's true. Well, and it's cold because she's. I had to get the rundown, and she's from a village specifically. You know what I'm saying? It was after they got engaged. She got on social media and got involved. Specifically, this is what's crazy. She started talking to Indian girls that are already here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Yep.
Just cousins and so on and so forth.
Yep.
Indian girls that are already here, and
Yep.
the shift began there.
Yep.
You
Can't
know,
stop
you
it.
know what's funny is that a couple years ago there was this huge this big feminist from India. She was trying to befriend me and some other guys from the Black Manosphere on Facebook and shit, right? And then you had and then because you got a large contingency of Indian male advocates in India because they're going
Yeah.
through it over there.
They're going
Oh
through
yeah,
it.
they are.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah.
Yep. Because they have I think they have the same false allegation rate as the United States right now.
Yep. Yeah, right now.
But guys,
Shit,
once
I
again,
might say it's worse, to be honest.
the Indians are allowed to SBE, but we don't. That's a fantasy. Everyone else, even is allowed to SBE. It can be even a tradition that is thousands of years old. But somehow, when the Black Manosphere does it, it's sacrilege.
The thing is, that's why I wanted him actually up here to actually explain what they were talking about. He actually really didn't. It didn't make sense.
Yeah, that's why I asked him, okay, from which society do you have your ideas?
Yeah.
Because I was talking like that our ideas in the Black Manosphere are new and it don't work and it's all here a delusion. And then I said, okay, where do you get your information from? From which great society do you have your plan? And every time we brought it up, they say, no, I just picked it up out of the air, pulled it out of my ass, and because it makes me feel good.
Yeah. My own experience, okay, but you want to try to put it on everybody else, okay? Really? Okay.
Oh, these guys are speaking on. These guys are shame, blaming, explain. Okay, who? Well, you know.
Give me an
Come
example.
on, bro.
Yeah,
give me an example.
These guys are only bringing up women on their panels. They're always talking about women. Who? Santa Claus.
Fresh and fit. Okay.
Fresh and fit. Hold on. Fresh and fit. So you're saying me a Haitian, and an Egyptian. Okay. So the entire man
No, don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Fresh ain't a Haitian. Don't do that to us.
I don't know where.
Don't do that to us.
Where's he from?
He's some sort of. I thought he was some sort of like Bahamian or some shit or one of them other islands out there. He's Caribbean. I'll give him that. He ain't no goddamn Haitian. Don't do that to us.
Really?
No, he's not from Haitian. He's not Haitian.
Yeah, no, we're a lot cuter than that. That nigga, that nigga might be Congolese. Don't do that to us.
Explain why.
Now he ain't African. We Africans, we don't have game, but we are.
No, at the end of slavery, they started bringing Congolese over. Okay. So he ain't one of us. Don't do that. Before we took that island over, they started bringing Congolese over. Okay, so
David Johnson, we actually went through all this shit. It's called the environment. It's not just ideology. When you change the environment, you change the ideology. It's all over the world.
Yeah, but we had this discussion before, and the problem was that we somehow let us say all the black men came together in America. Even the immigrants and even some brown people came together. We should alpha our way through it, through our women, then through the white man, then through the other man. We should alpha our way through it instead of just converting those people by our talking points.
And you got to
get him because we're not going to be up here much longer. So we want to get in. Get in.
And he doesn't understand women like we were saying before because men are trained to oppose the environment. Women are trained to go along with it. And so when we say the environment, and then he just has a fucking question mark over his head, I'm like, you don't understand women.
He don't understand women. No, he doesn't.
No.
More than opposing, we're meant to morph the environment to our favor.
Just shape it. Yeah.
Yeah, shape it.
Yeah.
And what do we shape it for? We shape it for our offspring.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man, so
and as we're actively trying to do that, we're getting these guys coming in talking about shame blaming. We're getting these.
They don't even know what it means. They don't know what it means for the most part. He doesn't know what it means. He's just talking.
These guys, they just talking because they're trying to try to create any type of content they can because the SBE content strategy is low key street dudes with some pookies sprinkled in there because some of them are productive males, but they just have that hood mentality, and they're not even looking at the big picture. The big picture is raising awareness. That's what the red pill was all about. So
Opening
when you
the
get
eyes of black men.
yeah, so like some way, some shape, form, or fashion, there has to be a course correction. And the only way you're going to have a course correction is wake these guys up. And then when these women realize, hey, we can't run this society without them, maybe they'll change ways. But these guys are too busy trying to get at the educated lanes because the educated lanes or the educated brothers rather, they have a thought process to move forward. And it's like they do the same thing. They say the same talking points that we use, but they just use it in a street type of way for the majority to be able to.
Do street dudes change policy? Do street dudes actually change
No,
policy?
not at all.
They don't.
Not at all. They also don't do any of the. They don't do the intellectual heavy lifting either.
Who changes the policy? The educated class, right?
Exactly.
I don't even like calling it educated lames, man. I like thinking black men. I think that makes
SWP actually came up with it. They're called high value men right now. That's
Right.
that's the name for them.
The women were the ones who calling them lame.
Yeah.
And then the men are following.
But bitches, do you know what gets me? Bitches, do you know what kills me? When I hear you guys, you remind me of the elders in my village. Because the elders, they do the same. They talk about the past, what they did wrong, what they could do better, and they try to explain it to us, to the young people.
Yeah.
And when I hear people going in and saying, oh, you do it all wrong, you shouldn't do it like that, you should shut the fuck up and do nothing, and that, I think to myself, from where do those people get it? Because you sound like people from my culture, or my culture is older than America. So where do you get them? Because I never understood them.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, continue. Because I don't understand, where do you get those ideas? Because these ideas you have, they cannot come from some country. That is impossible.
Gigi would tell you it's white supremacy. I mean, unless I'm wrong, unless I'm mistaken. Gigi will tell you that's white supremacy. Shut up, nigga.
What I get from a lot of these dudes is that they tend to, it's just like Gigi stated it. They're over intellectualizing something that they don't know anything about.
Yeah.
And that's listening to them. That was what I surmised. I was like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I let him talk for 2 hours. Okay. Explain your philosophy. He couldn't.
Not even that. Explain a solution. His solution is lie down, ignore it, and then die.
In other words, adapt to the holes. Okay. That's what he meant. Yeah,
that's why Thai City is someone who always says the hoes are winning. The whole if you just lie down and do nothing, not to win. But
until they get put out of their apartment and then they have to sell the cookie for coffee money. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're still winning. Do you know why? Because they still get money. That's why they're winning. They live on the street.
And guess who's paying them though?
I can acknowledge the argument of what do you call it, the wall of silence. I can acknowledge it to a certain point.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have to understand that regardless, we are a people, and we will collectively still be viewed a type of way. And if I choose to ignore that reality, it will negatively impact the future of my children, who are labeled as black. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I can't ignore that.
In the game. That's the whole thing. That's the reason why I like fathers, because I'm no shade against single dudes, but when we're talking about things that are going to be happening 10 and 20 years down the line, fathers are the best ones to speak to because they got skin in the game.
But that's that sometimes the biggest opponents are fathers with daughters because they fear that the next generation of black men will be some kind of cold, calculated savages.
Well, I understand. Well, I got a daughter myself, and I understand the reality of that. It's just that I can deal with that reality as it is. Dudes, young men are going to want to fuck my daughter, plain and simple.
Yeah.
End of story. What can I do about that? Nothing.
Yeah.
So, dudes who have that sentiment, they will eventually come around.
They go medieval. They go medieval and get that ironclad panties with a key and lock on it.
Yeah. Well,
because that's how they sound like.
She
I
she
mean,
has
look,
she has to actually be living in the environment that she's in. Okay, you can't get
exactly.
around that. Yeah,
Mhm.
as
But they
best she
don't.
can.
That is the funny thing. They don't care about the environment, but every time they open their mouths, man, so also people are crazy. They don't fit my idea. But dude, that is living in the environment.
They
Why
they do
won't you change it?
they
Why
do
won't you
care about
change it?
they do care about it. They just can't do anything about it. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But
Yeah.
then to say, "Hey, I don't care about the," that's why cap? That is what I don't understand. Why, especially why cap in a low IQ, stupid, weak way? That everyone with some kind of intelligence can seduce that. Okay, the truth is you don't want to do anything. You're cowardly. You want to run away. You just don't care. It's okay. Why always mask it with something else?
Yeah.
They don't know any better. That's all I can say.
Yeah, they don't. And the thing is, you have guys up here that spout stuff. They don't know any better either. That's the problem. They think they do.
One of the best things a man can say, and I've told BGS several times, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yep.
You get a lot of that. BGS, don't do me like that, nigga. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You don't know women.
Yep.
Stop.
No. Let me talk, bitches. Let me talk.
BGS was up here talking about SDRs. I said, "What the hell are SDRs?"
Oh, special drawing rights. Yeah.
Yeah, that it was something else. Like y'all were talking about bricks, and I heard y'all talking about bricks for like 2 weeks, and that just came out of ass in the middle of a panel. I'm not embarrassed to say I don't
Right.
know. I said,
Right.
"What are bricks?"
Yeah.
That's a sign of intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yes.
How does he got learn? I say I don't know. Okay.
Mr. Bitches, when you ever had when you ever have a discussion with someone from the Horn of Africa,
Okay.
please say Snake Man's Nigerian shit on your ancestors and you're a bastard Arab.
You ain't shit.
Sir, Shaka, you need to go ahead and chill with all that.
Oh man.
Just to tell them that you are connected to us, and because they think you are ignorant and stupid, and when you bring up a Nigerian, they will, okay, he's
You know, I've been in Pan Africa for a very long time, so I can actually talk to him very well about what's going on. You know, so I'm still tuned in a little bit. OG, speak up.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think this one way I look at like Sneaker, right? Like when guys start doing this content stuff and they're like in their 20s, I think they kind of get into it like, oh, I'm gonna make some money or whatever. And so I give them a little bit of a grace because I think maybe it didn't hit them yet, but it's gonna hit them. It's gonna hit them, and that's what keeps bringing people in over here. Is something happens and you look around and there's no one that can explain it except some guys that you heard on the internet because the church's not going to do it, the school, the television, nobody has the answer. And I think it's a vacuum that keeps pulling guys. So I think in a way it's encouraging because he may not be the same guy he was 5 hours ago, but he's got some thoughts in his head. He's gonna have to find a way to square those circles. So I'm very encouraged.
Yeah, I think it was kind of embarrassing because you're up here for 2 hours and can't explain your philosophy.
Yeah, and BJS, the reason why I said that is because we have the argument in the Horn Africans always try to convince us West Africans to stay on the beach and gun you down, Black Americans, when you go over. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you send your girls over here, okay, to learn American ways. They actually export that stuff back.
I know, but they try to gaslight us to kill you. That's why I'm.
Damn, kill?
Yes. Do you know how many discussions we had with where Black Americans were on the panel and the Horn African came in like, oh, why you guys always trying to talk to them? You should stand on the beach and gun them down when they come over here. It's a toxic culture.
Damn, brother, you said kill though.
No, I'm saying if it only takes to harm one, they'll stop coming.
No, but we don't do it.
Wait, so do they want Snake Eyes? Do they want us to go to Africa or not?
Yes,
No. We, it's the West Africans. We have no problem with the Horners. Basically, it's the other side of Africa.
The Horn wants you to because they're over in Tanzania and Uganda.
I know. That's why I'm confused why they try to gaslight us.
And Kenya, Sudan, maybe not so much. But the thing is, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, that whole region wants African Americans over there. Just
Mm-hmm.
trying
I mean, I know the Somali. I know firsthand the Somalis hate us. Okay, the
Yes, this
Somalis
guy
hate us
was
with a burning passion. Okay,
this
I
guy.
used to work with a lot of them back up in Washington.
because we're
Okay, I
Boy,
must.
Americans, right? We're Americans. That's why.
they hate us, but they want
I
to be
must.
us. It's crazy. Like
I must admit it. This guy was Ethiopian, but he's always into
Ethiopia.
conversation with Somalis. So he can maybe Ethiopian Somali. But yes. Every time we are in discussion with those people, being Sudanese or Somalis, they're like, "You West Africans must stand on the beach, firing squad, and guns them down."
Yeah, but I'm not going to front like they all like each other either. I know, the Somalis like I won't go in. I won't go in on that.
Well, because they've been how long they've been fighting each other.
Yeah, exactly. So, but as for West Africans, I know I get a special little treatment because I come from a so-called French culture, So a lot of the West Africans themselves speak French as well. So, but when I listen into their conversations, man, niggas are niggas to them. You know what I'm saying? They're not brothers.
So why are they mimicking us over there as we
Hey,
speak?
because they know we got that sauce. You know what I'm saying?
It's only a matter of time.
They know we got that sauce.
As most cultures mimic black culture.
Facts.
I mean, you go over to Japan and you see them getting all up into that fucking rap and thinking you some rapper just because you show up and some dumb shit like that. My damn Japanese girlfriend did that shit to me.
It was gonna go like 20 more minutes before we actually jump off because we're at.
You mean we got another 2 hours left?
No,
it's 5 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast.
It's 4 over here. It's 4 over here.
I'm trying to get OG time and name us some time before I actually jump off.
Snuggles want to come up. Goddamn, Snuggles want to come up. That means I had triggered him. Come up, Snuggles.
Snuggles always just drop the link. And the link's up there already, Snuggles.
Yeah.
But,
I'll see you. I'll probably see you later, BGS. Because
Golden Side Snake, man. How you been?
I'm good.
Go get some sleep.
I'm good. You missed something. Like here were 2 people up here. You would have laughed them because they were, your typical. I now use Afrospheres talk. Low IQ dusty, so thought they understood the word.
Damn.
But SBE, we had the originator up here, couldn't explain it. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, it's dead. Okay.
I saw the video. SBE is, when you do SBE 6.
He said SBE is not about talking to women, but when you talk to women, you're SBE.
That reminds me of the game topics. Oh my god, it's like the game topic when you try to ask the guys, okay, what is game? A game is if you use game.
What? How do you practice indifference? Just what I said. It's indifference. Come on, man.
Indifference basically means you stop caring. You do not have any consideration for that person. You have to be. Oh, by the way, BGS. To be more accurate, you have to be an antisocial. That's your sociopath, psychopath, and whatnot. To be naturally indifferent. Other groups who are also naturally indifferent to other people are narcissists. That's one group people forget about. Wait, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
All y'all need to understand is that you got to stop talking to women, but you can talk to women at the same time. SB. That's what I heard for like 2-3 hours. You know
you cannot make this shit up. Well, let me talk though. Let me talk. Okay. Well, say something.
Let me say. Hold up. Wait up.
No. BGS, you must talk to the good
that.
women. You must talk to the good women, but you don't know how you find the good women, but you must only talk to the good women. Yeah. It's like running through a maze blindfolded.
He had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. SBE. He doesn't actually know what he was actually talking about. He just got here. How could he? What are you doing here? In an argument?
So would this individual be a Jerome come lately? He ain't a Johnny come lately. He Jerome came lately.
I have no idea how
he wrong.
No, he was on that good coach when he thought, let's go to the Manosphere and troll.
How did he find this channel? That's what I'm wondering.
He's a simple engineer.
Well, he clearly listens into the SBE cats. I mean, he follows them Thai City cats. So that's probably how he found his way here. But
he couldn't explain it either. That's the problem.
Yeah, Taisidi, for that you're now a sim centurion. You're
Find
above a
women
sim.
that rock with you and don't worry about the rest. We've been saying that forever, but that's beside the point.
Exactly. Just stop talking to these women. Okay, who's talking to these women?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Them cats. Obsidian. Wait, what?
I mean, it's real simple. SBE has three main components. It's if you and it's like this right here. I think he was just being intellectually dishonest because he didn't want y'all to bite his head off. But the truth of the matter is, analyze the educated brothers synopsis, and then armchair quarterback that, and then turn around and tell the people what you really supposed to do, which is essentially the same thing. That's all SBE is. It's like stop talking to females. Well, if you stop talking to females, these brothers are not going to be able to see these females and how they think and how they process information and how they conduct themselves in real time. That's the reason why Kevin Samuels was so important. He's like, if you want to be honest, he is he was the spear. I mean, he was the tip of the spear when it comes to SBE because it's a good thing. Rather they like it or not, or they think it's lame or whatever. Because the street dudes, they ain't gonna run out of getting trimmed. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, but Kevin wasn't shame blaming explaining the women. But I won't go on that. What I want to say is, look, in 2019, I realized that you can't have an honest dialogue with most of these women because they're being disingenuous. I realized that then. This was like 2019. I realized this shit.
Yeah.
But what I recognized the importance of brothers that are still willing to talk to them is so that other brothers that are listening in can see. Like BJ, I was just saying this in your group chat. Yeah, when I asked about if you ever regret the so-called breakdown, whatever you want to call them. But
no, I don't.
The importance is the brothers that are listening in so they can see, yes, this is how your women think. This is how they operate. This is what they believe. So you guys don't have to take our words because niggas can't take our words. We're just niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the whole importance behind it. Other than that, I'd be like, bro, don't even bother talking to them. Don't even waste your time. But hey, I said my piece. Go ahead.
A lot of guys don't believe it until a woman actually says it. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
I recall, if anybody wants to go back, I mean, we can go way back to like 06, 08, back to the Black Phillip show, because the women exposed themselves on the show.
Yeah.
Every woman who was on that show, the way they talked and everything, you look at it and you listen to them, and you listen now, you're like, there's no difference. What was going on back then is going on now. You hear the words they talk, and what you said about them being disingenuous. Understand, when a woman talks, she's going to be purposely vague and ambiguous.
Yeah, disingenuous.
Because she doesn't want to be. Because disingenuous. Well, not disingenuous.
She doesn't want to be shamed in public. That's what happens.
She don't want to be shamed in public, and she's going to say what she needs to be said because she understands perception is reality. That's how they operate half the time. Perception is reality for them.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm more convinced them shame, blame, and explain dudes are more concerned about the women than we are. Yeah. I mean, when we're sitting here saying, look, we're seeing evidence of a shift going on, and they keep bringing it back. Well, do you see the women changing? Nigga, it's not about the women changing. It's about the men
for him,
and the policy.
You must understand, it's always the individual. One thing I noticed is always Sam. It's Sam. It's not the collective. It doesn't matter if 99.99% of black men are doing good, as long as he's one of the 1% who's doing bad. Then he cannot acknowledge it. Because once again, like you said, it's not about us talking about Sam. It's about Sam complaining about us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you look at all the narratives that was levied against black men since the 70s, okay? Brothers are deadbeats. Brothers are abusive. Brothers are all dead or in jail or gay. And you see how, over the last 10, 15 years, All of those things have been disproven. Every single one of them, beyond a doubt, have been disproven with statistical evidence and facts. And not facts that were generated by black men or within the black community. No, facts that were generated by by white folks. So I mean, bro, it's over. And I'm sorry,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
you all
chilling.
did a good, you all did a good job because I can remember in the early 2010s when I went to BGS channel, the talking points they're using nowadays is to use it right now. It's
Yeah.
the past. The talking points of the past right now. So it would be laughed out because, like I said, we shifted the goalpost. Also, all black men are in jail. All black men are broke. All black men are dusties and. They all have baby mamas and something like that. We all disproved it. Now the conversation have moved from black men ain't shit to okay, how do we fix it now?
So
And most
if I
of these guys who come in here late don't understand that we moved the goalpost from an endless discussion about facts that black men ain't shit. They're actually very, very average to now. And they don't understand it because the things that we always were like, okay, we always had it that we all understood that black men ain't shit, and that we the last 50 years we're talking in circles. Like, come on, man.
But the
Do
only
your
thing,
history.
the only thing is, you
Hey,
get
I'm
somebody
gonna.
with a loud mic like Ebony K. Williams that starts spitting those same 1990 talking points, and we're right back where we're at.
No,
Yeah, but we don't even need to argue
no,
against them no more because we
yeah,
got Ivana.
she got embarrassed by
Yeah,
saying that stuff. It doesn't fly anymore. Anyway, got about 5 more
exactly.
minutes, guys. 5 more minutes.
I was about to say, yeah, BJS, I'm gonna hop off. I appreciate you having me on here, but I got work in like exactly 12 hours, so I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna call it a night. But I appreciate you having me on this, and again, I want to give you brothers your flowers because you guys really deserve it. Um, hey, good night to all you brothers on here, man. Get your sleep too.
All right, appreciate
Good
you.
morning.
Anybody else?
It's high noon
Yeah,
over here.
Closing thoughts?
I got one closing thought for you, BGS. The last time I was on the panel with you, and I was deciding on where to go. Found me a location. Thanks to the Pan African Dating Show, I got hooked up with somebody, and I'm going to Nairobi next month.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll be there for 9 days.
Okay.
La, 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 la. We're coming to the country.
Yeah.
Come, brother. Come back, brother. Come back to the
Is
motherland.
that through O'Shea's thing or what?
Yeah, that's to O'Shea's thing.
Yes.
He actually did some good, huh?
Yeah, he did some good. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of the brothers on there, they're not serious, but
Okay.
you know how it is. You get some out there that, but it is what it is. So did all the pass. I mean, I already had my passport, but got the visa and everything. Now there are some things because we were going to go on the show, because he has like a taping and everything. However, there's like some difficulties when it comes to Kenyan citizens actually going over to Uganda, like flying.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we're not going to do it, but
yeah, he can always come to you. So.
Yeah, but by the way, Snake Man, that yelling thing you did, that sound too Congolese, my friend. That's too Congolese. That's all I'm gonna say. But I know the distinction.
There's
That
yodels all
wailing
over the
sound.
world. There's yodels all
Yeah,
over
the yodels. I know. We got our own versions. There's our own versions in Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia. They got the North African one.
Native Americans have one, so it's all over the world. Yeah.
You ever heard of Polynesians?
Yeah, that's true.
You ever heard Polynesian?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to say, it's just like, I just realized something, I remember chopping over with Semper Fidelis when I realized the best way to understand relationships is through Marvin Gaye duet albums. Because depending on the pairing, you realize what type of relationship you're in with.
Yeah. Okay.
And I just realized
we're in the closing thoughts. You got to remember that, right?
All right. Okay.
You
All
came
right.
late.
Right. Just remember. Okay. Sorry. Just want to say it like this. Ebony K. Williams, realize one song you got to realize about this woman. It was from the Diana Marvin album, My Mistake. That's all you got to hear, folks. My Mistake. That's the song, fellas. My Mistake. Good night.
All right. Anybody else closing thoughts?
Yeah. Okay, go.
No, I'll go. Yeah, I'm gonna give you my closing thoughts for real. I just wanted to put that out there. It was kind of hard to
Okay.
get
All right.
conversation there.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Kudos to O'Shea for that.
yeah, so man, gentlemen, just continue to do what you're doing. You content creators, keep doing your work. Just ignore them. I mean, every now and then it's good to entertain them, but eh, we know what the game is. It's a divide and conquer strategy, and there's guys that are on that side of the fence that envy the guys that are on this side of the fence. And I learned by the hard way that if you try to be on both sides, because both sides got good messages. Like there was one content creator I tried to get on this panel, and he was like, "Hell no, you're gonna have to give me $100."
Oh my
And I
goodness.
was like, "Yeah," but it is what it is. And you after then, I mean, you see the play. So
Yeah.
if guys can just open their eyes and realize to take in the meat and spit out the bones, you can prosper.
Yeah.
But that's all I got. Man, I appreciate you for letting me on.
No,
Thanks.
that's anytime. Anybody else?
Keep
Close
that.
thought.
And
BJS, I wanted to say it was thanks for staying up this late, making the stream. But I was going to say, I don't know how you got Green Gorilla. I don't. You must have him on speed dial or something. But that was beautiful. Just having him in that conversation.
He
that
listened.
was beautiful.
That
was beautiful, man. Like that did a lot of people a lot of good right there. So flowers for that, man. Get some rest.
Oh yeah. Well, he's they're my gift to you guys, man. The PhDs. So I appreciate
I
that.
can't believe the kids keep actually pay him money to teach his class. Listen to his class. His class is up to be a riot. Yeah. All right. Good night, y'all.
All right. Snake Man, closing thought.
Yes, the only thing I want to say is I don't know. Maybe I'm too African, but when I smell stupidity coming a mile away, how do you can be so calm and still discuss it out? Like, why do you not bring out like the sword immediately or and stabs him and executes him and then go on? How can you do it?
They have to kill themselves, and that's what he just did. So it's pretty much over.
Man, but because nothing in Thai City, but there's a reason why I asked him where do you have those ideas from? Because I wanted to legitimize. Actually, I wanted to help him. I wanted to legitimize the argument point because I know he is not capable of doing it. Maybe the people he has it from can do it.
I think he came up with an idea and his thought process that didn't really make any sense, but it sounded good. And I think that's what happened.
No, because once again, it's not the first time that people try to create a society of stoic men that don't care about the women, and they always fail. They always fail. They don't live very long.
Stoicism and what is it? Indifference has to be taught. I said, how do you teach that? He has no clue. So,
yeah, I mean, there's a founder of Stoicism. His son was Commodus, the most effeminate, childish emperor Rome ever has, and his father was a founder of Stoicism. So you can be stoic all you want. The next generation will fuck it up.
They always do.
That's why I say. Yeah, that's why I say. That's why I don't understand when you have people like you who preach it, because one of the core principle of a society changing is banging the drum. Always bang the drum. The drum banging never ends. It's eternal.
Yeah.
You must always teach, always tell it to your children, your grandchildren. When you live long enough, your grandchildren. Because if you don't do it, they come up with their own ideas, and then then the society changes in a way you don't want to. But once again, most of those guys don't even know how a collective works. No, not really. They don't even know how their own society works. Like, I'm surprised. Like, every time they come up, it's like, you must alpha your race through it. You must go to, you as an individual alone must go to Congress or someone else's place, or must go to the judges and talk to them. And I think to myself,
he has no clue how things work. He has no clue. So I
That's
asked, where'd you get this from? Have you ever studied this stuff? Well, no. How do you know how this works? He doesn't.
Because I feel like it.
Because I feel like it. Anyway, close the thoughts, Ian.
Yeah, man.
Get out of here.
I think what he's missing. He's just not able to go with the growth of the Black Manosphere. Is simply what it is. He wants to stay where he's always been and not actually move where we have to move to. Because where we are now, I mean, essentially, you're talking about the health, the mental, emotional. You're talking about a holistic growth
Yeah.
that's happening, and
Yeah.
and then he kind of hypocritically calls out, okay, you guys are just focusing on females, but you're doing the same thing. You're not doing anything outside of talking about a female. You're just critiquing the way that other brothers are doing it. But
Right.
then you're acting as if somehow everybody in the manosphere has the same little niche or same toolkit. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's coming from a different perspective, but you put it all together, you have a place where you can come and you can get whatever you need. So
Yeah.
it's, he's not being genuine when he's looking at the manuscript, and especially he's not looking at the results.
Yeah.
The articles that came out from the Black Manosphere, Kevin Samuels. I mean, the whole nine. I'm like
Yeah. It's
where
working.
it?
It's working.
It's working.
Yeah. They don't like that it works. It's working.
It's
It's
working.
supposed to be. Yeah.
It's working overtime. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? While we're sleeping, it's working.
And with no money. Okay. Ain't no money in this. Come on, man. What do you expect? Ain't no billionaire funding this kind of stuff. We get the pennies from you guys, and God bless them. God bless you guys. Keep these guys kind of interested, actually working for us. But this is pennies, man. This is nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're getting results from this stuff.
Oh God. And you talking about Ebony K. Ebony K. Before the Black Manosphere, Ebony K. could have got away with that.
Oh yes, and has. Yeah.
Of course. And Yana wouldn't have switched her whole tune. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Because Ayana, she had the experiences, the bad experiences with Black women, but she
Mm-hmm.
still the Black Manosphere context to
Mm-hmm.
actually say, okay, this is what this means when I'm dealing with this women. She still needed that context to put it in, to be like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm done with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So we are necessary. So the women are listening. You know what I'm saying? They're
They
listening.
have to. They
They
have
have
to. They have to. They don't have a choice now, especially with the economy going the way it is. They have to, and we knew they would. Okay, now
Yeah.
what? Like you said, now what, bitch? Now what? What you gonna do? Yeah, they have to.
They have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but appreciate you, man. All you do, of course, it is what it is. You are who you are. So
And you out there in them streets, man, still fighting a good fight. So that's a good thing.
yes, sir.
So all right, folks, man, we're gonna jump out of here. The thing is that you know, it's working. Keep pushing, and you know, try to stay positive, man. It'll happen. Not as fast as you want, but it'll happen. So anyhow, y'all, I'm gonna take my old ass to bed. So with that, I'm gonna jump off of you. Y'all, peace out.
Peace.
Peace.